that my new tree is going to be arriving. The tree which has got the built-in lights and you just stick the top in and it's all beautiful and pretty and festive and, you know, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring. And so she said she was going to do it early. I thought, well, good. It kind of justifies me being able to do it early as well. I don't, no. I used to, but I just got some runny nose. I used to decorate the tree. I mean, some people do their trees beautifully with baubles and, you know, little keepsakes that you've saved over the year. I don't, because I generally have enough lights on the tree to justify the fact you don't need balls. In fact, I've often said that. I've subscribed to that, actually. You don't need balls to enjoy Christmas. It helps. It helps. I've got big balls. Very big. If you remember, I gave them to my godchildren. They're like the size of footballs, all different colours and glitter on and everything else. Really nice. So I think they can hang them in their trees, because they've got 6 acres and room for a pony. And they're going to be hanging them up in the tree, which I think is going to be lovely. That'll freak everything out round there, which is always good news. This is a great start to the show. Yeah, a disgraceful start. What, talking about Christmas? See, I think you can talk about Christmas. Oh, the way I'm talking about it, well, I mean, I could talk tinsel, but I don't know any gags regarding tinsel. There aren't any, you know, you can't make a joke out of tinsel. There is no joke. But you can make a joke about balls on the tree, because in Costco you can buy a big bag of all different colours, so you can basically do the tree with one bag of balls. And I have it. It's like, do you do the same as I do? Probably you don't. Do you sort of wrap up empty boxes and put them under the tree with a big ribbon round and pretend it's a present? It's like they do in the shop windows. And they try and... Did you? Oh, to troll the family. I think it's a good idea, and you put boxes out there and it confuses the burglars. Because they don't know, do they? They really don't know. But I just love it. And one year, I did all of my Christmas presents in newspaper. I wrapped them in newspaper, or the Financial Times, and then put big red ribbons round. And it was quite novel. It was very good. I was economising one year. Financial. Well, because it was pink. It's sort of a pinky colour, so you get the pink and then you get the white of the other papers. And I had loads of money. I bought the Financial... Well, I didn't. I pinched it, actually, from here. Yeah, I'm nothing if not frugal. My friend Ian says, if tree decorators are lazy, you should tell them about the half Christmas tree article I sent you. Well, in fact, they were selling the half Christmas trees yesterday on QVC, so it fits up against a wall. So if you don't have a lot of space, you've got half a tree to decorate, which I think is a brilliant idea, don't you? Mourners at a funeral have been banned from singing the Lord's Prayer, because apparently that's against the law. Cliff Richard turns 80 today. Many happy returns. We sent him a video, which hopefully she'll get when he wakes up a little bit later on. Also, Apple's new Wheeze, an iPhone with no charger. Did you have Will Guyatt on the programme last night? No, because the Apple iPhone was launched. This is the new 12, which looks quite good, actually. It'll be on tomorrow morning. I should definitely... I'd like to get one, actually. I'd like to get one, definitely. And Dominic West and his wife, was it just a publicity stunt? Because they're all pictured in the paper, all kissy-kissy, lovey-dovey, all that kind of stuff. Leslie Joseph celebrates her birthday today. She's 75. It's a number. That's all it is. Also, parents being warned of the risk of buying toys on the web. There's lots of fakes out there. And a former Royal Marine sues the MOD after he was forced to sleep in an igloo as part of his training. Apparently he didn't like that, so we'll have to wait and see. Also on Eternal Patrol, the forgotten heroes of our silent service. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? I'll repeat it again. On Eternal Patrol, the forgotten heroes of our silent service. Who do you think they are? Come on. Should know this one. Should know it. On Eternal Patrol, the forgotten heroes of our silent service. No. And they're patrolling all the time, all year. All year. Who are they? Traffic lights? No. It's the crew of submarines. We have submarines that spend the entire year. They'll go away for 6 months and they stay underneath the ocean and nobody ever talks about them. Except us. Steve, when it comes to Christmas, my wife insists on handling the balls. I mean, some people are good at putting lights on trees. Some people are good at putting the decorations on. I'm all in favour of just you don't need anything. The balls detract. I'll tell you what I do put on there, though. I put that little strips like little mylar strips which you drape over the tree. They either do it in red, gold, silver, blues, all different colours. And I just get that out and drape it all over the tree because that looks pretty. And that sort of takes up. You don't need balls. You really don't. So it doesn't really matter too much. You can do it fairly cheaply. And they sell all that stuff in Poundland. So there's a good place to go for cheap little things. I'm going to get a little tree for the studio this year. Where I'm going to put it, I've got no idea. No idea, but I shall put some little battery-operated lights on there, which is good. Roger says, 100 years ago, it took 30 days to fly in a biplane to Australia from London. Now you can do it in 17 and a half hours in a Qantas Dreamliner. Non-stop. I don't think I could sit on a plane for 17 and a half hours. I really don't. Yesterday, in the hospital, 10 o'clock yesterday morning, downloading my diabetes stuff from my Libra, my Freestyle Libra, which I've had them over the years. And then I went to the doctors at 2:30 in the afternoon, and apparently I'm doing well. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good indeed. So very pleased. Very, very pleased about that. And this one is about to finish, this Libra. It only lasts 2 weeks. It only lasts 2 weeks, and then you put another one on. So I said, well, I'll put another one off after this finishes, and I think it finishes in about a day. I'll then put another one in after I've had a day's break. Because if you have a shower, you can't get it wet. So best to try and have a shower when you haven't got one on. Otherwise, you have to I've got a plastic sleeve that goes over your arm and it tightens both ends so you don't get it wet. Because I'm assuming it's like telephones. If they get wet, they don't work. William says, we all know along with turkey, tinsel and Christmas pudding, we get a plethora of repeats on the telly. So if we have to sit through a string of second user shows in these depressing times, what not make them comical ones? I agree with you. I think it should be every Christmas show that they could run on the BBC or ITV. All the Christmas editions of all their game shows, Christmas editions of all their soaps and things like that. And then you just get the whole of the Christmas thing. You know, sod the people who don't like Christmas. Who cares about them? They're life's lonelies. You know, because they don't want everybody else to have the fun that they know we're having, you know. And the more fun we have, the better it is. So we have fun. We have fun wrapping up presents. We have fun shopping for presents. We have fun. You don't like wrapping? So I'm good. I do presents, you know, with the beautiful corners done. And it is a waste of paper. I will admit to you that paper is very expensive. And all they do is go, that's actually pretty. And then you rip it off. And you rip a piece of paper that's cost about £2 off there. My mother used to save it. If she liked a particular paper, she'd save it and then use it for wrapping some of her Christmas presents for the following year. Frugal, very good. Nicholas says, I used to work for QVC on the phones putting customers through to presenters. You've joined now, you're trapped. It's so addictive, you can tell. You've already mentioned it 3 times in 10 minutes. I know. Yeah, but what I didn't tell you, Nicola, is that I get a huge discount on QVC. I didn't tell you that bit. You know, they'll be sending me free stuff through the post. You know what it's like nowadays. And I know so many people who work on it. Matthew says, best discovery I found in 2020. Obviously me. I think I'm the best thing that people have discovered. Actually, an awful lot of people who've been in hospital say exactly the same. They say, thank God for this programme at this time of the morning. Because this is the worst time. This is the worst time when you wake up and and there's nobody else there, and you look out and it's gloomy, awfully dark and gloomy out there, and that can bring people down. People suffer from this seasonal affective disorder, and so this programme is what's commonly known as light relief, and so I'm more than happy to share it. Yeah, we are Light End. We are Light End. In fact, it's the first programme that Thomas and Corey have ever worked on that's Light End. And successful, and it's good. So they've already started. It is the only programme that we called Light End. Nobody else does Light End. Nobody does Light End. I can do Light End plus interviews. So I mean, I'm very lucky. It's a yeah, exactly. But just anyway, not here. And then I brought in donuts for them this morning. Well, Thomas did his usual trick, shoved as many in his mouth as he possibly could. Corey goes, oh, no, I can't do that. I'm going to the gymnasium, you know, which it didn't stop him eating the blooming thing. Do you have a... He must... You can just imagine his little shorts, can't you? Trying to do sit-ups. You do the cross-trainer. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand why... Are you doing it because she indoors, who should be obeyed, has said to you, you're putting on a bit of weight? Has she said... She hasn't said that. You surprised me. I thought she would have said that. I'm very surprised. So she hasn't mentioned your weight gain at all. She said, yeah, ever since you've been working with that Steve Allen, she said, my God, you put on the weight. That's what Mrs. Woman says. It's my fault. I'm a feeder. And I know what's actually going to... And I've also got in popcorn today. Popcorn. But they're only little bags. Little bags. And 8 little bags is bad, I know. And also, I was eating too many blueberries, doctor told me yesterday. I thought, you know those little punnets that I bring in? Well, that apparently should go for 2. You don't just eat that as one. I ate it as 1. They said, no, it's too much. Too much. And I began to wonder if we were talking about the same bags. But I'm feeling in a very good mood today. Nothing ever shakes my mood. Especially when I get an email. I don't get them anymore. But then the producers say, oh, you should have seen the hilarious one we got a short while ago from somebody. What was one the other day? Oh, somebody complaining about Meghan Markle. Well, they weren't complaining. They were obviously a Meghan Markle fan, which, of course, you know I'm not. Because I think she's basically trying to sort of ruin Harry, who really doesn't know anything that's going on. And then Meghan did a little speech the other day. She thinks she now is an orator on the world stage. She's a very, very average actress who knows about as much about the world stage as you or I do. So that's how we summed that one up. There's also Dawn Neesom's got her column today in the Daily Star. So we'll go through some of those stories. And also the Wanted star, Tom Parker. When we told you about his brain tumour, which they've said is terminal, he said he's willing to go abroad to see what they can do there. You will do anything. If you get diagnosed with something and they say, by the way, it's terminal, then you are going to do just about everything within your power and capacity to try and change it and be that statistic. So he said he will go abroad. Hopefully somebody can cure this terminal brain tumour. Also, the other Wanted have said that they might go on tour. I don't really see that as an excuse for them going on tour, but we'll find out more on that later on. And why is London football stadiums empty, and yet the London Palladium was packed the other day with no social distancing for, who was the person who was giving? Arsene Wenger, and there was no social distancing. What the hell's going on there? And you wonder... Sorry? Simon Conway? Was he? Yeah, but was he working the stage, or was he... Have you seen his stand-up act? It is just literally that. He tries to stand up. And we all go, yeah, woo, woo. Fantastic. He's not here this week. He's moving. He's moving house because he has baby. And so they're moving into a house. And we said, you've no idea how much stuff you accumulate. Don't need to tell me. I said, I don't have a family, but believe you me. Company, Paul is one of those. He says, I can't stand Christmas. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? We all love it round here. There's nobody that I work with who doesn't like Christmas. Everybody loves Christmas. It's infectious. Why should you not enjoy something that brings you happiness? It's got nothing to do with the baby Jesus. It's got nothing to do with the Bible. It's got nothing to do with that because we now know he was born in July. So why they hijacked Christmas, we don't know, because that was pagan. But it doesn't matter. It's a time to celebrate. It's a time to, see family who maybe you haven't seen for some time, provided there's no more than 6 of them. And it's brilliant. People love it. Trees look pretty. Shop windows look pretty. Corey will be thinner. Not. No, you won't. You won't make any difference to you whatsoever. It really won't. But it doesn't matter. It does. Oh, it's for the heart. Oh, right. You think doing exercise is good for your heart? All right, well, you might as well just walk up and down the stairs here, and then you've saved yourself the cost of going to the gymnasium. Because that's all. Do you have stairs in your place? Well, then use them. Okay, there you go. I've saved you some more. How much is the gymnasium? How much are you spending on the gymnasium? 15 quid a month. Well, that's 15 quid you could spend on fish and chips. Or just chips. The very idea that you're going to go and waste 15 quid using somebody's equipment when you can walk up and down stairs and get exactly the same benefit. And if you decide to get to the top and do a couple of sit-ups and then some press-ups and stuff like that, that'll be it. Then you say, give me half of that 15 quid, 7.5. I'll invest it for you. Then at the end of the year, you'll have £84, and you can spend that on, fat food like kebabs and stuff like that. I'm a very bad influence. Don't take any notice what I say. I mean, I'm rubbish. But I don't care. I enjoy it. In fact, the more it annoys other people about Christmas, the happier I am. I derive immense pleasure out of that. I got something from somebody the other day, bit of a thicko, this particular one, and he said, "What about the people who've lost their jobs?" I said, "What, you're saying that if you've lost your job, you just sit there staring at the wall?" Of course not. You pick yourself up, dust yourself down and start all over again. Otherwise, you're a loser. You've got to get up. You've got to go and do something. You can't just sit there like you drip. That's Eastbourne for you, isn't it? You know what Eastbourne's like? Oh, dear, that drags them out, doesn't it, really? 17 and a half hours on a jet, says David. And that's equivalent to listening to 6 of your shows back to back. I know what you mean. I don't think I could either. Well, of course you couldn't. You're called David, aren't you? Your friends probably call you Dave. You know what it's like. Was a bit embarrassing. In stitches about Corey in his little shorts. Yeah, well, I mean, you can't just go to the gymnasium unless you've got the outfit. So you'll have to go and buy a little pair of shorts, little T-shirt with "I'm Corey, don't follow me," kind of thing. And then he'll do his little sit-ups, and somebody will go, "You Corey?" And he'll go, "Oh, God, can't go there again." Because they'll be taking pictures. There'll be secret pictures taken of him in the gymnasium, sitting there doing his sit-ups and doing his sort of workout. Because you need a trainer. You need somebody to tell you where you're going wrong. No, you can't do it by yourself. Otherwise, you'd have done it up until now. And you've not done it in all these years you've been alive, have you? So what's the point? You need to go with somebody who can help you. You know, somebody who can guide you through this misery you're putting yourself through. Because I believe you, it is misery. Totally. Shane says, you mentioned donuts. I've now got to go out and buy donuts. I love it. Steve, I've often watched QVC, says Mark, sort of pretending I could have been one of the presenters, especially as I've lost 20 kilos since some local radio DJ had a pop at my weight. But I've stopped. They started a promotion recently to introduce a friend that shows they're quite interested in female customers. Quite clearly, they say, give your friend the code, and she enters it at the checkout, so I'm afraid no more. He said, could you please dedicate anything by Boyzone to me? There you go. Dedicate Boyzone to you, and you enjoy it. Steve, another one here, which says, I hate Christmas. Oh, I've lost it. Where's it gone to? I hate Christmas after my parents and David died. I've got no family left. But you've got friends, Bridget. You've got friends. That's the difference. That's the difference. You know, my mother died near Christmas. You know, it didn't stop us celebrating Christmas because we just talked about her, which was good. She said, I've got no problem with anybody else enjoying it, but telling me that I'm a snowflake and not enjoying it is rather insulting. Well, you better consider yourself insulted then, Bridget. Better consider yourself insulted, because I ain't changing my stance. She says, there's a lot more lonely people with COVID. No, you see, you're on a downer. You're on a downer. There's no positivity there at all. No positivity there. You've got to be positive. And it's no good going, oh, I can't because of this, that. You can always be positive. Always be. It's like somebody saying, oh, I can't give up smoking, it's too difficult. I can't give up drinking, it's too difficult. You can do anything. And you can pretend, you can will yourself into it. You've got friends. I know you've got friends. So don't spin the old line about you've got nobody and you sit there and there's lonely people. Lonely people have got neighbours. People always go and look in on people. You know, but if you start on a downer, you're going to stay on a downer. You're not going to drag yourself up from the mire, are you, at all? Which is a shame, because you should be doing that. And in fact, you should be doing it for your family. You know, that's who you should be doing it for. So when people go, she's coping really well, that's what you have to do. You're doing it for them, not doing it for you. Do it for them. Do it for everybody else who goes, look, she's coping well. You might not be inside. You might be breaking up to pieces, but it doesn't matter. But you've got to be more positive. Negativity does not work in my book at all. Steve. Somebody else talking about... somebody else says here, I'm frugal at Christmas, so I can't stand it. Well, you can do Christmas cheap. Do you know you don't have to spend any money on Christmas? You can go out, go for a walk in some woods, okay, pick up some twigs, take them home, set them into a plant pot, spray it, you know, silver or white or something like that, and hang some little cheapo decorations from it, which you can get in Poundland for £1. That's frugal. And immediately you've got a table decoration. My mother used to go to the church, and there used to be a woman who used to make all sorts of little things there. And she'd bring home tons of stuff. The easiest ones to do, you go and buy a little fake robin, a can of spray snow, and a little cheap plastic plant pot. You turn it upside down, glue it to a base, which you get in the cake shops. They do all different size cake shops things. Okay, so you've glued it. You spray a bit of snow on it, and you glue the robin to the top of it. Perfect table decoration. My mother used to use these every year. Or failing that, a little pile of little miniature presents. which you glue together, and then you put it in the middle of the table. My mother used to get a log. She'd go into the woods, because we had woods. Well, they weren't ours. I mean, I don't know. And then she'd get my dad to drill some holes to put candles in, and then she'd spray the log with a little bit of making sure that it was flame retardant and that kind of stuff. A bit of snow on there, stick a bit of real holly on, and immediately you've got the candle decoration for the middle of the table. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. And that takes your mind off Corey sitting opposite you in his little shorts. You know, very, very... He's learning Cantonese at the moment. He's learning Cantonese. He's now talking to his phone on a regular basis. See? He's doing something. He hasn't got anything to look forward to at Christmas, because he'll probably be working, I should imagine, for a little bit of it. And then he'll be able to go home and get sort of, you know, his presents and have some seasonal good cheer, which is good. We like that. And Gina in Chingford says, thank God indeed for your programme. I seem to be awake at 4 and feel anxious most mornings, but you do entertain me. That's good. You mustn't feel anxious. There's always this programme. And Carol says, I love lights on a Christmas tree, but I think the ornaments really make it special. I've got some of my parents' red and blue balls, which are 60 to 70 years old, plus ornaments I've collected over the years. Yeah, my brother has the same. He has my parents' decorations from the trees, which we had back in New York, in Hong Kong. And they're fairly ancient, some of these decorations, but he likes them because that reminds him of, I don't know what it reminds him of, actually. But sometimes I'll go out and I'll buy things for him to put on the tree, and he just adds to it every year. And sort of it looks good. Looks good, but some of the decorations are very, very old, and that's what you have. Some people buy new every year. I don't, because I don't put any decorations on the tree. I don't really need to, because I've got enough lights on there, and if the lights are doing patterns, then that's the best thing. But anything to do with Christmas and festive and snow. What's the matter now? What is the matter? Oh, he's pulled his trouser legs up. Have you noticed? He's got elasticated bottoms on the end of his... Have you heard of that? I haven't had that since I was 7. I've had elasticated waisted trousers. Attend to the cattle. What cattle? We haven't got any cattle. Oh, right. Oh, you mean he should be sort of having a straw in his mouth? Oh, that's a lovely heifer. Yeah, I don't think he'd have the strength to do that. Seriously not. So, yeah, all that... He hasn't been to the gym yet. He's going to go, though, but I said I can save him 15 quid a month. He just has to walk up and down stairs a few times, do some press-ups, some sit-ups, and that's it. And he's there. Which is... Steve, the best way for me to enjoy Christmas is to get away from London, Eastbourne Beacons or somewhere on the coast for the bracing air, and be as far away as possible from the donophobes. What are donophobes? I don't know what donophobes are. I don't know what they are. People are scared of people called Donna, says Matt in Lewisham. Well, actually, I tell you what, as I came past the Ritz this morning, because I'm in London, and we did a left down at St James's, again, because I'm in London, and then we hung a left into Pall Mall, because I'm in London, and then we cut up into Orange Street, because I know the little back ways, and the sneaky ways to get to work quicker, and they were putting up the lights in Savile Row. Savile Row sort of comes onto it, and all the big Christmas lights are up. They've got all the trucks out there. So in London, and where you are, they're going to be putting up Christmas lights. You don't have to put up Christmas lights, but it makes you feel a bit better. Just get them out, try them out. You've always got to try the lights out, haven't you? And enjoy yourself. Steve, you've got to be positive. What about the Blue Peter wreath? It was never a wreath. Oh, no. It was the Advent crown. The Advent crown was very nice. Most children made it, said Linda. Well, I didn't. It was 2 coat hangers, some wire and tinsel. And my mother didn't want anything to do with candles, not certainly anything I was making. And that was quite pretty. I love it. I've got a wreath on my front door, which I add to every year. I go out and buy things in sales, like dried oranges and cinnamon sticks, and I wrap wire round and put those onto the wreath. So the wreath is basically going to drag the door off its hinges this year. Lorraine in New Haven. Oh, news. We'll come back to Lorraine in New Haven. Come on, hands up. Who made the Blue Peter Advent crown? Nobody. We all struggled with it, didn't we? Because you go round the house trying to find things that you had. You go to your mum, sorry, have you got some spare wire coat hangers? Well, we didn't have spare wire coat hangers. Now, Every time you go to the dry cleaners, back comes your stuff on the wire coat hangers. It's as simple as that. And 84850, somebody says, is it worth putting up decorations if I'm the only one that will see them? But you wouldn't be the only one that would see them. You put them up so people can see in your windows, don't you? Do you share your decorations? God, blimey. And also, why would you not derive pleasure out of putting up your decorations, knowing that you're looking at them? You're looking at them. That's the whole idea. There's loads of people who sort of decorate front of the house, inside of the house, round the windows of the house, anything like that. That's the best thing. That's the whole thing about Christmas. But you can't go through your life sort of thinking, oh, nobody's going to see my decorations. I'll see them. I'll see them. You know, it costs nothing to put up a little cheap set of lights around a window, and then people are automatically attracted to it. And then if they see a tree, you don't have to have a tree. Don't have to have a tree. You can have all sorts of bits and pieces. You can just have a bowl with lots of baubles in it. Get them for £1 in Poundland. It's very cheap, very inexpensive. And Matthew says, you're like me. I idolise Christmas and always celebrate in the Anglers. You see, I don't idolise Christmas. I just like it. It's a good time. It's a good time. I've lost people over the festive season. Quite a number of people over the festive season. But I still look forward to celebrating, because I think Christmas is a time for remembering people. I think that's the best time. The rest of the year, you kind of forget about people, but at Christmas, you think about them more. Definitely. Steve, in Asda yesterday, I had a bap with 2 pigs in blankets, full-size sausages, delicious. Says Dale in Birmingham. Well, they do them in Greggs. They haven't started. Oh, I looked at the things the other day. I didn't buy them for the boys. Do you remember they were doing scraps in Marks and Spencer? They look naff. I wouldn't want to spend £1 on them. Seriously, I wouldn't want to spend £1 on them. They don't look like our scraps did years ago, which were all different sizes. These look as though they'd come off a machine. So I was going to buy them for you and bring them in. A bit of a treat for the boys. Stick them in the microwave, you know, a little bit of Christmas, you know, a little bit of home, just in case they're not going home for Christmas. And you could have had them with some Swede. Because Thomas had Swede, so nobody's hanging around with him this morning. He said to me, I'm having Swede. I thought, yeah, well, I didn't think it was orange mashed potato. Swede. It brings back such ghastly memories of school dinners. That dreadful smell of Swede that permeated every corridor, every school table, every child's school uniform. Ghastly. Ghastly. Another one here says, always look on the bright side of life. You have to look on the bright side of life. Otherwise you get yourself into a terrible state. Always look on... Listen, even if I've had a bad week, and I don't have bad weeks, I'm very lucky. I might have a bad week with the diabetes, but it might only be a day or something like that. As the doctor yesterday said to me, I'm doing very well. I'm like a test case. I'm doing very well. But it's only because I've forced myself to do certain things. This morning I've lapsed, but we've added an extra injection in, so I now do 3 injections a day. And as diabetics will tell you, that's probably the only bit that they hate out of being a diabetic is the injections, especially if you've got to find a bit of the skin that it doesn't hurt when you stick a needle into it. But apart from that, you know, it's fine. And so the next thing to look forward to, I mean, I don't look forward to Halloween. I'm not interested in Halloween. I think one year, was it last year, the boys dressed up? You dressed up, didn't you? Yeah, they did. They dressed up. Those were happy days. They were younger, of course, more naive. And they both dressed up, didn't they? I can't remember what Corey dressed up as. Himself, I think. It was difficult to tell. Were you a wolf? And what was Thomas? What were you, Thomas? A rabbit or a ghost? Bit of a difference, actually. If you can try and remember which one it was, it would be helpful. A rabbit or a ghost? A were-rabbit? What, like... Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, you can't be a were-rabbit. That's a were... No, it's a werewolf. No, they don't. No, they don't. It's a werewolf. There is no were-rabbits at all. Unless it's a rabbit that doesn't know where it is. In which case it just go, what? What? That's all they do. Oh, here we go. They're now going to show me. Here we go. Showtime for Wallace and Gromit. The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Oh dear. I might have to admit I was wrong. I think that's a bit of fake news, isn't it, on the internet? Fake news. I don't buy into that at all. The Were-Rabbit. I never got into Wallace and Gromit, but I've got a piece of original art from it, signed by the man himself. I've got a cell. You know, it's one of the cells from the thing, an original drawing. Yeah, which is scary. I got it because we had a special evening for Nick Park. And, yeah, because I know these people. And I bought one. I've got a Paddington Bear one as well, which I gave to my brother. Bought my brother a Paddington Bear cell, which is quite nice. It's in 3D. He likes stuff like that. But there again, he can't afford to shop in M&S. What can I tell you? And, it's nice. We like sort of things like that. Steve, I noticed the London Eye was moving around very slowly yesterday, says Jackie. What do you think it goes around at 50 miles an hour? No, it's very slow. It must be slow because it doesn't stop turning and you get on and off. While it doesn't stop. It keeps going. And 84850, poor old Bill. He said it's not unusual for people to detest Christmas. No, just you, Bill. You're negative. Go away. He says, I switched you off yesterday. Well, switch off again now, dear. Save us all the time and trouble. I tell you what, I'm going to switch you off. How good is that? Top one there, boys. 0438. Thank you. Now, Bill would have nobody to write to, so it's not looking very promising for you, is it? He said, I hate this annual farce. Oh, dear, honestly, what a dreary... We're going to give him a 24-hour cool-off period. Oh, he wrote yesterday the same thing. He's already had his 24 hours. Sorry, you're out on the next one, actually, Bill. You're very lucky. We've decided to sort of save you, but just only one more time. But we're doing Christmas all the way through, which is great. Steve, Christmas trees confuse my cat. He ends up jumping into the tree and becomes a furry decoration. I'll have a small tree this year, but it'll still jump. Well, you know what cats do? They like hitting the balls because they see something shiny or finding that the lights. They love stuff like that. Steve, you forgot about me. It's Lorraine from New Haven, enjoying having all the bed to myself while hubby's on nights. No arguing over the quilt. When do you think it's okay to put the Christmas tree up? I think November, beginning of November. Make it especially lengthy this year, because it's over so fast, isn't it? So definitely do the tree beginning of November. That's what they were saying on QVC yesterday. My one arrives, I think it's the first week. Lynn and I have got 2 trees coming. And I think beginning of November, so they will go up beginning of November. No point looking at it sitting in a box. What's the point of that? Enjoy every minute of it. Enjoy every minute. And Steve says, little Dave, why don't you brighten everybody up and do your David Beckham impression? I can't do a David. There's no David Beckham story in the paper today. If there was a David Beckham story, then we would quite happily do it, which is good. What else have we got? Somebody said the other day, who was it? Oh, Helinka said she's found mince pie ice cream. Now, I think I've had mince pie ice cream. I'm pretty certain, and it was particularly delicious. Can you give my wife Louise a mention, says Stephen. She's my carer my entire life. Yesterday I was 54 and she spoilt me rotten all day. Today we go into Tier 3 lockdown. I hardly ever sleep and your company at night keeps me going. Have you found any bargains on Amazon Prime? I know, if somebody says to me, you need to go to Amazon Prime, I ignore things like that. I buy stuff when I want to. There's nothing that I needed on Amazon Prime. Nothing I needed. So I didn't buy anything, actually. I didn't buy anything. Do you think I should have done? And another one here. This is... wait a minute. Another one here. Somebody talking about making wreaths. See, a lot of kids like doing that, don't they? Kids like making wreaths at Christmas and decorating stuff. Christmas tree beginning in November is fine, says my friend Ian. Right after Halloween, as soon as the red cups are out at Starbucks. That's his indicator. And then up goes the tree. In Twickenham... They'll be putting the lights up on the post very, very shortly. Sandy's the fish shop. He'll have his lights and his new lights up this year, and they will stay up probably till about April because he loves it as well. In fact, everybody in Twickenham loves it. There's queues a mile long outside his shop because people love it. He's the one of the only shops that sells turkeys who sell that many. Martin says, do you remember making paper chains? Oh, yeah. That was the cheapest form of decoration you could get, wasn't it? Paper chains. And you'd have them going to the light in the middle of the room. Spent ages licking the end of those stupid bits of paper. But that was cheap Christmases. That's what we did. I love Christmas, says Paul. I don't even mind the constant repeats, but I put that down to the stuffing. Yes, I think so. I think you could do things like that. And another one here, which says, how much money do you spend on decorations? I don't really spend that much. what I do is I buy things, but I give them away to people. So I bought these Christmas lights because I've never seen anything like them before in my life. And I bought them in John Lewis. And I bought 3 boxes. So I should give a box to my brother. And no, I'm not giving that. No, I'm not giving it to Corey. No. They haven't got room for lights where they... Have you seen their place? They've got no room. Seriously. No, it's not... No, it's a little tiny box like that. Seriously. There isn't even enough room for putting on his balcony the flying butterfly. There's not enough room for it to turn round. You didn't play basketball in his house. In your dreams, when you'd had a few drinks, you played basketball. But the rest of it... I fell asleep yesterday. I got up early... Not drinking. That's right. He's come out in sympathy with me, Thomas. When I say he's come out, I don't mean he's come out. He's still in, and he's decided to stop drinking in sympathy with me not drinking for the month of October. It's solidarity. Then I asked him if he'd heard Billy Elliot, and this is how generous I am. And he said, "Oh no, I haven't seen Billy Elliot. He's seen the film, but he hasn't seen the show." And I said, "You need to see the show. I'll get you the DVD." And he went, "I haven't got a DVD player." I said, "All right, I'll buy you a DVD." And he said, "Yeah, I haven't got anywhere to plug it into." I said, "I'll buy you a property." And so now he's actually in a mansion block. He owns all the flats, and he's going to watch Billy Elliot, the stage show. He got rid of the DVD player. Yeah, he eBayed that straight away. That was worth a bit of money. Anything I give to him as a present. If I go back years later and go, "Oh, have you still got that thing?" He go, No. Yeah, I have to sign them. As all of a sudden it appears up on eBay, signed. Yeah, signed a donut. Yeah, in your stomach, I think you've signed a donut. But DVD players are very cheap. Very, very cheap. You can get a DVD player for about 36 quid. So cheap. We'll take a break. I'll do a break. Morning, they are. DVD player, says John, 19.99. They're so cheap. They are so cheap. There's a QVC shop at Birchwood near Warrington in Cheshire, says Sophie. They sell returned products at a fraction of the price. Oh, I don't want return products. Definitely. No, thank you. IKEA are doing that. Did you know? IKEA have said that as opposed to throwing all their furniture away, you can take it back to the shop and they will resell it. Which is interesting. Did you get the Santa climbing up the ladder? I didn't. I'm very unhappy by this. I call Swede turnip. Any idea why it has 2 names? I've got no idea. I saw some Christmas lights lampposts on a Facebook ad recently. The inside of the lamp is all glittering colourful. Made me look forward to Christmas. Yeah, Bill loves Christmas. He'll be erecting a tree. Also, Steve, your show should be on the NHS as a treatment for being fed up, says John. And then somebody says, every time I listen to your show, I'm thinking, what kind of life are we living with all the coronavirus? But listening to your show makes everything so much better and so much easier. So everybody says, Connie in Stockwell. It's true, you have to be positive. It's very easy to get yourself down. That's what depression is. It's people getting themselves down. They get bogged down by things. If you think, it doesn't matter if people think you're stupid or not. I couldn't care less what anybody ever writes into me because I never see it. The only people ever see it is one of the producers who has to go through and just delete. So I've said to people before, people say, "Oh, you never read my tweet or my email out." I go, well, obviously, if it didn't arrive here, you've been deleted. You're in the sin bin. You're in the dustbin. It's very scarring. The boys are on, both of them on therapy now through some of the rubbish that some of these people write. I mean, people who should have been incarcerated years ago. I mean, quite clearly, some of these people have got quite a few screws loose, but I don't get to see it. So why do you think I'm in a happy mood throughout the whole programme? I can always tell when they've read something that they shouldn't be reading, or it wasn't meant for them anyway, which it never is. It's the same person. They write under about... One of them we've actually found. What's his name? The one in Eastbourne? Who's the one who's got most of his screws loose? Is his name Tony? Is he Tony? I can't remember. He's got about 40 different names. I mean, you need to get some medical help as soon as possible. I didn't believe it was possible to have that many names. But he keeps writing. But unfortunately, his email just comes up with his real name in there and his postcode. I mean, some of those things that you read in the newspapers. Not so good. I spent a Christmas in Copenhagen, Steve. And the local undertaker had a window display with tinsel, baubles and elves playing among the headstones and urns. In Brentwood, for years, it used to be the funeral director up on one of the streets used to have a window display with a live donkey in it. There was a live donkey. I always remember when we were younger, we'd go past the funeral director and there would be a donkey in the manger scene, a real donkey. And I remember thinking, I don't think you could do that nowadays. Don't think so. Paul says a Swede isn't a turnip. I don't know. I don't do turnips or Swedes. And somebody says you are not confusing the smell of cooking Swede with the smell of cooking cabbage. No, Swede. It's disgusting stuff. It permeated the studio downstairs, eaten by poor people who can't afford to buy proper vegetables. Swede, I ask you. And so Thomas had it the other day. Now, whether he bought it ready-made as Swede, or whether he sort of bought a Swede and then cut it up and then made it into that disgusting thing called mashed Swede. Did you make it yourself or did you buy it ready? You bought it ready-made, didn't you? Yeah. You lazy little so-and-so. Yeah. Well, I don't eat Swede, do I? So I wouldn't be going out buying Swede. Yeah, I chop all my vegetables up. Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, because I'm cordon bleu. Okay, I could do that. Yeah, whatever. Very rude, honestly. I have to put up with this on a daily basis. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody else talking about Sandy's and Stewart's great shop. Well, yeah, Sandy and Stewart, yes. And I can't wait to see what he's got for Christmas this year. Will you be switching on the Christmas lights in Twickenham? Don't be stupid. We're on lockdown. Are you mad? Why would somebody want to write you turning on the lights? You're not allowed to have gatherings of people. So there won't be any turning on of lights anywhere. Definitely not. Not here in London, not anywhere at all. Not anywhere at all. Also, what else do we have here? I'm trying to get through every single thing. Every single text and emails. Somebody else who loves Christmas. Absolutely loves it. And also the Groovy Gang and the original Spikers. You've got a fan who's a guinea pig, Steve, who listens to you intently when on catch-up, says Tom in Southend. They wanted... We've got a picture thing tomorrow, a photo shoot, and they wanted the Groovy Gang. Well, we've kiboshed that one straight away. I said, listen, we're not trying to build them up here. We don't have a you don't want to, you've seen a picture of the Groovy Gang anyway. You know what they look like. But I've got to have a picture taken, and I think it's tomorrow. Is it tomorrow I've got to have a picture taken? I mean, I don't know what to wear for it. Very difficult, isn't it? Although I did this video for Cliff for his birthday, his 80th birthday today, and you can see I've lost weight. I mean, honestly, seriously, I'm looking pretty hot at the moment. You know, and there's not... I've got the beach body at the wrong time when I don't go to the beach. I'm the one who runs down there, and what have I got over my shoulder? That little thing to save people who are drowning. It's called a boat. And as you sort of run down there and you throw the float in the water and then you jump on the top of it, and I am the Hoff. You know, in fact, if you look carefully on Baywatch, you'll see them running down the beach. The fat bloke in the Bermudas at the back, that's me. That's me. I was running... Everybody's got to be fit on beaches. I watched that programme on Bondi, where if you go to Bondi Beach, there's handbag nickers and stuff like that, people who go around thieving, and they manage to catch them. The people who go down and save people from drowning because they're too stupid. They'd have a field day in this country, wouldn't they? The red flag is flying, do not go in the water. Hello? Out in the water they goes. Steve, made yesterday butter-fried Brussels sprouts mixed with asparagus. As always, great with zeta and tarragon. And repeating the experience, I will today, says Monica, who's my favourite Jewish cabbie. How nice. You see, butter-fried Brussels... See, I don't mind the Brussels sprouts and the asparagus. Because my doctor said yesterday, he said, are you eating vegetables? I said, am I eating vegetables? I'm eating vegetables so many that my wee has changed colour. It's now green, which is slightly disturbing, but it's very good. And I brought my own thermometer as well. I bought another thermometer. Wait a minute. And I couldn't remember. I lost it at home. And then I suddenly remembered I'd brought it in with me. And I was going to test it out on the boys to find if they were living. And I'm not totally convinced that they are. Oh, where is it? Oh, it's not here. Where is the... Oh, no, is that it? No. Do you know, also, if you go... Look at this. I've got cables in it. Everything bar in the kitchen sink in this bag. It's just ridiculous. And I've lost my thermometer. But it's a very good one because this one, you point at your forehead and it tells you what your temperature is. Yeah, it's really good. Yes, I thought you might, yeah. So they have their own ideas of where they think you should measure your temperature from, which I can't repeat on this programme, otherwise I'll be taken off the air, I should imagine. They're really very rude today, very rude. I don't know what's the matter with them. You know what it is? Giving them sugar. If you give them sugar, they become completely possessed. So you can imagine me being a diabetic and not really being into sugar. They're... I'm showing you what I've done with that. It's so annoying. I can't find it. It doesn't matter. But it's a very good thermometer. Very good. It's probably in one of my other bags. I'll probably find it a little bit later on. More about your texts and emails coming up the other side of the news. Good morning, Steve Allen. I keep telling your colleagues, like Nick Ferrari, that I'm an enigma. He and so-called journalists can spend an eternity trying to figure me out. And I love DVDs too, which is good. I like the idea of being an enigma. Was that with variations or not? Cracking up about Tony from Eastbourne, says Matthew. Oh, God, you want to read some of the rubbish, apparently. Producers, they just die laughing. So sad. Apparently, there's a menu board outside a pub in Liverpool, Steve. Soup of the day is Foster's. It's nice, isn't it? And, Steve, me and my girlfriend, says Ryan in Birmingham. Yep. Says, we're about to have our first Christmas in our house. Couldn't explain how excited we are. Spending fortunes on deckies with no regrets. Why? You take them down, you pack them away carefully in the box, they go up in the loft, and you take them down next year and you get equally as excited next year and the year after as you do at the moment. So there you go. First Christmas in your house. So you need certain things. A, the tree. I mean, I like a real tree. This is the first year in 15, 20 years that we've had a fake tree. But it will be a fake tree, but because it's got all these lights on it, I'm definitely into it. And what else have you got to have? You've got to have a nativity scene, haven't you? You've got to have a nativity scene. That just makes it a little bit perfect. And you've got to have bowls full of satsumas and your nuts in a bowl and a tin of Quality Street, and it's just there. And also you've got to have... You've got to get some candles that smell of Christmas, like pine and things like that. Always love a good Christmas candle. And get some smelly stuff that sort of smells of Christmas. That's absolutely ideal. Steve, Swedes are part of the turnip family, so the rule is all Swedes are turnips, but not all turnips are Swedes. Lovely. Your bag seems akin to Mary Poppins. It's not far off it. Not far off it. And Jeremy in Manchester, so last night I had spaghetti hoops on toast with a poached egg. Ugh, how disgusting. How disgusting. Not good at all, I don't think. Also, the Britain's Got Talent judges banned from going to work on the show yesterday. It was dealt a COVID-19 blow. And Ozzy Osbourne went hunting for the Loch Ness Monster once. He said, "It's Aaron." And he thinks there's something out there. Jacqueline Josser's being investigated by HMRC over a company that she had. She earned $75,000 for doing the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, so she was cheap. And they're not sure about how they've done their accounting. Always a worry when HMRC decide to investigate. Always a worry. They think it's so nice, isn't it, to see in the Commons when you see them on the television, no smoking signs everywhere. As if anybody by now is going to be still smoking. More stories in the papers concerning Jordan. The failed glamour model, the bankrupt, and the one who was banned from driving. You must remember Jordan, surely. I mean, you can't miss her. No, not your Jordan. But anyway, you know that she's got a new boyfriend. She's going to have babies. No, well, probably. And so they even proved their commitment by getting their faces tattooed on each other. Don't worry, darling, it'll be turned into something else like a flower pot. But critics tease Jordan, real name Katie Price, or Failure, as she's known. She's always claimed her love interests were the one. Every single person. One of them, Chris, she called him fame-hungry, which is, of course, not... Yeah. Can you imagine? Actually, you're that thick and stupid that you have your boyfriend's face tattooed on your leg, and you've been going out with him for 3 months. I mean, seriously, you might as well just put down HMRC and have a picture of that. But anyway, Chris, who dated Jordan on and off for 18 months before they split, wrote on Instagram, "I've come today to set the record straight. I'll be careful what I say, as I'm not out here to destroy anybody's career, which I could easily do, because she cheats. She cheats. She thinks she's really clever, but she's thick as a brick. And he took back the engagement ring he'd given her last summer. Why would you want to give her that?" And he sparked a cheating scandal. He said, "Why am I going to let you keep a ring of that value after I found out you're sleeping with 3 other people?" Because she's a bit dim, isn't she? And she's got the new little boyfriend, as I say, and they're going to get wed. Katie was left feeling very anxious over Chris's comments. I'm not surprised. He can expose her as the fraud, but she can't help feeling insecure and panicked. She could lose everything again. She hasn't got anything now. So she and Carl have established a level of trust. What a load of old codswallop, honestly. She lives in this total dream world, doesn't she? The dream world of, I'm sorry, who are you, dear? Nobody. Can you write? No. Carl recently spoke about Jordan's racy history and says everybody knows she's got a past. Yeah, she's got a past, but she ain't got a future. He says, guess what? I've got a past as well, but nobody knows about that because I'm not in the public eye. Stupid man, honestly. Katie's friends have reassured her that Carl won't be scared off by Chris's claims. No, but of course, if you don't have Carl, who's going to push your wheelchair, dear? Nobody. But now that a physiotherapist, Noel McDermott, has said Jordan's recent comments over Chris are an indication she hasn't moved on from the past. No, she hasn't. She can't. She's not intelligent enough. You know, I mean, let's face it, she's been in rehab, out of rehab, in rehab, out of rehab. Had another, she wants more children, she said. And she's had issues with love addiction and relationships. It's because she's not stable. And so she's actually, I mean, she called Chris fame hungry, proving she's still bitter. She should be focusing on themselves, but of course she can't, because she can't bear it if other people do really, really well. And that's why it just really annoys her. So the unhappier she is, the better. And of course, she's just been reported to HMRC because somebody has decided to dob her in by saying, I'm sorry, she's supposed to be bankrupt. How's she affording all these holidays? Well, there might be freebies. You never know with her. She does accept freebies. And the last thing was a dog that she managed to kill. So that was given to her, so she'd give it to her daughter. It's all very worrying, isn't it? But marrying this new little Boise ain't going to work at all. It'll be finished inside less than a year. The cracks, once she's got pregnant and she's got a child, that's it. Then the cracks will start appearing. She's done it every single time. It's a load of old cobblers. Really is. Poem for this morning. This is written by somebody called Christopher Morley, who lived between 1890 and 1957. So, one of your favourite, my favourite as well, actually. My favourite. It's only a short one, which is the best ones. And this one's called Autumn Colours. The chestnut trees turned yellow. The oak, like sherry browned. The fir, the stubborn fellow, stayed green the whole year round. But oh, the bonny maple, how richly he does shine. He glows against the sunset like ruddy old port wine. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Thank you, Christopher Morley, for that stunning renditioning there. Read beautifully, I thought, by Steve Allen, spinster of this parish. The vivid imagery of the colours of autumn, those autumnal colours. Thank you, Thomas. We've done the poem now. It's finished. He sort of nods off during the poetry side of it. Honestly, you bring a bit of culture onto the programme and immediately he goes, oh, no, we don't do culture, whereas I'm trying to educate people. You know, people to go out and buy. You do have culture. Even people in Aberdeen have culture, you know, and the Loch Ness Monster as well. That's Loch Ness. Yeah, is Loch Ness near anywhere that you could call civilization? Anywhere? Like what? What is it near? It's near Inverness. Well, that's not too far from Aberdeen, is it? Not too far. Well, how far? How far? Hour and a half. Oh, it's local for us. That's like me sort of driving into London and turning around and going back home again. That's an hour and a half. Birmingham is closer, right? Do you have anything that Aberdeen's famous for? Apart from you, before you threw that one in. The Granite City. Yeah, because it's famous for oil. Oh, really? What, they discovered oil in Aberdeen? How marvellous. What, gushing out of the ground? Good Lord. You've got Trump's International Golf Course. For those people who enjoy playing golf, that's where you have to go to, isn't it now, which is lovely. Balmoral. I've never been to Balmoral. Have you been there? What do you mean, yeah? Like it's... Yeah, but, well, listen, there's loads of other places 20 minutes from your house, but you don't go there either. Why, all of a sudden, would you want to go to Balmoral? I've been to Balmoral, Steve. No, you haven't. What was the most stunning thing about it? What was the most stunning thing about Balmoral? Leaving. See? Told you. He's never been there. Just trying to make himself more interesting. Steve, one of my favourite all-time films and actress... We don't do favourite films and actresses, I'm afraid. This is not local radio, Francie. OK? Don't write anything else like that ever again, otherwise I'll bow you. It's as simple as that. We don't... I mean, if it was local radio, we're doing your favourite Christmas smells. That's always a fairly popular one. Also, Jane Moore plugging the Panto at the Palladium, which isn't a pantomime. It's called Panto Land. I keep trying to explain to everybody. It's not pantomime. OK? It's a variety show. It's not the same. You have to know what it is, because if you book thinking it's a pantomime, you're going to be in for a bit of a disappointment. The Sun this morning... The cad that's got the cream, smirking Dominic West. I mean, it could be a publicity stunt to get him publicity. Because, to be honest with you, he's only 50. He's an old-looking 50. But he's got 5 children. EastEnders Cafe's gone green. Apparently, the BBC bosses have hired an eco-consultant to cut the soap's carbon emissions. So, vegetarian meals are now served in Ian Beale's Greasy Spoon. Oh, it's a load of old rubbish. It's only a soap opera. It doesn't really mean anything. How many more pages? You've got 3 pages of Dominic West. The wife. Now, if you remember this old trick of being seen kissing somebody and then sort of dragging the wife out for a photo opportunity has been performed by MPs over the years. You remember old Paddy Pantsdown? He all of a sudden was pictured with the wife and all the rest of it. They've all done it. You know, Charles has done the same sort of thing. They sort of bring out, you know, the wife, think, oh, it's all marvellous and all the rest of it. And you think, we're supposed to fall for this, but we don't. We don't fall for it. Britain's Got Talent judges, they're sort of banned from going to work. It was dealt a COVID-19 blow. So they're self-isolating, which is good. Which is good. Jane Moore, as I say, talking about she says, thrilled to hear the London Palladium's legendary panto will still go ahead this year. No, it won't. It's not their legendary pantomime. This is called Pantoland. It's completely different. Completely different. And so they've got loads of people in it, but it's a variety show. They're not doing a pantomime. They can't. They're socially distancing. It's not physically possible. Let joy be unconfined, she says. TV makeover show Changing Rooms is returning. Although I hope they don't bring back Handy Andy Kane. Handy Andy, because he lived around the corner, apparently. And so where he is at the moment, God alone knows. God alone knows. She says the world's first happiness museum to cheer people up has opened its doors in Copenhagen. The trouble is we're advised not to travel there, so we'll just have to stay glum. And then somebody said, isn't it amazing? You know, we're all trying to socially distance, and yet still the buses are running, one of the most dangerous places to be for people without masks, and trains, people without masks. And you think the mayor would be sort of saying, I'm terribly sorry, I shouldn't be recommending you use public transport, hence charging people who are very good and socially distancing in their own cars. The mayor doesn't quite see this, does he, really? The Wanted could reunite. I really don't want the Wanted to reunite. I'm sorry, you know, irrespective of Tom Parker revealing his brain tumour diagnosis. You know, they finished some years ago. They need to sort of move on from that. You can't reunite to celebrate their success. It's, you know, they're not, I don't think they were ever big enough. Trevor says, I know things are getting bad. I saw a gold Bentley filling up with petrol at Asda. Well, it's probably fairly cheap, actually. I should imagine, to fill up at Asda. I've filled up my car before at Sainsbury's, but not very often. Not very often. Steve, great show, just listening, as I've got a toothache. And I've been to the dentist. They've referred me to hospital, phoned the hospital. They don't know how long it'll be, says David in Sunderland. Well, probably ages, I should imagine. I mean, you know, because you can take Anodin Extra and stuff like that. You can sort of help yourself if you get a toothache, which I know can be extremely painful. And here's Bradley Walsh. He was looking after his dog, which had escaped. And for some reason, he's out with a photographer in the middle of the countryside. And somebody was taking pictures of him. I'd have a word with the police, actually, Bradley. You know, you don't want, you know, people to be taking pictures of you, do they? You know, while you're out in the countryside looking for your dog. That's a bit worrying, isn't it? The UK is joining NASA's programme to land the first what on the moon? The first woman on the moon. Can you believe that we don't have, and we haven't had, women landing on the moon? Businesses across Britain will be involved in designing and building parts of a planned lunar space station. Oh, they did it years ago. We did it with Thunderbirds. Alan was up there, I think, looking after Thunderbird 6 or something. It is expected to play a major role in NASA's Artemis programme to put a woman and the next man on the moon by 2024. That'd be great. I'm all in for it. Why it's taken so long? Why has it taken so long to actually put a woman on the moon? Rod Stewart and Elton John had a bit of a kick-off. Elton having one of his Queenie fits. You know, don't speak to me like that. Don't do this, don't like that. Rod says Elton doesn't like me at the moment. I was bang out of order. Correct, but bang out of order. And then Elton says, Rod had the effing cheek complaining about me promoting a tour while he was promoting a tour. What is it with these people? Honestly, stop it. Grow up. Somebody said, I think it's going to be a long, long time till Rod and me are pals again. It's quite funny. Also, a drunken thug was tasered after spitting at police. Best place for him. He was tasered in the nether regions, which is good news, isn't it, really? And nature shows can lift viewers' moods. So high TV images, like anything that David Attenborough does, can make you feel a bit better. A bit better about life, which is nice, isn't it? And if you're feeling a bit this morning, which everybody does, we all wake up on some day during the week and go, don't feel so exciting. Don't feel so exciting, but you can do, actually. Sounds a bit bizarre, says Matt, but thinking of having macaroni cheese for breakfast. I work on the assumption you can have anything you like. If you want to cook a steak for breakfast, have a steak for breakfast. In Australia, quite normal to have a steak for breakfast. Somebody says, can you speak Cantonese from your Hong Kong days? Well, actually, the only thing, Chris, that I remember is I learnt to count up to number 10. And the reason I learnt to count to number 10 is because it was in Chinese on the telephone dial. And so I learnt to do yak yi sam say lu chat bat gao sa, and that took you up to number 10. And I only learnt that off the telephone direct. It's funny, it stays with you, isn't it? It stays with you all these years later. And bearing in mind I was 9 years old at the time. Actually, I tell a lie. I think I was 8. Yeah, the phones had it went to number 0 to 10 on it. It was a dial. You pushed, yeah, and you had 10. Come around and slap your legs in a minute. You're really getting on my nerves this morning. I don't know why, but if you eat another donut, I'm going to make sure you never eat another donut ever again. You just eat another donut. So annoying. So annoying. Put it away, you don't want to work in radio. You definitely don't want to work it. Steve, Daily Mail still can't spell till properly on the front page. They say cash register. Yes. And Steve, you mentioned Alan just now. Reminded me of your lovely Alan Dodgen you used to have on the show. What's he doing now? I don't know, actually. I've not spoken to Alan for a while. He's still around. Jez says Jordan on the moon. We should be so lucky. And Steve, if it wasn't for you, Jordan wouldn't get a mention in the media. You're joking. She's in the media every day. Well, she didn't quite make it into the papers because they actually think she's a bit boring, so they put her online. And because everybody knows what an old fake she is. And all she wants with this latest little boyfriend is, because stuff about him will be coming out very shortly. It always is. Especially when she finishes with him, as she will. It happens all the time. It's a little pattern it follows. She's desperately lonely, desperately unhappy with life. Steve, totally agree. Tree and lights going up this week. We need a feel-good factor with all this bad news, which is COVID. Yes, absolutely. Listen, if you do something, Chris, in Nantwich, that makes you feel better, do it. Do it. Don't ever be dictated to by anybody. People go, oh, you shouldn't be celebrating this because, well, sod off. Seriously. You must do something. If it makes you feel better, do it. That's all that matters. It's like me coming into work, working with these old reprobates in here, and you have to put up with sort of, you have to go along with it. Seriously, sometimes I don't want to, but, I have to sort of put myself forward and go, yeah, because I like to think I'm the same age that they are. Mentally. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850. Alan in Chin was very impressed. The Chinese wife, very impressed with your Cantonese numbers. I know, the pronunciation is a bit off. I think I do Cantonese, but with a slight Szechuan accent. And so that's why it doesn't quite sound as good as it could do. I could hold my own in a conversation. I want to be like that bloke Sharma, who's on YouTube, who's an American, and he speaks fluent Cantonese and Fuganese as well. And it's so funny because people don't get it. He's surprised. He'll be sort of chatting, and you think to yourself, it's so clever. He's so clever. And there's quite a few of them on there. There's some girls who speak fluent Cantonese, and people just don't expect it. And all of a sudden, you've made the effort. It's like going to Spain, and you learn to speak a little bit of Spanish, or you go to Germany and you learn a little bit of German. And things like that. It makes the effort. People will then help you out a little bit. But, if you don't make any effort at all, you might as well just not bother. Steve, the planet Mars is shining bright this morning next to the crescent moon. Yes, in fact, is this not, for the first time in God knows how many years, Mars is actually a lot closer to us? I think it is. Here's a bloke called Carl McCartney. He went to a company called Drive to Recruit He said he'd get a starter pack to complete, but he received an insulting message. He was sent an email from the bosses calling him a chav. The email from the interviewer, which was meant for her colleague, said, spoke to him 28th 9th 20, a real chaver. Only contact him if we need a multi-dropper. Would be no good for bells. It's not the right thing, is it really? Imagine, I'm terribly sorry, you didn't get the job because you're a chav. Mind you, I mean, I don't think chavs are protective species, so you could probably get away with that. He says, I don't know why they called me a chav. Well, look in the mirror. And he was made redundant as a UPS driver 6 months ago, was devastated. Now, why were you made redundant? Because they're still driving UPS around all over the place. Why would you be made redundant? But Drive to Recruit has refused to comment on the email. A spokesman said they tried to resolve the issue with Carl directly, which he denies. Yeah, they always do that. It's like that bloke the other day, the one with only one leg and one arm, and claimed that they took away his disability badge, and it turned out he didn't follow up with the information that they required to process it. And again, you've got that story in one of the papers today. It's an old story. He did not come up with the information that they wanted. They weren't denying him a badge at all. If you want to milk it, but, not the right thing to do. There was what was I watching? Oh, it was another one of these things in America where some horrible people were trying to stop some young people using the local swimming pool, which was their perfect right to. But apparently, and one of the things it says, you have to be with your parents. But this is a girl over the age of 18. She doesn't need to be with her parents. And there's this bloke standing there saying, get out. And she's going, why don't you just go? I mean, I wanted to swear. I was swearing at him because he was a right little thug. And he was a fat bloke. And he's standing on all the plants outside saying, get out. Get out. This is not for you. She said, well, you use it all the time. Why can't we use it all the time? We live here as well. It's supposed to be with your parents. You go, well, I'll tell you what, let's go back down the cemetery, shall we? We'll dig him up and bring him round for you. He was a horrible man. She said, I'll wait till the police get here. Much, much easier. Much easier. And, Steve, if on Halloween night there was a knock on your door and the producers were trick-or-treating as Laurel and Hardy, what would the reaction be? I'd electrify the door. Oh, yes, absolutely. There's no hesitation of things like that. Steve, NASA are actually developing a spacecraft at the moment with a rear-view mirror, so the female astronauts can do their makeup. Oh, that is so sexist. That is so sexist. Really terrible. Monica says you've started it, mentioning Mayor on Light Entertainment Show in your Twitter account. There's a picture how most side streets and some major ones look in London now. The pictured one in Greenwich, normally quite a normal place, says Monica. My favourite Jewish Gabby. Bless her heart, honestly. She's still going. She's still going, even at this time of the morning. Also, Darren and Gina in Staines by the river. That's a bit chilly, isn't it, this morning? But anybody seen the planet Mars? Have you been out and had a look, Corey, and had a look, see if you can see it? It's supposed to be a lot closer to it. It's about 38 million miles away, so almost like next door. Almost like next door as far as we're all concerned. I like the idea of looking at the planets. Apparently if you've got telescopes, you can look at it and see it's... We should be able to see it with the naked eye. It should be closer. It should line up with the Earth. I think the Moon, the Earth and Mars, or the Moon, Earth... the Moon... Mars, the Earth. I think that's how it works, but somebody else will know. Dave Goff is a legend, Steve. Yeah, riveting. Thank you so much. Well, he's got the travel for us this week, so he has to be... that is Dave actually texting in on how much of a legend he is. You know what people are like. So, Greta Thunberg and David Attenborough are going to speak at a virtual event. A quarter of the crew on a scandal-hit nuclear submarine have caught COVID-19. Tired Tyson, he was on a chat, they sort of worried a little bit for him, as indeed you would. Plus, 1 in 4 adults finds it's harder to relax in the home after it becomes their workplace. Because, it must drive you absolutely balmy bonkers, I should imagine. Herd of elephants pictured going through landfill for human leftovers. They're so hungry. They would normally eat grass and trees and shrubs and everything else, but having to do landfill sites, which is not great. There's a man caught trying to buy grenades and Semtex, has fled Britain, but they've got his name, and don't worry, he will be returned. And the Nolans on cancer. They say we look like a Right Said Fred tribute act, because 2 of them are bald, as you know. They've had their hair which has fallen out. Plus, the Great Barrier Reef in Australia is disappearing faster than scientists feared. In fact, in the last 25 years, it's gone down quite considerably. Apple's new Wheeze, an iPhone with no charger. It's got a magnet on the back, and you just charge it up against a plate or something, which is good news. Cliff Richard turns 80. He's got an album and an autobiography, and he's touring again, but the fans will have bought up the tickets already. Why? Because they absolutely adore him. And the best radio hosts ever. They've done a list. It doesn't include people like me or Nick Ferrari or Jolly Old Brian. And it's music radio. Although one person at LBC makes the list. Eddie Mayer makes the list. He'll be thrilled. He'll be so excited. I'm quite excited that he's made the list as well. And I'll read you. Well, you know who the number one is, don't you? Have I told you the number one is? It can only be the one person. Come on. Who's number one? Zoe Ball? No, dear. No. Terry Wogan. The old Wogan. Hello, And then it's well, I don't know if it's of all time because it doesn't go back any further than Terry Wogan. But I did scour the list to see if I was on it, but apparently I'm not. It doesn't matter, I'm not bitter. Not bitter in any way, shape or form. But Quality Street tubs are missing much loved sweets. The one that they're missing the most, the chocolate caramel brownie. None. Milk chocolate blocks 4, caramel swirl 4, green triangle 4, purple 1 4, orange crunch 4, toffee finger 4, toffee penny. I didn't know it was called a toffee penny. That's that bit of flattened toffee. Yeah, the round one. The 6 of those. Fudge 8, strawberry delight 8, coconut eclair 8, and orange cream 8, or orange creme, which I like. I like soft. Don't do hard. Don't do that at all. I think you'll find Mars is next door. When you say next door, what do you mean next? What do you mean next door? Shane says, come to Bondi. You, Corey and Thomas will be great lifesavers. No, they wouldn't. Seriously, I promise you, they wouldn't, yeah. Apparently Thomas was a lifeguard in his dream, Oh, I can save you. I've got a polystyrene float. Here I come, running down the beach. No. Polystyrene, not very useful. Used to eat most of it. Thought it was a nice lolly. It was a what's-it, was it really? Yeah, Corey, of course, would never ever be a lifeguard on a beach. He'd be the person being saved constantly. He'd be going, don't go back into the water, Corey. Oh, he's run into the water again. Okay. Help! Oh, God, here we go. Try and rescue him back out again. Is it Venus shining bright next to the crescent moon? Mars is in the sky. If you turn your back to the moon, says Steve, the Waltham Abbey caretaker. Well, whatever. Matt says, get Towie on tonight. I can't wait. As for Monica... I believe she lives in Hampton like me. Does she? Well, you can't go stalking Monica. Bill Vickery's had a tooth out, apparently. He says, just had a tooth out. What, like right now? How'd you get a tooth out at this time of the morning? Do you know when you were little, you have a wobbly tooth, and you go, oh, and then your dad would say, well, should we take it out? And you go, and they put a bit of cotton round it and tie it to the door handle. Do you remember that one? That's what they used to do in our house. And so then all of a sudden he'd tie it to the door and then shut the door. Out it would come, and then you'd pop it under your pillow, and then when you were sleeping, they'd stick sixpence there, or threepence. I can't remember what it was, actually. It was never a fortune, but I was always quite grateful. A little bit of extra money, to spend on something nice. 84850, Steve, and... another one says here, have you heard about the man who can't stop shouting broccoli and cauliflower at the top of his voice? Doctors think he might have florets. I know, it's a bad one, isn't it? Bar him. And Monica says, no, she doesn't live near Hampton, by the way. She lives the opposite side of London, somewhere between New Haven and Seaford. Yeah, definitely doesn't live near you. Definitely does not. Back to work now, Steve. And... So I'm back to work after 4 months off. Luckily, I've got a job to come back to as the vending industry is taking a beating at the moment. Just before I went off, we got a puppy. She's now 9 months. Apparently, the price of pups have rocketed. They're so cute, aren't they, puppies? Stu, they are so cute. I keep trying to... I keep thinking to myself, should I get a dog? Should I get a dog? And I thought, no. What can I do? If I go away on holiday, somebody's going to have to look after it, and then, and I think, no, I can't. It would be so unfair. Steve stepped outside to have a look at Mars after your comments, picked it out immediately. Well, we think it's Venus now. But it doesn't matter, whatever it is, it's up in the sky. You thought it was Jupiter. Yeah, but you would. You're from Aberdeen. That's probably the only one that you... What did Corey think it was? Yes, I thought he might have done. Yes, he thought it was another one, ladies and gentlemen. Corey, again, has had a donut this morning, and it's affected him deeply. Yeah, one donut. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, without your comments, I would have forgotten to look, says Paul, who's in Grayslake, Illinois, the colonies. So it's Venus by the moon, not Mars. Mars was closest to the Earth last Tuesday and in the west, says Keith. So now you know. Now you know. Steve, the parents don't put the money under your pillow. It's the tooth fairy. Next you'll be saying Father Christmas doesn't exist. Well, that's rubbish because I've seen him. I've met him. I've met the great man on a few occasions. He knows me by name. He knows that I've been good. You know, and so I always get presents every Christmas, which is nice, isn't it? Father Christmas buy you presents? Thomas, do you get presents? How many presents do you get from Father Christmas? He's wrapped some coal for you. Oh, is that to keep the fire going? To teach you a lesson, yeah. I mean, I think even if you've been naughty, you still get a Christmas present, don't you? Don't you? Was Father Christmas on? No, we used to talk to him every Christmas Eve on LBC. He used to come on and we would get children to phone up and they would speak to Father Christmas. Then he'd say, "Are you going to be very good?" He was very good ICW, yeah. And then he used to say, "I've got to go now, Steve, because I've got to go and load the sleigh up." And I used to think that was really good, and all the kids loved it. His entourage was huge. What Father Christmas is. No, it wasn't. The PR was a bit of a pain, I have to be honest. You know, come on, everybody else wants to talk to Father Christmas. Yeah, but we got him first, all right? We get him every year. Well, he's busy. You know, he wants to do another show. Well, he can't. He has to do mine. Apparently, Phil's tooth, excuse me, broke into 3 pieces. Bits sore, all stitched up. My dentist asked which part hurts. I said, my bank account. Phil Vickery goes private. 200 quid for taking out a tooth. Small wonder you never see a poor dentist. It's either dentists or vets. Oh, sorry, that was me. And a lot of people looking at the night sky now, which I'm very grateful for. Thank you very much indeed. But spare a thought for poor. I bit my cheek going home yesterday on the train. Phil Vickery will know what this is like. And I was sitting on the train and I bit into something. It might have been a bit of popcorn. Oh, it's the bus. So you kind of tell the difference now. Buses, trains, who knows? Montgolfier balloon, could be anything. And I bite into this bit of popcorn. I don't know why. And I bit the side of my mouth and all of a sudden I've got blood. And I'm like, And there was like a lot of blood. So I swallowed quickly. You have to, don't you? I mean, I used to do that when I was younger. I don't like doing it now. I'm a little bit funny. If I cut my finger, they say, you know, suck the blood out. Oh, no. That's a bit vampirish, isn't it? Captain Tom has got the first Veterans Rail card to say thank you to the World War II service. 830,000 people will benefit from cut price travel. Good for it. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, he can have whatever he wants. He raised £33 million. That man can have anything. Anything. Matt says, I've decided and admit I'm addicted to sweets. Visit ye old sweet shop regularly in Kingston. Brought some cola cubes yesterday. There's a little sweet shop like that down Church Street, which is very popular. It's got all the old, you know, the toffee crunches and everything else in there, which is quite nice. Not for me, but it's for, you know, other people. So if you like those sort of sweet shops, I know where that one is that you've been to. They've got all the old-fashioned, but it's only pretend. I mean, the glass jars aren't even glass; they're plastic, which is a shame. I think they should be glass, as they used to be in the early days. This is the picture that has made it into the Wildlife Photographer of the Year, taken by Sergei Gorshkov in eastern Russia after a stakeout, and it's a tiger leaning up against a tree. They had 49,000 entries. And there was a monkey in Borneo, a family of great crested grebes in Spain, and all sorts of other animals. But it was the tiger gripping the tree to obviously have a scratch, because they like scratches, scratching themselves, which is good fun. What else we got? The Great Barrier Reef, as I said, that's not looking promising. Lost more than half of corals in the past 25 years. Oh, goodness me, honestly. Place it, and I've never even seen it. I've never even seen the Great Barrier Reef. I mean, I've seen it, obviously, on the television, but I've never actually seen it. You know, I'd like to go in a boat over the top of it and have a look what it looks like. Or failing that, I mean, if I was feeling really brave, diving down. Steve, you've started me staring up the planters. I woke my partner, Jez, up to tell you it takes 6 years to reach Jupiter. She said, bye. Not good, is it? It's funny when you think how many millions of miles away these places are. We can see them. I'd love to go, but I don't want to land. I'd just like to hover over the planet, have a good look, see what it's got. Has it got forests? Other people wandering around waving at the spacecraft? No, of course there's not. Of course there's not. Jacqueline Josser. You know who she is. She's the one without makeup on, unrecognisable. And her firm goes into liquidation. How is this possible? And she wound down the company with it owing £32,000 in tax. The actress put her firm, Puka Bash Limited, into voluntary liquidation last year, owing the money in VAT and corporation tax. She was reportedly paid 75 grand for I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. The company was set up to handle cash from her role as Lauren Branning in EastEnders. Official documents were lodged this week with Companies House. The liquidator said examinations have identified a number of payments from the company that require further investigation and explanation from the director, and inquiries are ongoing. I mean, that seems a bit odd, doesn't it? £32,000 tax owed, and so she puts the company into liquidation. She's married to Dan Osborne, the one they don't want back on Towie, mainly because he's just not very pleasant. And who are the DJs of all time? I don't know who actually did this. I don't know where it is. It generally speaking. Anyway, number 30. Okay. Victoria Derbyshire. I can't believe she's still on the television. The programme with zero audience. Number 29 is Mark Radcliffe. Alan Corran at 28. Kirsty Young at 27. What does she do? Kirsty Young. Didn't she do Desert Island Disc? Nicholas Parsons at 26. You don't have to be... It doesn't matter whether you're alive or passed on. John Humphreys, 25. Annie Mac at 24. Trevor Nelson, 23. Nikki Campbell. Then Alan Freeman. Danny Baker, that'll upset them. Janice Long at 19, Jeremy Vine at 18, Alistair Cook at 17, Nick Grimshaw at 16, Jimmy Young at 15, Joe Wiley 14, Brian Johnson 13, Paul Gambaccini 12, Annie Nightingale. Do you know she's 80? Did we discover that the other day? Annie Nightingale was 80, I couldn't believe it. I thought that must be some mistake. Simon Mayo, number 10, nobody knows where he's gone to, completely just disappeared completely. Graham Norton, number 9. Ken Bruce, 8. Zoe Ball, 7. Steve Wright, number 6. Number 5, Kenny Everett. 4, Chris Evans. 3, Tony Blackburn. 2, John Peel. And number 1, the old Wogan. Apparently he was he was the greatest broadcaster of all time in a poll. So there you go. Interesting. They only polled 1,500 people, though. Must be 1,500 people only listen to the one station. They don't seem to venture away from it, which is okay. Doesn't really make any difference. Phil Vickery says, sorry, the DJ list cannot be right if you're not on it. I know, outrageous. Seriously. I mean, I'm not a bitter person, but I've been overlooked in the honours system yet again. How many more years do you need to do, for goodness sake? And Chris in Bristol says, I've been out looking at the night sky. Really clear, you can see everything. Good. Thank you. And Alan says, man goes into a pub with a giraffe. They order drink after drink, and the giraffe is so drunk he falls over. The barman says, you can't leave that lying there. The man said, that's not a lion, it's a giraffe. No? OK, I'll have to think about that one. Leave that lying there. Lion there, yeah. Chris Moyles wasn't on the list. I can't believe you're not on it either. You've been done a disservice. Well, we think they stood outside Broadcasting House. I don't think they went any further. Even Will Guyot says that list is rubbish. Where's you? Where's Chris Moyles? Where's all the people here? There's loads of people in this building. Loads of people. They didn't mention that, did they? I mean, the person who's on the top of the list is dead. What does that tell you about the state of broadcasting on that station? I can't see Mars or Jupiter, says Simon. I'm in Yorkshire and it's cloudy as usual. Well, I think it's a little bit of rain. I forgot to do the weather, actually. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 9 degrees. Expect rain starting in the afternoon and cloudy skies tonight with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 14 degrees and the low will be 9.
And the chance of rain, 50%. 50% chance of rain. Actually, though, yesterday was it was a bit it was something and nothing. Something and nothing. There was hardly any sort of rain. Somebody says you're nominated. Does that count? I wasn't nominated. Unless you've seen a different list, in which case you need to send me a link. Jez says Steve Allen number 1, Nick Ferrari number 2. Oh, there we go. I'm happy now. We've made up our own awards, which is fantastic. And Steve, the Daily Star today. This is more on Dominic West. They must be laughing, actually. They've never had so much coverage. 1 minute they called him the cad, and the next minute he's out with the wife. And the bubble coming out of their mouth, they've done speech bubbles. And the one coming out of his mouth is, "What's my motivation in this scene, darling?" And she goes, "Not to get your nuts cut off, dear." I love it. I love it. Piers Morgan said he could become the next James Bond if his telly career ends. Well, let's pray that it doesn't. I don't think we could have Piers Morgan as James Bond. Although he could be doing all right with it, actually. Could be doing all right with it. Cliff Richard says he could be a rock star consultant. He's 80 today. 80. Many, many happy returns of the day. Also, the canny Scousers planning to dodge new pub lockdown laws by wolfing down pasties with their pints. Okay. Laura Whitmore has revealed she doesn't trust teleproducers. I don't think they trust you, do they, dearly? I don't think so. And Bill Bailey was the inspiration for Underworld's 90s anthem, Born Slippy. Very talented boy. Bill Bailey, one of my favourite comedians. Mike Tyson fans were left fearing for the boxing legend as he appeared confused and tired on television. He was being interviewed to promote his upcoming fight against Roy Jones. He was appearing on Good Morning Britain via a video link from America, but the sporting giant appeared confused as he replied to Piers Morgan and Susanna Reid. After he complained his earpiece was too loud, Susanna quickly interjected and insisted she'd keep her voice down. Which is okay, isn't it? Mind you, always looks a bit confused to me. Just a little bit. Colin Farrell is in the new Batman movie. Do you know, I've never seen any of the Batman movies. I mean, I've seen the original ones that they put on the television, but I've never seen the actual films. Doesn't interest me. Georgie Toffolo left Holly and Pip speechless as she read out a racy segment of her new book. She was promoting her romantic novel called Meet Me in London. Ooh. There you go. The famous Machu Picchu landmark in Peru has been opened for a single tourist trapped in the country for 7 months by the virus lockdown. I'd love that. Was on my bucket list, going to Machu Picchu. I always fancied doing that just to see what it looks like. Really, definitely. Dawn Neeson today talking about another day, another woke joke, race row. This time, much fuss is being made about an Israeli woman being chosen to play Cleopatra in a new movie. Why have they not selected an Egyptian actress? The cultural appropriation mob hissed, slightly ignoring the fact that the real Cleo was Greek. But hey-ho. Any case, trust her to know that. Trust her to investigate that one. I find that's so clever. In any case, the gorgeous actress concerned, Wonder Woman star, who I think is called Gal Gadot, has insisted she'll be taking the role no matter what. And those who don't like it can kiss her asp. Absolutely. I love the way people go, "Oh, you can't be taking that role on." Well, she's taken it. She's taken it. Also, Dominic West caught in several intimate clinches with his 31-year-old co-star. He's 50, she's 31. How original, says Dawn Neeson. To prove his marriage was rock solid, he persuaded the wife of 10 years to pose at the garden gate of the family home, Little Britain style, share a kiss and issue a joint statement about how much they loved one another. The fact that the missus had gone... the fact that the missus had some Richter's grin of someone with trapped wind was neither here nor there. I thought it was just a publicity stunt. That's what I thought. Oslo Spikers here. Surely, Steve, you deserve the KBE for services to a nation. Oh, I think so too. I think so. Perhaps next year, perhaps the producer will write in and nominate Steve Allen for something, you know. Give him a CDM, a Cadbury's Dairy Milk. I could have a little award. But you don't need an award in this business. All you need is audience figures. That's all it comes down to. It's audience figures. You know, you find all sorts of people who've sort of been doing radio. Not admittedly as long as I have. Not on the same station. That's the whole idea, isn't it? Most of these people have sort of floated about all over the place. For those people who love the old flying saucers and, all sorts of other strange things, then the former Soviet Union is home to unsolved legends of monsters, aliens and spirits, including a flying saucer that they brought down, a skeleton, and all these bizarre... It's all completely fake. Every single bit of it is completely fake, including the cosmonaut Musa Manarov, who actually filmed a rotating cigar-shaped object from the Mir space station, something he couldn't explain. Of course not. Because the trouble is, the easiest people to fool are scientists. They really are. It's a love story. Oh, it's a book out. This is Shirley and Martin Kemp. They're obviously capitalising on this one as quick as possible. And so there's a whole page taken out in the Daily Star to tell you that this book is out. This is Roman's parents, because you know that Roman does a little show on the television with his dad Martin, and it's out now. It's 15 quid. It's in hardback. That's quite nice, isn't it? So you get to see lots of pictures of the camps. They can talk about Wham to Spandau Ballet. Good. Love Island's biggest success stories are set to spill the beans on how they made their romance last, or in most of the cases not. So they've got Nathan Massey, Cara de la Hoyd, as well as Olivia and Alex Bowen. It's called What Happened Next, like anybody cares. So I don't think anybody cares. The show must go on for the Sports Personality of the Year, and a little bit dreary as far as I'm concerned. So favourites in the running... Marcus Rashford, boxer Tyson Fury, and snooker legend Ronnie O'Sullivan. Oh, God, honestly. The same drearies all the time. Oh, let's give them an award. Sorry, can you string two words together? No, most of them can't. But it doesn't matter. At least we make the effort, and we do love an awards ceremony, don't we? We love an awards ceremony. You know why? Because it cheers us up. We feel a bit better about life. So much better. Dawn says, that's Neeson, she says, Mum says hello. Bless. Mum says hello. It's always nice, isn't it, when your mum's up at the... Come on, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Most people, if you work in Fleet Street or you're working on television, you need to be up at this time to get... Although, actually, we used to cheat on Channel 5. I would go to work looking a little bit sort of... because you knew that by the time, you'd washed your hair and they'd done your makeup, everybody looks brilliant on television. It's the only time you ever look good. People do your makeup and you go, do you know, that was good. Dale used to take his makeup artist around with him. If he was doing an appearance on another show, he would take her because she knew how much makeup he had applied. Lots. And so he would take her and he would pay her separately. Whether he made any money on the programme or not, he was a bit balmy like that. And Matthew says, you mentioned Toff. I saw that yesterday. Mad as, but defo a bit of me. Absolutely gorgeous. Yep. Monica says, well, most famous Cleo actress Liz Taylor was also Jewish, causing the movie to be initially banned in Egypt. Was it really? That was the thing. She hated that film, didn't she? They started making it in this country, then they had to transfer back to Hollywood land because the weather here was so atrocious. So atrocious. And she had a fear of heights, and they brought her in to Rome on the top of this huge thing. It must have been, look, quite spectacular. Quite spectacular. Colin says, I saw a flying saucer once, then a frying pan, then a cup. She wasn't happy. You see, I want to believe things like that, but I can't because it's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But, at least I've done me better. Lola says hello, says Will Guyot. But also a lot of people writing to me now on my private emails going, where are you on that list of all these sort of DJs? The answer is, I'm not on it. I'm not on it. Well, in fact, loads of us are not on it. Chris Moyles is not on it. Roman's not on it. Sonny's not on it. I mean, there's more presenters in this building. Ferrari's not on it. Dave O'Brien's not on it. Eddie Mayer's on it. Darren Adams not on it. No. I mean, I don't feel so bad, that I'm not on it. No, he's not on it either. Time to make a quick cup of tea. It's Hobo. Welcome to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7 this morning, and then you've got the Dominic West and his wife Catherine. I mean, you can't work out whether or not the thing was a giant publicity stunt for his latest film, or if he's just parading her because that's what people do in that business. Quick, come out here. And so I'm not sure if they're still together or if they're not still together. Either way, they've managed to milk it like there's no tomorrow. It's in every newspaper. It's got pages of it. Pages. 2 and 3 in the Mail. on whether or not somebody had a snog with his co-star. It's hilarious. And they've got pictures of Dominic kissing his wife, Catherine. And then they've got other pictures of Dominic and his co-star, Lily James, whizzing around Rome on a very dangerous shared electric scooter. Very lucky he wasn't killed. And then canoodling over a long lunch in the Italian sunshine. Ooh. And then issuing a statement. Oh, no, my wife and I are together. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why people bother getting married in this business. It seems a bit of a pointless exercise, doesn't it, really? And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Also, the vaccine trial halted after volunteer becomes ill. They're still saying, aren't they? At the moment, the vaccine boss says there's no hope of normality until July. That'll be next year. Which is slightly disturbing. Also, mourners were told they couldn't say the Lord's Prayer at a grandmother's funeral the other day because chanting could spread COVID. I mean, it gets more bizarre by the day. However, the official who conducted the service said the 15 mourners, who all wore masks and were socially distanced, merely mumbled the prayer. Christians said the ruling was cruel, but council-run Coy Church Crematorium in Bridgend, South Wales, refused to back down and is continuing to prevent grieving families reciting prayers together. Well, go to somewhere else. They say one of the celebrants, Alison, who conducted the service, says, I was flabbergasted. There was no...
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Shut up.
Could you please repeat what you said?
No, it's nothing to do with you. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the listeners. Honestly, it's got mind... Yeah, all right. Mind of its own, this blooming phone, hasn't it? You sometimes wonder whether or not there are ghosts in this studio and they're activating the phone. Anyway, celebrant, as I say, Alison, said I was flabbergasted. There was no way we were chanting or shouting. The congregation were mumbling the Lord's Prayer. What's unbelievable is this crematorium is going to carry on doing this. It's dreadful. So, well, go elsewhere. You don't have to use the crematorium they recommend. Go somewhere else. She'd reached the end of the 20-minute service last week when the mourners began reciting the prayer. As they were finishing, a chapel attendant burst in to stop them. Mrs. Davis says, when I phoned the manager, she said reciting the prayer is classed as chanting and shouting. Stupid crematorium. What a stupid place. A right little Jobsworth, who came up with the family standing there. Local MP Alex Davis-Jones, I mean, don't get more Welsh than that, do you? Davis-Jones says, I was appalled. Praying in a low tone doesn't break any coronavirus rules. Ridiculous. Somebody from Christian Concern said this has a chilling effect. A Welsh Government spokesman said venues should use common sense. Bridgend County Borough Council insisted crematorium bosses were just following rules. Oh, go away, you stupid person. It's idiots like you that make us wonder whether or not you're actually in the real world. This is after, the family was sort of told off at a funeral after a son went to comfort his mother. Craig had seen his mother was upset and moved near to her, and then a member of staff interrupted and shouted at them to move the chairs back again. Stupid people. Go elsewhere. These people are idiots. Complete idiots. It's a funeral service. Nobody shouts or chants the Lord's Prayer. You mumble it to yourself. Goodness sake, honestly. Apple launched the latest iPhone. I think Will Guy's going to be on tomorrow morning with Darren, and so he'll be talking about the iPhone 12, which apparently seems to be at the right sort of price. It's been tested in water to a depth of 20 feet, because that's always the danger, isn't it? Have you ever dropped a phone in the toilet? I know. We all have. It's also got a night mode, claimed to bring in 27% more light, and the video can shoot in Dolby Vision and HDR. Wow. Very good. Also, they've got crystals in the glass screen, mean it's 4 times less likely to smash when dropped. I want one of these. Goes on sale October 23rd. And it was quite good. I think it's a bit cheaper than some of the other Apple iPhones. But, of course, as usual, there'll be a shortage of the blooming things. They never seem to make enough. They do loads of publicity. And then, as anybody will tell you, you go to get one, they go, oh, no, we don't have any at the moment. So turn it into, I really want it. Bob in Exeter says, love the show. Thank you. And the story of the crematorium in Bridgend, disgraceful. Jobsworths. Give them a clipboard and a high-vis jacket and they're happy. Yeah. Rosie says, she says Dave O'Brien. Do you mean James? Well, he's James on the radio. Stage name. You actually know him as James O'Brien. I know him as Dave. Dave Ethelred O'Brien. I mean, sometimes people don't like their real names to be known. So another one here. says that you don't believe in aliens, but do you believe in ghosts? No. No, don't believe in anything like that. I don't believe in flying saucers, little green men. I don't believe in poltergeist. I don't believe in nothing like that at all. Absolutely nothing. I don't believe in Roswell or whatever they called it. I don't believe in any of these sort of things. I don't believe any of these sort of mad people who work for the Russian army and things like that who saw a spaceship. No, I don't believe any of that. I don't believe spaceships have ever buzzed aircraft. I really don't. Otherwise there'd be hundreds and hundreds of people. So that's it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Graham says, I'm not sure Go Somewhere Else works for funerals. Go wherever you like. You don't have to go where they tell you where to go. I mean, come on, surely you must know. Perhaps you've never been to any funerals. You can go wherever you like. You can go, I don't want to go to that one. If you're going to a crematorium or you're going to a graveyard, you can go where you want. You just pick out the ones you want. It's as simple as that. He said, unless, of course, you're an underworld hitman who can arrange death on command. No, you can go somewhere else. You can go anywhere you like. You don't have to go to the same one. If it's a particular crematorium you don't like the sound of, you don't go there. Go to another one. But it makes no difference to the funeral directors. They just load the person up and they take them to wherever you want to go. They sort of book in a time. Much easier. Much easier. A lot of people sort of saying about we will be doing Christmas early this year. Much earlier, which is better, isn't it? Somebody says, I think you'll find there's a Waitrose in Twickenham. Yeah? Why would I think there wasn't? I use it every day. Why would I think there was not a Waitrose in Twickenham? I live in Twickenham. I live in Waitrose. In there every single day. Wesley says, what's the best Prosecco? Oh, they're all good. I don't have any differences at all. The one that Waitrose do is very good. The one that M&S do is very good. They've got a special offer on at Costco for Prosecco, and some of the other supermarkets are doing good prices. Very, very good prices on Prosecco. Stock up for Christmas, as they say. Also, this one here, who says, I still listen to Tony Blackburn. Yep. Well, loads of people do. I mean, heavens above, he's been in the business, but he's been in lots of different stations, hasn't he? I've been in the same station for a long time. Long time. Somebody else talking about flying saucers, which luckily we don't believe in. And I'm looking at Mars right now, says Monaghan, opposite direction to Venus and the Moon. In short, doing westward zigzag between Dartford and Erith. 5th today. Lovely morning. Do you know, I think this is the best time of the morning. Isn't it fun? Isn't this driving the best time to drive? When the sun's coming up and everything looks fantastic. I love it. I seriously love it. I can't get it. Everything is golden, isn't it? The trees, bare, naked. The leaves on the ground. Sorry, I was naked. The leaves are on the ground and the road sweepers go, oh, we love this time of year. We've got to pick all the leaves up. And it's fantastic. I think it looks great. Look better with a bit of snow, but they're putting all the lights up in London. There will be Christmas lights and probably in your neck of the woods as well. Will Guyett says, plenty of iPhone 12s will be available. Smallest screen, 4.7 inches, biggest 6.7. How big will yours be? I'm going to sneeze. Dear honestly, hand lotion. It's ridiculous. Thank goodness I'm doing it all by myself. I'm socially isolating in the studio. Because nobody wants to be in here with me and talk to me. Sometimes they do bring things in. So I go for the biggest. I like a big screen because I'm not blessed with the best eyesight, but I like a big screen. I don't know my iPhone, I don't know what size screen that is. But I'm assuming, so 6.7 inches, I haven't got a tape measure with me. I wouldn't know what 6.7 inches look like. So would that be about 6.7 inches, or is mine bigger than that, do you think? Your mine's bigger? Oh, God, honestly. We have to suffer the jokes, don't we, on the programme? So the answer is, Will, I've got no idea. I don't want something too small. I mean, 4.7 inches is totally useless to me. Totally useless. The boys have said exactly the same, but you're kind of stuck with it, aren't you? And you believe in God, somebody says. Like ghosts and aliens, there's no proof God exists. No, but I'd rather be on the side of somebody who can kind of decide what happens to you at the end of life, which is good. Steve, you don't believe in aliens, spaceships, Loch Ness monsters, because they're all man-made and fabricated. Of course they are. People want to believe in something. Have you noticed the only person who was talking about the Loch Ness monster fantasy the other day was the bloke who operates a boat selling trips on Loch Ness with sonar and stuff like that. That's why he's keeping it going. Otherwise, it just disappears. Steve. If there's another lockdown in London, will you be working from home, says Ian? No. Didn't work from home last time. I see no reason why we would do it now. David O'Brien said exactly the same. In fact, he said it on air the other day. You know, you need to come into work. What we do for a living, you need to come into work. It's not like that we sit there on computers. You know, you need to come in and you need to meet people. And that's what gets the programmes done. You couldn't get the same thing sitting at home talking to yourself. Just wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. I found some... Lovely. Some more names on this list of the top 40 champions of the airwaves. Melvyn Bragg, Humphrey Lyttelton, Eddie Mayers, number 31, Zane Lowe, Sue Lawley, Sue McGregor, Chris Morris, Lauren Laverne and Jenny Murray. Poor old Jenny Murray, honestly, right at the bottom of the list. Right at the bottom of the list. More on. Oh, a teen. Here she is. She's chav, if ever there was one. Her name is Rihanna Bullitt. 18. Really the stupidest person you've ever seen. She got stopped. The police had been following her for a little while. She was caught driving a car full of friends. What was so unusual about her? She'd binged on ecstasy and cannabis. And she was driving people. She really is the thickest of the thick. She's a college student. She had apparently tried to perform a 3-point turn in the middle of the road moments before being pulled over. This is in Stockport. She's been disqualified for 12 months. She'd been preparing for her A-levels, but they were scrapped after school. They picked her up at 9:45pm in a village of Pickmere near Knutsford, as the attention was drawn to the number of young people inside who didn't look as if they were from the same household. She's really thick. She had 37 micrograms of MDMA, which is the chemical name for ecstasy. The limit is 10. Representing herself in court, because she's even as thick as you believe she is, she says, "At the time I took drugs because I thought they would help me. I'm very sorry, it'll never happen again." Honestly, nothing worse than liars, is there? So here she is, stupid person of stupid people. Quite ridiculous. If she'd had an accident, there'd be people dead in that car, plus the other car as well. Doesn't even bear thinking about, does it? Why are these people so stupid? Also, what have we got here? Summer surge for hate crime. Store sued after diamond fell out of ring. And a rare Harry Potter book conjured up a magical £75,000. Never for us, is it? Never for us. But company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's a Wednesday morning and it's another cold day. It's a case of, you know, put a thick jumper on today. You know, go out shopping, start stocking up on winter jumpers. Make it so much easier. Dear, why'd you call him Dave O'Brien? You're my number one on the list, and I missed you and the boys dreadfully on Saturday, says Gabriella. Really? Oh, no, I don't miss them at all on a Saturday. In fact, I'm quite grateful to get a rest from them. Steve, mentioning DJs, what about Pete Tong? I don't know anything about Pete. I know who he is, quite clearly, because I'm in the business, but I wouldn't... If you did a lineup of all these different people, all these sort of DJs who are big on the club set, I wouldn't know who they were. I seriously wouldn't. I'm terrible at things like that. Apparently you can choose where to get buried, but if you're not in that council area, you have to fork out a lot of money. Well, fork out a lot of money. Rather that than go to a place where you can't do the Lord's Prayer. No, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. And, Steve, that sneeze was hilarious. Scared the heck out of the dog, and please don't laugh again. She's called Widget. Widget. Why would you call a dog Widget? Doesn't make any sense, does it? Matt says, you mentioned Prosecco. I've decided I'm going to start stocking up for Christmas. Prosecco, turkey, the works. Well, make sure it's frozen and you keep it in the freezer. You don't want a turkey that's going to go off before now and Christmas, do you? Imagine. But you can stock up on... I always think if you go out there... I mean, I don't have to buy anything for Christmas because I go to other people. I sort of impose myself. And I let them go and buy the stuff. It's much, much easier. And they seem to cope quite well with it. They go out and they buy... I give instructions, especially on my brother's side of the family, to tell him what I want. All I care about is the turkey and the roast potatoes, and they've got to be crispy roast potatoes. I don't care about anything else. Crispy roast potatoes or don't bother. Over the last 2 years, they've all done crispy roast potatoes, so I've been a very, very happy person. Today, I'm going to go out and sort of do a little bit of shopping. Have a lazy day, because yesterday I was backwards and forwards to the hospital and then out to get some stuff and then come back and then go to the doctors and then sort of wait for that. But it turned out to be all good. Which was excellent. It's always nice to have a good Tuesday, isn't it? There's nothing really to sort of shout about on a Tuesday. But we do get ever nearer the 31st. And you know what they've said at the Met Office? We could have snow. I'm trying to be positive and saying, you know, maybe we won't have snow, but if it gets much colder, we might have. Happy birthday to Ben Whishaw, youngest person ever to play Hamlet at the Old Vic when he was 23. In 2018, he starred as Norman Scott in a very English scandal, and he celebrates his 40th birthday today. So many happy returns to Ben Whishaw. Also, Leslie Joseph, the actress from London, shot to fame as Dorian Green in Birds of a Feather. She shared a flat with her drama school classmate, Dame Maureen Lipman, after meeting the Pope for a series, she says. When he came round, he said, "You don't look 72. And I said, "Oh, bless you." And then I realised I just blessed the Pope, like any good Jewish girl would do. She's 75 today. I've seen her naked. I had to take her. She was in the car, and we were doing the Laurence Olivier Awards, and they have the theatre show, and then you go to the dinner afterwards. And she decided that she was going to change in my car so that when she got to the other end, she'd have a different outfit on, which was quite good. So we I think it was to the Dominion. So by the time she got there, she'd had one outfit. She was photographed going into the theatre for the award ceremony, and then she put another outfit on in the back of my car. She changed in the back of the car. I moved the mirror, and so I could see better. And and it was lovely. It was very good, actually. And I also went with her when she did an appearance. I think she was doing it at Lakeside. And I gave her a line to use. You know, it's only fitting, I think, that I'm here at Lakeside because Essex has given so much to me, but there again, I've given so much to Essex. And she had, you know, she was Dorian, and she loved it. She loved it, absolutely. Imagine blessing the Pope, though. Can you imagine saying that? I've never met the Pope, but I should imagine I'd be fairly overwhelmed by the whole thing. And Angie says, "Can you tell Nick Ferrari I want him round to mine for tea?" I don't think he does tea, actually. I'm not sure if he's a tea drinker. I don't know. I'm not too sure, actually. Somebody says Christmas is for snowflakes. I know. Do you think we're going to get snow this Christmas? That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? I could cope with that. Also, I remember looking out once when I was younger to see snow falling down. We woke up and I looked out the window and I remember thinking, oh, it's so pretty. So pretty. Snow. You know, snow is falling. Oh, look, you can't help but go into the songs, can you, really? It's not my fault. I'm just sort of easily swayed. Also, there's a man here. He's a photographer. And it's a cruel consequence of COVID. Thousands, he's a self-employed photographer, are now facing tax bills bigger than their total income in January, which is not so good because, you know, you're going to have to pay. Or they did offer the opportunity last year, didn't they, to sort of defer some of the payment for those people who couldn't afford to actually pay everything. And it turned out to be quite an expensive time for people. What do we got here on The Guardian? Last hurrah, Liverpool faces the strict new measures from today. It's actually a picture of people in Liverpool wearing face masks, a rarity in this day and age. Stevie Nicks says, Harry Styles is not my boyfriend, he's my friend. So he's very lucky. He's actually sort of met quite a number of very famous people. There's also a record rise in the people being made redundant from the fallout. I think about another 227,000 people. 227,000 people, which is, you know, for many people a miserable Christmas. And also a minister says chips or salad make Tier 3 pub food legal. Few so-called wet pubs, which serve only alcohol in Liverpool, are likely to be able to switch to being food-based outlets, as most do not have kitchens or the required food licence. It's been, do you know, I can't remember how long it's been since I've actually been into a pub to actually have something to eat in a pub. A bit like sort of Betty's Hot Pot and stuff like that. Never used to have it. Also, London's Ministry of Fun is in the Guardian today. What does it do? They train Father Christmases. They've got a picture of about a dozen Father Christmases sitting at desks, and because they may visit via tablets this year, because you might not actually be able to get Father Christmas or somebody who helps out Father Christmas because he's very busy. And so they'll do it via tablet. So that's quite good, isn't it? You know, they've all gone sort of high tech on things like that. And Tom says this was what Concert Square in Liverpool looked like last night as new restrictions come in today, meaning pubs and bars close their doors. It's not good, is it, really? I'm trying to see if I can... Oh, yeah. Oh, blimey. Loads of people. Loads of people. It's called Concert Square, is it? Do you know, I did go to Liverpool. But I can't remember which part of it I went to. But I'm sure it was lovely. I went to quite a number of... I went to Newcastle once. That was quite nice. That's the Tyne, isn't it? The River Tyne in Newcastle. Fog on the Tyne's all mine, fog on the Tyne's all mine. Didn't Gazza sing that? I'm sure he sang it. I think with some group, and I can't remember who it was. And he definitely... Who said that? Brummy Callum again. He's interfering in this programme too many times. He did it yesterday, didn't he? You know, I think we have to stop this immediately. This is turning into some ego trip. He's a bit stalkerish, isn't he? And he comes from Brummyland. Oh, God, honestly. He supports, but, well, we don't like him at all. He supports Birmingham City, and I'm an up the Aston sort of bloke, because we've been doing really well this season. Up the Aston, woo! Up the Aston. Actually, I'm hoping to get an invite to go round the car park outside Aston, which is very nice to do, because I've never been to the car park. In fact, I've never actually followed them actually in the ground. Mainly because I tried to buy, a pass to get in, and they said I couldn't. So I'm going to the car park instead, which is very nice, isn't it? I'll be standing there on the top of the car going, up the Aston, up, and then we'll going, get off your car, Steve, get off your car. It's not big and it's not clever. Will be when I do it. The Times this morning, Amazon will escape landmark digital tax. There's a surprise. And here we go. Workers from the events industry protesting in Bristol about the effects of coronavirus restrictions on their livelihoods. I mean, dear. Sorry, we're just discussing, could you survive on a desert island? And I decided, no, I couldn't survive on a desert island. Somebody said, because I remember seeing a survival programme once on the television, and it was these sort of young people, and they had a chicken, or a couple of chickens that were wandering around, and of course they were potential food. And I couldn't kill a chicken. I really could. I mean, somebody said to me, oh, it's easy. You put them in an app and then you pull the head and it disconnect. I said, no, I'd rather eat vegetarian. And I do like coconuts, yes. I do like coconut, but I've got no intention of wanting to kill an animal. They did it once where they had to catch a rabbit, but they had to make the snare to catch the rabbit. And then I watched this programme about Alaska on the television, which, to be honest with you, I mean, it's very nice that they put snares out to catch raccoons and things like that. And because it's so freezing cold out there, once these things get caught in these wire snares, they freeze to death out there. So they basically pull themselves to bits trying to get away from it. I couldn't eat anything like that. And they had some woman, she was learning to shoot her first caribou. And I thought, I'd have to starve. I'll just have to eat plant food or something. I couldn't kill anything, cut it up. And really, I couldn't do anything like that at all. I'm a right wuss. But that's good, actually. It probably means that, given the choice on the desert island, if they open up the vegetarian Steve Allen restaurant, I could eat there all the time. I don't eat, even sort of, fish. I don't really do fish. I wouldn't want to be sitting there in the ocean with a piece of line in there trying to catch, a barracuda or a shark or something. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't kill a fish. No, I've seen it. Apparently it's quite easy. Apparently you just hit them over the head. Yeah, but I feel a bit... I'd have to say I'm really sorry. I don't want to do this to you. And of course then I'd probably do that and then the thing would move again. And that would absolutely fill me with horror. I'd be useless. Seriously, I could never be a butcher or anything like that. I don't even like cutting cakes in half, equal rights for cakes, as far as I'm concerned. I think they feel pain. Ow, ow, ow. What's the matter? I'm a lemon sponge. Yeah? It hurts. I'm so sorry. I couldn't do anything like that. I'd have to starve. And so, if ever I got put in the I'm a celebrity, get me out of here jungle, which I wouldn't because I'm not a celebrity and I don't do travelling, it would be a case of, OK, so you can try and win some stars for members of your team. Well, they'd starve. We're going to lock you in this thing here. We're going to put snakes in. And no, you're not. Yeah, we are, because otherwise they won't be eating. Well, they won't be eating then, but let's not waste time. We're putting me in somewhere and putting snakes on the top of me. I'm not doing it. Who was the actress that they had in there? And everybody kept nominating her for those Bush Tucker trials because it was so hilarious because she hated everything. And I can't remember who it was, but she was put into everything. As far as she came out the way, and the person who's been selected for the Bush Tucker trial, and up came her name again. I remember thinking that was fantastic. Was it the dietitian person? I can't remember. But she kept getting nominated. And it became almost hilarious. And at the end, I think she'd lost the will to live. Gillian McKeith, who at one time claimed to be a doctor, and it turned out she was no such thing at all. But, yeah, everybody wanted to sort of nominate Gillian McKeith. I think there was somebody else as well who also got nominated. Because you do that, wouldn't you, if you saw somebody... Because I think one of the Appleton girls sort of had a fear of everything. Oh, tree, tree. They were a bit pathetic, actually. Steve, Kim's in Epping, says, can you wish me a happy 60th birthday today? Hopefully going out for dinner later, if we're not locked down. What a strange time. Well, I don't think they're gonna tell you today you're going to be locked down. I think you're okay. Depends where you go. Depends where you go in Epping. Depends where you go. We used to go to one place and then it moved to Bishop Stortford and then we used to go there. But we liked the place in Epping. And because it was really good and they were nice. It was a nice family, but the son didn't want to take it on, which was a great shame. Sarah in Thatcham, which is down in Berkshire, says you'll be pleased to hear the Corn Exchange in Newbury has announced they're holding pantomime this year. Aladdin. Wow. Aladdin. Well, that'll be good, isn't it? I'm en route, Steve, to Newcastle this morning from Hampton Court, dropping off 2 boxes, then straight back home. A nice 10-hour drive. Oh, dear, that would drive me mad. I don't mind driving. I'm a big fan of driving. I drive most days. Most days. It's going to rain today, so I'm definitely going to be driving. Also, do you remember... You might not remember this, but years and years ago, the year was 1964. Could have been 1963, but it was 64 in this particular case. And Pete Townsend, as part of The Who, used to smash guitars on stage, and people used to go, what's he doing? That apparently was big rock and roll, smash a guitar. But anyway, now he's grown older. Roger Daltrey has described that the smashing of the guitar was a bit fake. He only did it so that they could be repaired afterwards. So he was careful to do it, forced to repair the instruments rather than bear the cost of buying new ones. Roger Daltrey is now 75. I can't cope with these people getting to these ages. But he says it was costly in glue because as fast as we were smashing the guitar, we had 4 sets of gear. You had to be sticking them together. Because I know where Pete Townsend's musical store is. It's down the road from me. And it's only because I saw him going in there a short while ago. And that's where they keep all the Who's equipment. They've got all their speakers and guitars and everything else. Fantastic, isn't it? I think things like that are marvellous. Brian May, the Queen guitarist, has accused Sainsbury's of sacrificing hedgehogs to increase profits. How that works, I've got no idea, but we like Brian May. Just bought a new house, I believe. And Susan Bostock, a COVID patient, told a TV News reporter who interviewed her at Warrington Hospital in Cheshire that people should not take the latest rules lightly. I said to you before, what have I said before? It sort of goes in one ear, comes out another ear. It's a case of you don't want to catch coronavirus. You really, given the choice of being healthy, that would be the thing to go for. Do not catch coronavirus. You see people in hospitals and they're terrible. Some of them don't make it. Many of them don't make it. And you don't want to be a statistic. Thank you very much indeed. So wear a mask. It's not difficult. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science. It's wear a mask. Live longer. That's the only way I can sell it to you. Live longer, wear a mask. Don't wear a mask, you stand a very good chance of picking up infection. And that is not good. Warren says, happy 80th, Cliff. He will love that, because I sent a little video, which we did this morning when we got into the studio. I didn't know how to do it, actually, so Corey, who does things for me, he's very good at stuff like that. He's basically my right hand. Not for everything, but for a lot of things. He could take the photograph and he knows how to send them on. We had to do it when we were sending on invoices and stuff like that. I had to say to him, you can take a picture of my invoices, but you can't open your eyes. Because he's seriously, so still this day you don't know. You're such a fibber. You're such a fibber. I love the way you sit there and you could look at your nose is growing longer as you speak to me. He's told you, I thought he'd tell you. I mean, he tells you everything, doesn't he? You're like his buddy, even though they don't even live near each other. It's in the billions, yeah. All right, I don't want to make a big deal about it. But he's because I didn't know how to take a picture this morning or do a video for Cliff for his birthday, because he's going to get thousands. People are going to be doing... and he's going to have to trawl through everything, poor soul. So I'm so sorry, Cliff. I apologise in advance. And Sid Cup Julie says... My mum's taking me to the Ritz for afternoon tea. Have you been? Yes. I love afternoon tea. I seriously enjoy afternoon tea. I think if you're looking for something to buy your mums and dads for Christmas, or your mum, or just your dad, or something like that, then get them an afternoon tea. It's a nice thing, and it saves you having to wander around trying to think of a Christmas present to buy somebody who's got everything. They've got everything. So, afternoon tea, if I was taking the boys out, which I wouldn't be, but, if I was taking them out for afternoon tea, I'd take them out, for an afternoon, but I know what they're like. Corey would be sort of turning up with a little bag. He'd just be putting stuff in there and shoving it under the table. Thomas would be sort of trying to re-cork the Prosecco or the champagne. So I could take that home. I know what they'd be like. You'd be finishing stuff off my plate, which we had this discussion the other day on what sort of people eat your leftovers. Nobody I know. Steve, I still have Quadrophenia in my car stereo, says Bruce. Never take it out. It's great. Did you ever see the show Quadrophenia? Was it the yeah, that was really good. That was very, very good. Steve, after you mentioned it on your show the other day, I decided to watch the 1961 black and white film featuring Dirk Bogarde, says Tim in Manchester. It was called Victim, and it was about blackmailing gay people. And they ended up catching them. But Dirk played a lawyer who was married but also gay, so that would have made him bisexual, I suppose. And it's a very good film, but it's been on so many times. So about 5 times this week, but it's still worth watching. It's like Me and the Amazing Mr. Blunden. I've yet to find out from my brother whether or not he enjoyed watching it, because he said he was going to watch it last week. I've never heard from him since. Probably been mortally affected. Please say, Steve, to my son Andrew, who needs cheering up, says Pat. There you go. Andrew, cheer up. She'll come around and slap the back of your legs. You've got to cheer up. Goodness sake. We're all gearing up there. Is that a little yawn? You have a little yawn there? It's getting chilly, isn't it? I know, I noticed that. I might have to start wearing a vest. And I haven't worn a vest in years, but I might have to wear a vest. They had a coat for sale on the television on Ideal World the other day, one of these shopping channels, and it's heated. It's a heated coat. Comes with a battery pack. Can you imagine how cool that is? I nearly ordered it. But I didn't. But then I thought, yeah, a coat that's got, Somebody says, Steve, apparently it's £13 at the Ritz for a pot of tea, says Anastasia. Yeah, afternoon tea is from £53.50. And for that you get, they serve it 11:30, 1:30, 3:30, 5:30 and 7pm. 7:30, and you get the cakes and you get all the rest of it, but it's from £53.50. Which is actually quite inexpensive. You can get other places where it's about 80 quid for afternoon tea, but it's nice. It's very nice indeed. I think that's but it's from £53.50. I think it should be a price. Obviously, depends how many people. I mean, if you've got 6 people, it can't be £53.50 for 6 people, can it? Probably £53.50 for each individual person. Front pages of the papers at 8 minutes to 7 this morning. Also, you've got pressure growing on the Prime Minister for the half-term lockdown. I don't want that at all, thank you very much indeed. And Amazon will not be affected by the new digital service tax. But small traders who use it online marketplace will be penalised, HMRC. They're very busy, HMRC, at the moment, bless their hearts. They like HMRC. I always feel you should say that, actually, because it's the tax office. And I used to do a programme years ago. We'd have somebody in from the tax office, and people would phone up and ask questions. Amazing how many people wanted to know questions about their tax, because people were sort of blissfully unaware. So thank goodness for accountants. Let them sort it out. Liverpool facing the strict new measures from today. And every paper, well, most of the ones that I'm looking at are looking at that dalliance. Dominic West's smug smile that says, I got away with it. Doing one of the papers very cynical and said that's what MPs do. They're called in flagranti. The next thing is they drag the wife out. And they go, oh, look, here we are together. The next thing is we've made a trial separation. So who knows? He's got 5 children. And here's his wife, Catherine, posing for the cameras yesterday. They've done a thing saying, oh, no, it's all fine and all the rest of it. I'm a bit more cynical, I'm afraid. Plus, on the front of the Daily Mail, vaccine boss. This is the sobering truth from an Oxford expert. No hope of normality until July. I'm not sure we can wait till July, do you think? I don't think so, actually. I really don't think so. But that's what we're going to have to do. And Warren says, is Corrie a bit of core at the moment? I haven't seen Coronation Street, so I've got no idea what's going on, but there's bound to be something which sort of keeps people going, isn't it? Keir Starmer heaping pressure on the Prime Minister with a call for a national lockdown and the record rise in people being made redundant, which is not the best. You don't need that coming up to Christmas. You really don't. It's the last thing that you need. Also, this whole social distancing thing has made me reminisce of happier times. I can remember when I went to a seafood disco last year. Pulled a muscle, thank you. And Steve, if you could have anything in the world for Christmas, what would you choose? I'd choose peace on earth. We're never going to get that. That's never going to happen, is it? When are we going to get peace on earth? That's the pipe dream. That's the utopian thing, isn't it? We all want peace on earth. I think you just want your family back, don't you? If you've sort of, misplaced talking to the family this year and misplaced, doing all sorts of things, perhaps make up with people. Because sometimes you have arguments with people and then you forget about them. And then years later, people go, what was that about? And you go, I couldn't tell you. I've no idea at all. So Boris Johnson, front of the Express, planning a short, sharp lockdown. Dominic West, kiss for the wife. I mean, you don't know whether it's just staged or what. And mother and 3 children killed in a horror crash. Plus, if you're a fan of Sir Cliff Richard, they've got 50 Cliff Richard calendars to give away for 2021. His calendars outsell nearly just about everything. Seriously, he's just one of those sort of people. He shows no sign of slowing down. He's got a tour, he's got a book, he's got I'm going to sneeze again. Good Lord, but honestly, it's so cold. It's very cold in here today. I need to get some gloves. I need to get heated gloves. I've got those things at home, where you rip the paper off them and you put them inside your gloves and it starts heating up. That's quite nice, but you can't do anything. You've got to take it off. You've got to take the glove off to go and do anything. Daily Star today, Cristiano has got COVID. Dawn Neeson and her mum, the tears of a clown, Tiers. I have to spell it correctly. Plus the day being caught out, cozying up to his movie co-star. Lovey Dom West faces the music next to his loyal wife. See, we don't know what's got. I don't know what went on there. Do you? I don't. Is it publicity for their film? Because, to be honest with you, to be brutally honest, to try and get publicity for films at the moment and stage shows is so difficult. It really is. Plus, they've said vaccine by Christmas. Governments say different. July. They're talking about July. And even then, they're not sure how it's going to work out. The Daily Mirror. Oh, look, it's Dominic again kissing his wife and kissing Lily James in Rome. But loads of people kiss people. Don't they? Loads of people, it's a showbiz thing. People go around kissing people. Keir Starmer, front page of the Mirror, has demanded a 2-week circuit breaker lockdown to tackle the COVID-19 cases. They're just not going to stop them. They're really not. It's just, because there's so many people who just go, it doesn't affect me. I'm not going to be affected by this. I'm not going to wear a mask because I don't think it's necessary. So they don't. And so it constantly spreads. And when you look at all the footballers, and you look at all the people who they keep saying, oh, so-and-so's just been diagnosed. I mean, how many people has Cristiano Ronaldo bumped into? Quite a number, I would have thought. How many of his teammates have also picked up the virus? Dominic West, whole front page of The Sun. He must be delighted. Never had so much publicity for a film. But he had a smooch with his wife, Catherine. They said it was an awkward smooch. As I say, it could be staged. I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm not really that bothered. If people want to, to go and kiss somebody that they're working with, I think that's quite acceptable. It's not like they would seen it emerging from a hotel in the early hours of the morning. They went out in a very, very public place, like Rome is really public, and he leant forward and kissed her. But I mean, they're working together on a film. It's not like he's just sort of bumped into her in a bar or something like that. So that's why I'm not particularly bothered by it. But it certainly gives me enough publicity. I think it's a game. Well, I hope so. Of course, you watch 2-3 months' time, they split. You're all going to come back to me and go, oh, you got that bit wrong, didn't you? But I think it's unlikely. I'm generally right on these sort of things. The Telegraph lockdown battle begins. Starmer intensifies pressure on number 10. PM faces attacks from all sides as the Tory MPs rebel in the vote on pub curfews. I mean, forget how many pubs have closed at the moment. It's a huge amount of pubs. And that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed I was trying to work out, actually, where Jimmy Savile was buried. Did they dig him up and then rebury him somewhere else? I seem to remember at some point there was a concrete thing that was covering the grave because there was a rumour that he'd been buried in this coffin with his trademark gold tracksuit on and all his jewellery. And there were rumours that people were going to dig him up. Why? I can't imagine, actually. He was best face down in the earth, as far as I was concerned, and everybody else. But it was always said, going back to when we were in Fleet Street, because we were in the middle of journalism land. Over the road from us in Bouverie Street was the Sun. The Express was practically next door to us. They said it could be moved. And so it was removed in a seaside cemetery at 1 a.m. and smashed for landfill. That was the granite headstone. A huge, huge crater. But where he's gone to, got no idea. I think his body is still there. It's still in the same cemetery. It's just not marked. They're going to find out, aren't they? When they sort of eventually come to dig that. Oh, look, there's a piece of earth over there that's not being used. Let's dig that up. Very interesting. But no, he was rumoured to be friends with the royal family. And, of course, that would have been a shock to the Queen Mother if she'd had the faintest idea of what he was getting up to. But then it was the worst-kept secret in the business. You know, the BBC employed him for years with Jim'll Fix It. He turned up. He was, head of all their news bulletins, everything. Every time he went on a marathon and run along and did his now then kind of bit. And everybody, we knew he was bad news, but nobody knew he was that bad. Nobody knew what he was actually getting up to. But watch the Louis Theroux documentary. You can get it. It's on DVD. I think there's a box set of Louis's best stuff. And he was about the nearest one who he actually got to Jimmy Savile. He was just peculiar. He had very peculiar friends as well. He had all these things. He called his mother the Duchess for some reason. She can't have realised what an old pervert he was. But he was on the everybody knew about it. It was a worst-kept secret. And I've told you that the one that brought it home to me was a Jim'll Fix It. Now, traditionally, stop me if you've heard this, traditionally, Jimmy Savile just did the fix it. Oh, this little girl here, she wants to go and sing with Bananarama or something like that, and he would arrange it. But there was one little girl, and I think she was about 11 or 12, who wanted to go and float on the Dead Sea because it was so dense with salt that you didn't sink in it, you floated. And he went on the Fix It. He went on the Fix It with this little girl. I mean, obviously there was a film crew and everything else, but that's what I remember thinking at the time. How strange! He never goes on Fix Its. I'm surprised that the newspapers didn't find out who the person was, but that's what happened. He went on this Fix It. I remember seeing him sitting on the sand, and she was bobbing around, and then he was bobbing around on the sea next to it. And I remember thinking at the time, that looks a bit peculiar. But anyway, so the BBC are going to do a documentary about. Perhaps they'll find out who's the person who employed him and kept employing him, because they even had rules at the BBC about about Savile, don't you? So even the hierarchy knew what was going on. That's why it just it's odd, isn't it? Really, it's like all the papers this morning full of Pip Schofield because he's got a book out. It's a book telling you that he's gay, and it takes a whole book to tell us that. Does it really make any difference? He's gay. But, interesting enough, he said he wasn't forced out. We still couldn't understand why. On the day he came out, there was a Sun journalist who happened to be at This Morning studios. And also, he said if he'd known he was gay, he wouldn't have married Steph and had 2 children. And so I thought, well, at what point did he then go, I'm kind of going off this idea here. He's got 2 children. I think I fancy men. I mean, how does that work? Yes, I'm going off this idea. I'm not enjoying this idea at all, really. I'm harbouring thought. I mean, has he had boyfriends since he's been married? Has he had relationship? Has he got any experience of gay sex? I mean, if he's willing to write a book about it, and that's the whole crux of the book, is him sort of coming out. I mean, he's 58. He's 58. Does he have a boyfriend now? Did he have a boyfriend before? What sort of person does he go for? I mean, if you're looking at the Village People, would it be the Red Indian, the policeman? Would it be, does he go for role play? Who knows? It's so complicated. We wouldn't even know where to begin. Would he be better off with somebody who wasn't in the business? Because when you look at Pip Schofield, he's got a bit of cash. Not short of the old money, He could show you a good time on the London Eye and just about anywhere else. And so you sort of think, well, what sort of person would he go for? Does he go for older? Does he go for younger? Everybody goes for different types. It's exactly the same, I should imagine, in the heterosexual world. You know, some people go for tall people, thin people, sticky out ears people, you know, people who are a little bit flamboyant, you know, big chested people. I'm describing my producer, Thomas. So difficult to sort of try and fit him into sort of one little sentence, isn't it, really? I don't know, but I tell you, your ears are not as big. No. Oh, when I see an elephant fly. Good, very good. I like that very good impression of Dumbo. No, I was watching a bloke on, I think his name's Howie. He's on America's Got Talent, and my friend Paul Zerdin does an act with a baby. And he lives, a very clever act. And at one point, the ears looked the same as Howie's. I think it was Howie or one of the other ones on there. Yeah, Howie Mandel. And he put his ears out. It was very funny, actually. Very funny. Howard Michael Mandel. Such a good name, isn't it? He's a stand-up person. He's a... Yeah. LAPD. I was watching, actually, I'm sorry, I got really angry this morning. It sort of reduced me to the American police, or as we prefer to call them on this programme, the racists, okay? There's loads of them over there. This particular bloke, there is a bloke. He is emptying a van, a transit van, okay? And he's taking stuff from the pavement, which he's moved out of his house, into the van. And a policeman stops him. You know what's going to come, don't you? Why has the policeman stopped him? He's black. And they couldn't find anything. It turns out as well, he's a doctor. And all the stuff in the back of the van is to help the homeless people. This copper handcuffs him. Turn round, sir. Turn round. I'm just handcuffing you. Do you have anything on you? No. He then calls his wife out when he realises that this copper is not only a piece of scum, but he's racist as well at the same time. And the wife has to come out and explain. And he said, well, I'm doing you for littering. Because he put his stuff on the grass before he put it in the van, that's classed as littering. She's black as well. But luckily, she filmed all of it. I mean, seriously, I've never seen so many racist cops in one place. America must be full of them. Absolutely full of them. There was one bloke, he got stopped. Oh, that's right. He's been stopped 3 times. Why? Because he's visiting America. He's Canadian. To drive in, what did he say? To drive in California, you need a California licence. He said, no, I don't. And the guy goes, I think you find you do, sir. And I'm doing you for that because you don't have a California licence. And he said, and so up comes on the screen, only if you're between 16 and 17 are you on a short-term licence, and you might need but he's a visitor. He can drive on any licence he wants. These coppers were so bent. Luckily, most of them have been suspended and kicked out. Because it's either that or they kill people. Seriously, it's terrible. You think that we have it bad. We have it easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, can you believe there is a deer running around in the heart of Sydney? We don't have deer here. Well, you do now. Although it's running around in the heart, it's not. Paul says, fab show so far. Even better as Jewish, I can hear your producer talking to you. No, you can't. He hasn't said a word on the programme this morning. Yeah, he hasn't had said a word on the... He never talks on the programme. What are you talking about? Honestly, some people... Are you hearing voices? Good blimey, honestly. Steve, let us stay positive and celebrate Christmas. Yes, absolutely. And then Colin says the Queen Mother would know about it. No, she didn't know anything. She came from a different generation. She knew nothing. Even though 90% of her staff were gay, she wouldn't have known that. But somebody said that she smoked like a trooper. No, never smoked in her life. Never smoked in her life. You find me a picture of the Queen Mother with a fag in her mouth. Steve. I've received an email from the National Lottery saying, please call us, you've won a prize. My account is currently suspended, says Hannah. Only for 3 days. I've been buying too many tickets. They wouldn't ask me to call them for the measly sum of £2.30. Yes, they would. Yes, they would. Yes. The machine, it's an automated process. They won't tell you what you've won. So £2.30 would be cool. I've got some here. In fact, I can show. I've got so many actually, and it was I had 3 or 4 last week. And wait a minute, I'll tell you exactly what it says. Once I can find the blooming thing, you get so many of these. I've given up getting excited about them because they don't really mean anything anymore. I used to think that when I first got one. I remember thinking, oh, great, I've actually got some money coming in from the National Lottery. And then you sort of check and it goes £2.30 and you go, oh, gold. It's not worth bothering about, is it really? Put it back in the pot. I'll take it next year. I can't find it. It'd be amazing how many emails you get, isn't it? Absolutely amazing the amount of emails you actually get and that you have to process before you go all the way through it. Because I haven't even checked. So I don't even know what these ones are worth, but they all say exactly the same thing. There you go. News about your ticket. Sign in. Good news. You won a prize on the National Lottery draw game. Sign into your account to find out more. And then they tell you, and that's it. I've got 4 of those. No, but in fact, even if you win big, it doesn't make any difference. It's only automated. You can't pick up the phone and call somebody and go, can you tell me what it is? You've got to have received something and it will tell you. So, no, you've won £2.30, Hannah. Okay, that's as simple as that. I don't want to burst your bubble, but you won nothing. Nothing at all. That bubble has burst. Good grief, I've seen that person before. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Seriously. You know what they say? They say somebody's got a lived-in face. And I go, yeah, squatters. And it's kind of one of those sort of things, you know, because I'm quite polite. There's a picture in the paper today. In fact, it's in quite a number of the papers. And it's very in between sort of getting around the fact that Philip Schofield is now gay at the age of 58. Whether he's got somebody, we've got no idea. But it's a picture of... I don't know how you pronounce it, actually. Is it Gallagher's daughter, Noel Gallagher's daughter? Is it Anais? Anais? A-N-A-I-S. And Anais? We don't know, anyway. She hopes her dad will definitely maybe not go supersonic over her latest raunchy photo shoot. Now, to be honest with you, I don't want to be rude, but I did show the picture to Corey, and I said, just putting her in sort of bra and pants does not make her a model. She ain't a looker. She really ain't a looker. Come on. On a level, absolutely, on a par. But I mean, how on earth she thinks that that's a sexy picture? I can't believe it. She's in all, you wait till you see the picture, you'll be going, no, you're right. Perhaps she can't do anything else, but she's got one of those plain faces. I mean, plain as in dull, as in boring. Lily says she's been silly. This is with Dominic West. And people are loving that one, aren't they? I don't know why they talked about it on Loose Women the other day. And then for some inexplicable reason, Loose Women decided to detract and that we got Ruth Langsford's This Is Your Life. They must have, perhaps they haven't got any producers left on the programme and they couldn't find anything. So they threw together this cobbled together, because she's obviously not going to be on with Piers Morgan for Life Stories, and they did a bit about growing up with your father and going to prep school and being absolutely useless at school and this kind of thing. And what on earth are they doing this on the This isn't for Loose Women. But as I say, mostly they have issues, the people on that programme. Far too many issues. Also, Rita Ora and Lewis Capaldi getting together in the studio. That'll be exciting, won't it? Can't wait for that joining up. God blimey, honestly. And Andy says, I was sipping my coffee and spilled it down my shirt when you discussed the types of people that Pip might like. I mean, all the types of people you may fancy, like cute, cuddly radio presenters that do early shows. Oh, Lord. That's slightly disturbing, isn't it? But it's odd, isn't it? There's a whole book which is about him coming out. But wouldn't you rather see pictures of him with somebody, so at least he's found happiness? I don't quite understand what he bothered coming out for. Because quite clearly, unless he's doing it with somebody, nobody's got any interest. I couldn't care less. I don't sit there in front of the television going, oh, I wonder if Steph is lesbian. You know, I don't worry about these things anymore. I just watched the programme yesterday. My God, it's trash. Seriously, they've got to axe it. Although Channel 4 could be privatised. Channel 4 could be privatised. They were talking about that the other day in Parliament, which I think is a very good idea. Very good idea. Privatise it, get rid of Steph McGovern show. The dreariest piece of waste of money on television you've ever seen in your entire life. I mean, it was so bad the other day, they ended up putting on the bloke who married the Irish model, whose name I can't remember. He was on Made in Chelsea. You know, the one who sort of, oh, so superior. And he turns out to be the biggest drip going. Couldn't manage anything. Couldn't manage to sort of put a tea bag in a cup. Spencer Matthews. Girl, talk about sticky out ears. He's had one of those chav haircuts. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Poor soul, honestly. Has a career that's gone nowhere, which is always interesting to watch. Anyway, apart from that, I trust you having a night. If you are going out this morning, then please put something warm on. My hands are when I came out this morning, my hands were froze to death. Absolutely frozen. But I've sort of warmed up a little bit now. I said I can't wait to get to work so I can have a cup of... You're not going to throw himself out the window, is he? What's he doing? What's that you're seeing if it's raining or something? I've got to record some things later when I finish, of which you, ladies and gentlemen, could become a part of. But I can't tell you. It's winter. You just stuck your head out the window to see if it was cold. It's winter. This is autumnal weather. Come. Yeah, but the same, isn't it? Autumn, that's where the leaves fall off the trees. They call it the fall. Oh, yeah, apparently. I mean, if you go to Canada, there's some lovely place when you go to watch fall there. All the colours of the trees and everything else. That looks beautiful. My mother had a Canada calendar, and it showed you in all the different... my mother had a Canada calendar. Canada calendar. Canada calendar. And she sells seashells by the seashore as well. As in Dublin's fair city, where the boys are so pretty. But anyway, so, and it showed you all the beautiful places, Alberta and a place like that, with all the leaves off there. It looks stunning, absolutely beautiful. Steve, another one here, which says, somebody says, the person who said they could hear a voice in your earpiece is correct. Yeah, whatever. Oh, God, honestly. Another dreary. In conversation with Pip Schofield, it would be brilliant. Yeah, but you see, to be honest with you, is he going to be honest? If I say to Pip Schofield, so, do you have a boyfriend? And he goes, no. And I then say, have you had a boyfriend? You know, that's the crux question, isn't it? Because if you're going to write a book about being gay, write a book about being gay. Don't write a book about, oh, I decided to come out after I had 2 children. You know, that's of no interest to anybody. Really of no interest. Another one here. Says, and Matthew says, I can hear Thomas, Corey or Luke in the background as well. Madness, I know. It's amazing the amount of people who think that they can actually hear things like that. I don't have any producers on this programme, as you all know. We don't have any producers. They are myths in your mind. Steve, if American cops had half a brain, you'd think they'd ease off arresting black people for minor infractions during this sensitive period. Well, they don't seem to have stopped at all. In fact, if anything, they've got absolutely worse. There's some bloke, he's walking around a car park, and the car park has got a police station in it and some council buildings, and 2 of the fattest policemen, because they are gross in America, talk about bloated and fat. They couldn't chase a mosquito. They're seriously that bad. Over he come. What? Like that. What's going on here then? And so the bloke goes, I'm just... what's the matter? What's your name? That's what they always ask your name. And all these people in America say, I'm not telling you. Are you arresting me? If you're arresting me, I'll tell you my name. But if you're not arresting me, I don't have to give you my name and address. Yes, you do. No, we don't, thicko. We don't have to tell you anything. So anyway, it turns out he didn't like the fact he was looking in the police cars. As you do. I'm sorry, I've been to country fairs and they've had police cars there. And you know, people actually go over and look in the police car. You know, just to see what it's going to be like when they get nicked and they sit in the back of it. You know, they want to know if he's comfy, can they put the seatbelt on and all that kind of stuff. And so he says, well, you're looking at the police cars. He goes, yes, and? He says, that's why I want to know your name. He says, I'm not telling you. Are you arresting me? No, I'm just inquiring, because this is private property. And he goes, no, it's not. And the fat, bloated policeman goes, yes, it is. It's private property. And he goes, no, it's not. He said, I'm a ratepayer. Oh, you're a ratepayer, are you? What's your name? He said, I've just told you, thicko. I'm not telling you my name, unless you're charging me with something, in which case I'd love to know what it is. In the end, the policemen have to walk away because they've got nothing. He's in a car park looking in a police car. Woo! Oh, well, I forgot to mention he's black. And, of course, that obviously means something. It's like there's a woman there. She calls somebody because there's a bloke delivering. I think it was DHL or something like that. And she won't let him into a block of flats. He's delivering. And it beggars belief. You cannot believe how stupid these people are. I'm not letting you in. He said, I'm delivering. She said, well, where's your delivery van? He said, people do it in their cars nowadays. So in the end, he has to ring the doorbell and the bloke has to come down and pick his parcel up because this interfering old bag, is sort of interfering. There was another one. She wouldn't let somebody in delivering a pizza. She thought he was there to burgle the place. She said, I'm not letting you into my flats. He said, they're not your flats. What he should have done is just shoved her out the way. Would have been a lot easier. And then said, I've caught it all on camera. It's amazing how many people get their cameras out. They get the phones out, be it the iPhone 12. I think I might get one, actually. Will Guyatt was giving it a glowing report. And I thought, perhaps I should get one. I haven't changed my phone for ages. Could be a treat. Could be a treat, couldn't it? To actually... Yeah, it's not a terrible year. I mean, it's a... so far we've managed to hold off with any sort of coughs and colds and sneezes and everything. I had a thing on my nose the other day when my nose hurt. It's going down. It's going down. So I don't know what it was, whether I was bitten by something or... Do you think... It could be a rash from a mark. You had one exactly the same. Well, in sympathy, because we are separated at birth. And so... Oh, you think it could be that? Yeah, it doesn't explain that, does it? I don't know what that is at all. Yeah, no, it's not worrying. Don't say that. I'll have to go home early. You think it's worrying? I have to go to hospital. Could be washing... I could have an allergic reaction to all you. Perhaps I've got an allergic reaction to you. How do we solve that? How do we solve a problem like Maria? But it is. I mean, I looked at this one. That is a great musical. But it's actually... I think it's... I don't know if it's... Whatever it is, it's sort of there. I put some cream on this morning. Sudafed. I think it was Sudafed. But any sort of cream is good. Steve, I'm back with the Groovy Gang. Did you hear that I got engaged at the weekend? Yes, we did, Donny. Donny got engaged at the weekend. Would you like to come down to the wedding? No. Solves that problem, doesn't it? Honestly. I love the way that people think I've got loads of time on my hands. I do not have loads of time. Yesterday, I went out because, I do this. I did go back to Sainsbury's with all my change just to see if it was the same girl on the till. Was down talking about it. And I filled up my carrier bag with all this change. And so I go up to Sainsbury's at Hampton, which Matthew knows very well. And I put the money into the machine and it came out and I had £276. 276, which I thought, good, that goes into my little Christmas pile. It stays there. I don't need to touch it and all the rest of it. Go to the counter, give it to the woman, doesn't bat an eyelid. Not an eyelid. No, different woman. She doesn't bat an eyelid. She goes to the till. She counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. And I say, oh, thank you very much indeed. She goes, no, thank you. I thought, heavens above, Sainsbury's have changed the staff. Unbelievable. So I did that yesterday. And then I went to... Do you know what I want to buy? I want to buy a sheepskin coat. I quite fancy a sheepskin coat. They don't sell them in Marks and Spencer's. They had some other things, but I've got enough Marks and Spencer's clothes. I've got my new jeans on this morning from Marks and Spencer's. Oh, these are my new jeans. Oh, blimey, that was a bit close. Nearly fell over then. Whoa, nearly an industrial injury. Only 22 quid for a pair of jeans. Do you? Yeah, well, I don't copy, man. Honestly, I'm trying to get one over on the producer. Oh, anyway, they're on sale. I get my jeans from M&S too. They're cheap. For 22 quid? Seriously, I couldn't make them myself for this price. I really couldn't. Wearing Levi. Oh, yeah, I bought Levi's before. They're quite expensive. They're about £70. You get them on sale offer. Meanie. Elton John's planning to record an album with a suite. With a kid's suite. Well, it said with an M&M. And so I was assuming, I don't know how that's going to work out in the studio. Which is good. Very good joke there. And Gemma Collins, yes, the stupid one's back again. She wants to make robot versions of her parents before they die and make a robot baby. Destined to be single for the entire life, I should imagine. I do love the idea of the angry boyfriend. Had a row with his girlfriend, gets out of his house, gets in his car and drives into the sitting room, thus demolishing part of his house. Now, stupid boy, of course, has failed to realise that the insurance company will not be paying 1 penny piece. They reckon £23,000. Morning, there's some bloke in all the papers today. He bought 8 pints of Stella and drank them. 8 pints of Stella Artois. And to do what? So he could pull his tooth out with a pair of pliers, so it didn't hurt. So he drinks 8 pints and then I'm surprised he found the right tooth, to be honest. Rudy says, very disappointing, you have to buy the charger for the iPhone 12 separately. Well, it's a magnet, isn't it, at the back of it? I don't see that as being a problem, really. And also, if you have to sort of worry about it, then it's not for you. You stick with the little phone that you've got. There's no point worrying about whether you have to buy a charger separately. It's for people who've bought into Apple. You know, I've got a Mac at home, like loads of people have. Somebody, who was it, the one who wrote to Will, sort of saying, oh, Apple have got a monopoly. And no, they haven't. It's just that people buy into their stuff because it's good quality. That's it. I love the way that people are jealous. I wanted to buy one of those Apple iPhones and I can't afford it. Well, there you go. You'll have to save up, won't you? Save your pennies up, then you could buy one. Talking of jeans, says Matt, I bought some diesel ones for over £100. See, I had a diesel belt, which I thought was brilliant. It was one of Dale's, and it was a really good belt. I tried to get another one like it. It wasn't the same. You're just taking your belt off. What is the matter with him this morning, honestly? Why have you... You can't see where it's from? It must be cheap. It doesn't even have a name on it. The diesel belts, it's stamped on the back. Stamped on the back. I like belts. I'm quite a big fan. Well, in fact, I can't wear a pair of jeans or trousers without a belt on. Although if you're coming to the theatre on Sunday to see Ian Dale and myself, I should be very cash. Very cash. It's not my show. It's Ian Dale's show. I'm not dressing up for it at all. Next. Right, okay. 84850, Steve at LBC. Chris says, read the Sainsbury's Coin Star. They've probably got a picture of you on the staff notice board. Absolutely. I was ready for an argument. I was seriously ready for an argument. Knowing that, of course, there is no rules and stipulation of how much money you can put into the kind of thing. Oh, look, early breakfast on the early breakfast show. Oh, that looks quite nice. What was it the other day somebody sent me a picture of? Oh, no, it wasn't that. My friend Lynn, she said, do you like avocado? She's bought avocado from a supermarket, which is already squished down. It's not the actual avocado, it's the avocado that you mash down. Is it guacamole? Well, and then you put it on toast. Is that avocado? Is just smashed avocado on? And she said, would you like it? No, not really. I'm not a fan of having avocado on toast. I think it's pretentious. If it's with... Somebody said you put an egg on the top of it. And I thought, well, I don't know. I've had some popcorn this morning. Whoopee. Runny yolks, you see. Ugh. Dead baby birds. Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. I can't do anything like that. Also, it's the Feast of St. Teresa of Avila today. Will you be celebrating, says Donny? Already done it. We've already celebrated. The boys are very religious, which is good. Very good. And why has Savile come back into the news, says Tony? You'll have to for the first time, I'm going to tell you to podcast Darren's programme. He will tell you why Savile is back in the news today. I'm not going to tell you. Just going to leave it up to him to do that, which is very good. And another one here says it's stew and a real coal fire today. Oh, that sounds quite nice, actually. A real cold fire. Lovely, lovely. They were doing that thing. Is it called Alaska or something? And it's people who live in the frozen wilds of Alaska. And they say if you get ill, so there's no doctor, you can't just pull into a local filling station. You have to go to a place where they sell petrol. It's not a petrol station, and you tell them how much you want to buy, and they will release that amount into your cans and everything else. And it's a hard life. He was putting down traps for muscats, I think. I've no idea what they are, but they sounded like giant rats, and he was putting them down. I had to turn over, actually, because this was one of those things that if they step into it, it shuts and it clamps on their leg. And I've seen it happening with foxes out in the wild in Alaska and places like that, and eventually the animals try and gnaw their leg off, because it must be absolute agony. And try and get away with it. It's totally brutal. But he said, and so he laid, I think, 72 traps. 72 traps. So these things, and it's by the entrance to their burrows, which are well hidden and well insulated, and they step on it, and that's it. And then they just basically, because they can't go down into the burrow and keep warm, they just freeze solid. It's like taking fish out in China. I was watching them fishing in China the other day, and they were cutting a hole in the ice, feeding a net down and then bringing it up somewhere else on the lake and then pulling it in. The moment the fish came out of the water, they were frozen solid. It was that cold. Steve, whatever this thing is you're recording, I need to be part of it. I'm recording three things. Three things today, of which you are all invited to enjoy. I can't tell you any more than that, actually. It's very, very exciting. I shall be looking particularly smart, I should imagine. Steve, will the Ian Dale interview featuring Steve Allen be available as a podcast in the future? I don't think so. I think it's a one-off, because he's doing lots of bits around the country promoting his book. So we got about 160 of you turning up. It would have been 320, but of course social distancing means 360, and you've all got to have masks on and stuff. It's going to look quite funny. I might even take a picture of the audience. So if you're sitting next to somebody, you shouldn't be. Be warned. I'm on the warpath. So Pip Schofield tells all. You know, I left the TV set to be sick. Secret was too much. The moment I lost it, Holly had to carry on without me because he came out as gay. Seemed to be fine by the next day. You know, if he wants to come out as gay, that's his business. And so he asked his driver to take him home, leaving the presenter staring at walls as Holly Willoughby hosted alone. And he said he was in the darkest of places. Why? I don't know why. Everybody likes him. Nobody gives... I mean, he could have come out as trans. It wouldn't have made the slightest difference to anybody. He said, describing his state of mind, you know, he says there was rock bottom, then 50 foot of crap, and that was me. You know, and yet he'd known about it for goodness knows how long. He opened the door to find a white feather. She picked it up and gave it to me. See, she said, it's all going to be okay. The feather is in my wallet. So it's this... he said, was I forced out? Categorically not. Well, why were the Sun there on that particular day, Philip? Why were they there in the studio on that day that you came out? And then they ran it as an exclusive. I mean, that was just a bit fortunate, wasn't it? He said, only my close friends knew and only when I told them. Funny, the rumours were abounding for donkey's years, so I'm not totally shocked. This sounds like a sanitised version of a book. It really doesn't make any difference whatsoever whether you came out as gay, whether you weren't gay. It really didn't make any difference. Nobody cares. If people like people on the television, why would they worry about things like that? Good Lord. Abigail says, you keep me sane in the early hours. Love listening to you rather than worrying. Oh, I love the people. Somebody wrote in. What did they write? I can't remember what they wrote in, actually. Something. Because sometimes I'm just about to open something and it vanishes from the screen, disappears completely, which is a shame. And Steve, I saw a group of kids last night, aged about 16, 17, all linked arms and gathered in a close group, doing no harm, but I wondered if they really understood they could spread the virus home to their parents and grandparents. Joe, in Hornchurch, there was a load outside Marks and Spencer's. 6 or 7 school children, all literally on top of each other. No masks, no nothing. And I'm thinking, thick school children. Thick school children. You saw it just outside of school. Teachers, and then there's all these kids standing outside. And you think to yourself, are you really stupid and dumb? Yeah. And what are the teachers doing? Nothing. Nothing at all. Ever seen teachers with masks on? Not outside the schools, I haven't. Very worrying. Very, very worrying. And you wonder why we've still got it. You wonder why it's spreading like wildfire. Wildfire. One of my favourite words. Rod Liddell's column today talks about the supermarket chain Iceland, who've just launched a chicken nugget into space to celebrate the 50th birthday of the store. And... he says, no likes for No All Meghan, the woman who thinks she's saving the planet. Unfortunately, she couldn't even save that dreary little thing, Suits, that she was in. A very average actress who now thinks she's on the world stage, only because of who she married. Up until that time, she got no publicity whatsoever. Mark says, have you seen the jeans made by some company? They're British made. British made? Ooh, I'm not sure about that. I think I still like Levi's. Wranglers used to be the thing when I was... they were good jeans, weren't they? They're still cool, are they? Oh, right, OK. But, yeah, pinch of salt. Big pinch of salt. But quite nice, but, you know... And then you see some of the clothes that Corey produces. I mean, yesterday... trousers, can you believe, with elasticated bottoms? I mean, what... Are they jeans today? Oh. Don't think that's very necessary. What are they? What did they say? Cheap. Cheap. Yeah. I bet he found them in a charity. He finds most of his stuff in charity shops, doesn't he? Most of his... You think it's all from Aldi? Bless him. Bless him. Iceland. They don't do clothes in Iceland, do they? They do tins of toffees, yeah. Yeah, he found them because somebody had walked in and just thrown them on the floor, thinking it was a different sort of shop. I saw in M&S yesterday, says Chris, frozen mini Kievs for £5 and a big bottle of gold Prosecco for 10. Well, it's not a big bottle. The big bottle's £18. You can't tell me anything about Prosecco, mate. He says, I can't believe the snowflakes moaning about the Great British Bake Off, how some contestants have been sent home and saying the show is racist. Yes, making sure, of course, that, you know, people who are sent home are the ones who can't bake. So they get rid of people, and that's it. It's a bit of a dreary thing, isn't it? Very, very dreary thing. Steve, I could do the man with the pliers to pull out my teeth out in agony tonight. Double toothache. Double toothache, says Dave. You need some Anadin Extra or paracetamol. That's what you need. That's what you need. You should always, next time you're out, buy some. So I keep in at home. I think I've still got a packet of stuff with me. If you were here in the studio, I could give you one of my Anadin Extra, but I can't. We're not allowed to keep them on the premises. If you go to all the medicine boxes in this building and any other company, you're not allowed to keep Anadin or things like or paracetamol because you can overdose on them. So you can have a plaster and a bandage. So, if you could wrap that round your tooth, very helpful with a headache, isn't it? Actually, I find playing with your lobe is very good. Just to do that, and that takes away a headache. It probably doesn't, but it looks funny. Welcome to Thursday, 15th of October. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Everything you've heard about it is true. We are the biggest audience at this time. Oh, yes. Albert in Croydon, same as everybody. He says, I've still yet to see any inspectors on buses checking for non-mask wearers. Most drivers say nothing. We've had all drivers say nothing. And we wonder why we've got the virus. Well, I've never seen any inspectors either. They run the little thing. If you're travelling on this bus, you need to be wearing a mask unless you're exempt from it. So in other words, people just take them off. And inspectors and the police will be travelling on that. I've never seen them either. Why would they bother? Kevin says, big gangs of teenagers going into my local shop, laughing and boisterous, stick their fingers up to me for wearing a mask. It's the way it goes, isn't it? They think they're immune from it. You wait till the hospitals start filling up with the 15, 16-year-olds who think they're really clever. Shane says, it's getting hot here, close to summer. I just bought 2 avocados, $1.50. Goodbye. That's as in, it's a goodbye. 2 avocados, $1.50. Because the Australian rate of exchange is different from the other people. And somebody says, I've got a fresh tiger roll still hot from the baker's. Going to put loads of Anchor butter in the thing. Sausage or bacon is the question. Sausage or bacon? Sausage, I think. Although bacon cooks quicker. Sausages just take forever. I mean, seriously, you can lose the will to live waiting for a sausage to cook. And you don't like a thick sausage, you like little sausages. Yeah, it's a chipolata. It's not called a sausage, it's a chipolata. Chipolatas are little thin things. Yeah, that's it. Sausages are big fat things. Chipolatas, little thin things, and they cook quicker. Yeah. Like we needed to share that, ladies and gentlemen, with you. But we're going to this morning, because that's the way it goes. I mean, I would happily go, because in Greggs they used to sell, and they'll probably do it again for this year, pigs in blankets. You buy a little paper cup, and of course, there's never any customers in Greggs. At one time, there'd be a queue outside the door for their thing. Now, 3/4 empty. The shelves are empty. They don't sell as many things. Very well. I don't know why it all went wrong. Very odd. Ali says, I saw kids in town last week stopping people in town to do with their schoolwork. No masks and all huddled together. I thought, where are the teachers' heads at? The virus has gone up since kids and students go back, and the idiots in Liverpool, the picture videos saw. You remember that? And we all pay the price for stupidity. Do you remember even the mayor of Liverpool was embarrassed by all those dingbats who were out there celebrating just before they went into lockdown? Really, really stupid, Wait till you start becoming ill, kids. Wait till you start becoming ill. And you'll be going, I don't feel very well. There was a kid the other day. In fact, he's in the papers. 14. He's infected nearly all of his family. They've all got coronavirus. What can you do? What can you do? The answer is not a lot. Fear's growing now for an Olympic champion, dubbed Russia's most flexible woman. She posed nude for a men's magazine. Now, after being linked to old Vlad for 12 years and allegedly giving birth to twins fathered by the hard-man president, Elena Kabeva has vanished. Not been seen in public since she was believed to be 2 months pregnant with twin boys. Officially denied that she had twin boys. Slightly disturbing, isn't it? Mind you, if they want to get rid of somebody in Russia, that's the last you hear of them. Sorry, was she around? I don't know. Anybody see her? No, nobody saw her. Not a clue. Steve says, Paul in Manchesterford, I'm crossing my fingers that we in Manchesterford go into top tier today. Enough is enough. I don't want to see folks losing jobs or companies going to the wall, but surely better to have a few weeks of this than months of it. Just hoping I might have a chance of spending even an hour with my family Christmas Day. At least Manchesterford now have cancelled the Christmas markets, I know. Sad, isn't it, really? I look forward to the Christmas markets. I like a Christmas market. So we won't have one in Kingston. There won't be one in London. There won't be one here in Leicester Square. They'll put lights up and stuff like that, but there won't be any markets or anything like that, because that means people getting close to people. But I share your sorrow at the fact that we're not going to have these. So that's the whole idea, isn't it, of Christmas? Christmas markets, looking at rubbish that you wouldn't normally want to buy. You know, like a pair of sort of booties which look a bit like socks. Or so it's tat. It's not the sort of thing I'd buy. You know, Corey would buy this. Corey would buy these sort of things. You can imagine, I bought you a scarf that matches your socks. How lovely. Yes, bratwurst at all. Yes, as well. That's quite nice, actually. Or the Käsewurst, which is very good. Or the currywurst. It's exactly the same, only the Käsewurst has got cheese impregnated into the sausage. That's quite nice until you stick it in your gob and suddenly realise you've taken half the skin off your mouth, because it's so hot. And the curry one has got curry sauce in it as well. That's particularly nice. You have it with a nice bit of senf, the nice mild mustard, and then you think, I'll just buy another one for the journey home. So you go and buy another one, don't you? Who cares what they cost? Who cares? Steve, no sausage or bacon. Pan au chocolat for me. Well, she's Monica. I mean, she would be having pan au chocolat. I just need to find some coffee. She said, let so-and-so save any passenger riding with me before I get it, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. A pan... You know, I can't do pan au chocolat. I do like them, but they don't seem to agree with me. But I do like occasionally a croissant. On a Sunday morning, I'll buy a sort of a big all-butter croissant and just have it without any butter in it or something. I just have it as a... I did have them at one time with peanut butter in. And I suddenly realised that there was an extravagance too far. How do you cook your bacon, Steve, says Kevin. I put a little frying pan, it's only about a 7-inch, on the stove, turn the heat up maximum, it's electric, so it takes a little bit of a while, and then cook the bacon on high. Quickly. I don't know, nothing in it. No, I use non-stick pans. I'm fortunate enough to be able to buy those. I don't use any sort of liquids in there to help the things cook. So I just put straight in. If you've got a non-stick pan, you don't need to put any oil in or anything like that. I can even cook eggs, both sides, without... Don't you have any non-stick pans? What do you mean they don't work? It's not like the batteries run out or something. Yeah, you just sort of buy a non-stick pan. Where from? Well, I get mine from Robert Dias or John Lewis. No, they're not posh ones. Just a frying pan. I mean, they are cheaper in Robert Dias. So you don't have... What sort of kitchen utensils using? A wok? Yeah, that's it, is it? Well, you can cook bacon in a wok. Just turn the heat up maximum. Put the wok on there. Don't put anything into it. Is it a non-stick wok? What do you mean, sort of? It's meant to be. You don't trust it. Well, you must trust it. They do the demonstrations on the television with them, and then they sort of melt a plastic bag in there, and then just peel it off. They go, look, see, there you go. That's what you can do. Yeah. No water, no nothing. Nothing at all. Water? Why would you put water with bacon that you could honestly hope? You see what I'm dealing with? A complete heathen. I know. He said to me, he said, what, do you put oil in the frying pan for cooking bacon? I said, it's a non-stick pan. You just put the bacon in the pan. And it cooks it. He has a wok. Everything's done in his wok. But he doesn't know if it's non-stick. He said, I don't trust it. Seriously, most peculiar, isn't it? It's not normal. I've got a non-stick wok. No, they're very rare not round our neck of the woods. They are a lot more expensive, but luckily we don't need to worry about that. We just go and buy them. And sometimes I buy them and then scrape the non-stick off, just so I'm in keeping with everybody else. I got a free wok. I bought 3 bags of Uncle Ben's rice in Iceland about 3 or 4 months ago, and it came, she said, you can get a free wok. So I picked up a free wok. I brought it in and gave it to somebody. Can't remember, actually. Smacked them over the head with it. And they said, what's that for? I said, that's for taking the mickey out of me the other week. You'll learn. And so, I love a wok, but we don't have the heat. You can wok the wok, but can you talk the talk? I wok, you wok, they wok, we wok, or whatever it is. Steve, Joe again. Try the Walls microwave sausages already cooked. Yeah, have you seen how little meat there is in these things, though? There's not as much meat in. You see, I like a 98% sausage of meat. I don't want filler. Thank you very much indeed. Talking of Greggs, I bought some sausage rolls the other day. So dull, prefer a Pret salad. Well, you get 4 for the price of 3, which is good value, isn't it? Tom in Hereford says a cigarette and a coffee for me. It's what it used to be for me years and years ago. Cigarette and a cup of coffee. Ooh, delicious. Delicious. But I used to eat those Walls microwavable sausages, because I used to have a thing about sausages. But Corey likes the little thin ones, so that's a chipolata. He likes little chipolatas, because he's only a little thin person himself. Is it? Yes, yeah, I'm Wurst as well. I'm exactly the same. Listen, that in a bread roll that doesn't quite fit it properly is like heaven. Seriously, it's heaven. It's absolutely the best thing ever. Nice bit of Senf mustard on the top, which is the mild one. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. In fact, I could eat one now, but of course nobody's cooking in the studio, are they? Why not? Festive season. Yeah, I think, we might eventually get round there, I suppose. I like the story of the girl. They all said to them at school, they said, can you bring in your hand sanitisers from home? She's 5. She's 5 years old. What does she take in? Her mother's sex lube. That livened up the lesson, I can imagine. And little Sarah's got, what the hell is that? This is my mummy's hand sanitizer. No, it's not. It's not. It's awful, isn't it? George Foreman grills are good. Yeah, I just pop them in a frying pan. I cook Wurst and stuff like that in a frying pan. As long as the heat is good, that's it. That's good. Nice thick slice of pork pie with English mustard, Steve. Lovely. And honestly, Steve, sets you up for the long day, says Dean in the Cotswolds. The Cotswolds. That's pretty, isn't it? The Cotswolds. 15th of October. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's early breakfast. Hope you're ready for another good day today. I'm hoping today's going to be a good day. It's Thursday. I was trying to think what happens on a Thursday, and the answer is I don't think anything happens on a Thursday. Nothing at all. I might have to go out and buy a frying pan, non-stick, for Corey, so he can actually sort of enjoy the delights of cooking with something non-stick. I can't believe that he doesn't know what non-stick is. The whole idea of non-stick is that nothing sticks to it. Hence, you don't need to use oil. Hence, it's better for you. And yes, if it was a stick, you'd throw it. And that's different. So this is non-stick. So in other words, it's not a stick. You don't throw it. Unless you're really having an argument with a young lady in the kitchen, which is probably unusual. But that's what it is, and it's brilliant. They demonstrate them on the television, and now the non-sticks are so much better than they were before. I've never used oil, no. Obviously, if you're cooking I've actually done toast in a frying pan. You turn the frying pan up to maximum heat and wait till it really gets hot, till it's banging itself off the stove, and then you put a piece of bread in there, and then flip it over the other side, and it will cook it. Exactly the same. It's a lovely way of doing it. And in fact, you can do it. If you don't have an oven or something like that, you can put a piece of cheese in the middle of it, cook it on one side, flip it over, and it will melt the cheese. And you've got a grilled cheese sandwich. I don't know how have you managed to get to this age and not worked all these things out? I was doing this when I was a student, in between. It must be a very, very sheltered life. I can't believe you haven't had sort of what's the best piece of equipment in your kitchen then, Corey? Is there something that you have in your kitchen that you could not do without? No, put your hand down, Thomas, in a minute. You can be second, okay? So a slow cooker. How marvellous. Of course you don't use it, because the only thing you can ever cook in them is sausages and potatoes, and that's what they demonstrate. So you go to work, you've already had something to eat on the way back, and you get in, and the other half goes, oh, God, we've got sausages and potatoes and beans, which has been cooking since 6 o'clock this morning. OK, Thomas, now you can have your say. You would gas stove, yeah, or your espresso machine. Oh, it's a proper one, OK. Is it a Nespresso? No. Oh, it's a barista one. Right. Thomas has been shoplifting again, and he's managed to get, when he only went in to get a quick cup of frothy milk, and came out with a complete barista machine. 300 quid. God, I tell you are earning a fool. What are you doing with this money? I can't afford to buy that. Oh, you've had it for years. Oh, it's okay. If I had a house, I would love an Arga. I'd love an Arga. My godchildren have got an Arga. Well, their parents have got an Arga. And they've also got a proper cooker as well, because Luke's family's got an Arga. They're very difficult. You have to learn how to cook on an Arga. Not easy, but still good. Everybody's got a kitchen item, haven't they, that you can't do without. And for me, what could I not do without in the kitchen? I was going to say one of those halogen ovens. Yeah, I can't do without a wife. Whee! No, I didn't say that. What can I not do without? I can't do that. Spoons. I love spoons. I use spoons for everything. Spoons for everything. I can't think of anything else, though, that I would use in the kitchen. But I do like non-stick pans. I'm very good. Very good. Steve, you can get nice ones from Asda. They have a little red dot that changes colour when the pan is hot enough to start cooking, says Mary in Balham. Foolproof for the likes of people like Corey. Oh, seriously, Mary, you're wasting it. He doesn't appreciate things like that. Yeah, but it's no good you trying to learn because, as you know, it goes in one ear and pops out the other again. Unfortunately, it doesn't stay long enough in the middle to be digested. So, have you ever had Wurst? Have you had Wurst? No, probably not. No. A bit hot. You see? That's what you're dealing with. Do you have cold sausages? Or what do you mean hot? You mean spicy? No, hot. No. They serve them too hot. Well, a bit like food, isn't it? Or do you have all your food cold? Do you just have cold food? You really are most peculiar. How do you have soup? You blow a lot. Okay. That's nice, isn't it? Then you can pebble dash the wall behind the dining room table. Not that I suspect you've got a dining room table. I suspect you probably eat on your lap, don't you? Sitting on the edge of the bed. Yes. Seriously. It's another world, isn't it, honestly? You suddenly realise, listening at home, how fortunate you are compared to what I have to put up with here. I mean, seriously, every day an education. Every day some new revelation pops into the studio and we all sit in with amazement with our jaws on the floor going, and he votes. Steve, I've just bought £180 worth of non-stick pans from Asda, says Paul, reduced to £100. Bargain. Lifetime guaranteed. Yep, well, I always like the lifetime guarantees. Sue says, have you ever thought of writing a cookery book in time for Christmas? Yeah. Page 1, toast. Page 2, fried bread. Page 3, cheese on toast. Lovely idea. Steve, I know what happens on a Thursday, says Roger. Rod Liddell's column makes great reading, usually. No different today. Very good indeed. From Declan in Wien. He says, 15 years ago, I bought a Käsewurst, a hot dog, at well, it wouldn't have been a hot dog. Their hot dogs don't have cheese in them. It would have been a Käsewurst. He says, I bit into the first bite, the skin peeled with it, and a jet of hot cheese went shooting up my nose. It was so painful. Since then, I have them sliced with a semmel and Kremsersenf. Oh, I love it. There used to be a woman, used to have one just off Karlsplatz, and she was English. She was English, and I was practising my best German to order a hot dog, which, of course, in Austrian is exactly the same as ordering in English. Hot dog, bitte. Thank you. And then she said, oh, where are you from? So then I explained I was working on the radio. And I would go around there at least 2 or 3 times a week, and she would tell me which were the different sausages and, you know, which ones were the best. And she was really lovely, really lovely. But that was so many years ago now. Steve, have you got a mandolin? No, but I know what it is. It's a thing for doing vegetables, isn't it? I think I've probably bought one in the past, but I don't think I've ever done it. Steve, the best chef tip ever: gently simmer sausages in water 5 or 6 minutes, and then brown them off in the frying pan. It's brilliant, works every time. Not really for me. I prefer to cook them in the fry pan. What's the matter now? No, you've just done your hand in. Electric shock. Oh, that's horrid. Oh, don't. Makes me feel quite. What about kitchen scissors, Steve? Says Sam. Yeah, you're right, actually. Well done remembering. Kitchen scissors I use all the time. All the time. Love them. Gary says, as we were told in no uncertain terms by a parent who was a lawyer, there's no legal requirement to wear a mask outdoors. Unfortunately, there is. You can't go on public transport without a mask on unless you are exempt. It's the law. You know? And in this building, they'd be expecting you to wear a mask coming into the building. Nor is there a legal requirement for children to wear them out indoors. Do they wear them indoors? I see them getting on the bus with them, but then there's a number of other children, rebels, as we call them, who don't wear them. You know, but it's up to them. As long as they don't mind getting sick, I don't mind talking about them. I don't have any sort of worry about things like that. Mary in Balham. Oh, this is where we get the Tefal pans for Corey, which would be quite nice. I'm sure he'd appreciate something like that, but I don't think he'd understand the red dot. Seriously, it'd be too complicated for him. They sell them, the Tefal ones in Asda. I've just said, well, John Lewis you can get. No, he thinks John Lewis is expensive. Seriously, I mean, it's seriously, it's so tedious and time-consuming. Four tea fells. Gosh, you're so rich. And a coffee maker as well. Tell me your flatmates. Okay, so you've sort of stolen them. You've got a Le Creuset. Well, that's very expensive, isn't it, Le Creuset? Although there is a version that I think has been brought out by one of the cheaper supermarkets. Might be Lidl or somebody else. They brought out their own version of Le Creuset. They looked almost identical, but they were about a fifth of the price. Le Creuset, terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. You know, you could pay £200 for a casserole dish, and it means you can cook in the oven and then put it on the table. What's the point? Just buy a cheap thing and put it on the table in the bowl. Don't need to spend that much money on things, do you, really? And another one here. What's the difference between weather and climate? You can't weather a tree, but you can climb it. It's quite a good one, actually. What did the baby find at the end of the rainbow? A pot of gold. A pot of gold, okay. That's good. That's about as good as you're going to get. And what does a dolphin say when he's confused? Can you please be more Pacific? Can you please be more Pacific? Okay. Why do ants dance on jam jars? Because the jar says twist to open. Come on, let's twist again, like we did last summer. No? No. Well, you don't understand. You don't. The twist was a dance. Don't you remember twisting? Come on, let's twist again, like we did last. That's twisting. They're standing on the top of the jar, trying to open it, and it says twist to open. So they, come on, let's twist again, like we did last. Honestly, sometimes you feel like you're wasting your time with comedy, don't you? You really do. Steve, a bit random, says Matthew, but who are the boys' favourite bands? They don't have favourite bands at all. They're not allowed things like that. They don't know anything about bands. Yeah, they like hair bands. Well, Corey does, although he's not actually worn his hairband for some time. We normally get quite used to doing that. Gastric band. I'm trying to make this thing... Oh, I've hit the wrong thing, that's why. There you go, I've done it. Brilliant. Elastic bands. We collect them at home. The post comes with an elastic band round it, and I always save them, because they're really good, actually. And then you make a big ball out of them, which is good, isn't it? We like. Need a cup of tea this morning, just to warm your cockles. That's what you need this morning. A nice hot cup of tea. It's well worth it. And a piece of toast. Andrew Chiswick says Ian Dale bought a car because it was... You're right, but I'm not going to tell people just yet. They're going to have to wait. Big company, Steve, before buying Le Creuset pans, you need to go into weight training first to be careful not to drop them. Oh, I know, they weigh a ton, don't they? They're very, very heavy. And I thought, would I ever... I mean, they do look nice. But they're just... You're right, they're just terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. Steve... John Lewis is not expensive, it's quality. Yes, I mean, you can buy all sorts of things. You can buy all sorts of... I buy towels in John Lewis, flannels in John Lewis, and I bought the Christmas lights in John Lewis. Somebody else telling me about Ian Dale and the car, which we'll tell you about. And Steve, heard you talking about Argas. They're great. You can even get a baby one called the Argus 60. Perfect for town and small kitchens. When you renovate, says John. I know, I mean, I love the idea, but I don't do enough cooking. I seriously do not do enough cooking to warrant buying an Arga. It's not the financial side of it, it's the space and whether or not it would be useful to me, and the answer is probably not. Heart disease deaths are climbing, and the Little Mix show on the television, and there's a group of girls with egos as big as a whale, has been delayed. Several members of the crew tested positive for COVID-19. The contact trace consultants, they're being paid, so we're told by the government, around £7,500 a day. Make me a consultant, please. And I'm a Celeb could be cancelled. The Welsh have said if you're coming in from certain places where you've got coronavirus, they don't want you in. So they might actually stop people going in, which is fairly good news, as far as I'm concerned. The British fishing boats pelted with flares and oil by the French fishermen, who are not the most pleasant people in the world. They really aren't. Not very pleasant at all. Angela Lansbury, the Murder, She Wrote lady, turns 95. 95, Angela Lansbury. And I've got a great-grandmother's tips for living to 100. She's lived to 100. I don't know. Are there advantages to living to 100? I don't know. I'm not there. Might be at one point. Might be. And also, Britain's wasting a mountain of food in a year. We're not very good, are we? We do tend to throw stuff away. In fact, yesterday I cooked my dinner. It was pasta with chicken, which was quite nice, actually, but there was way too much of it. Way too much of it. And the reason Fido, or whatever you want to call your dog, will not fetch, when you throw a stick, down, is because he's reached middle age. And they don't want to go and fetch a stick. They just sit there and you go, fetch a stick, bring it here, or the ball, or something like that. And then they sort of bring it back, but they don't drop it at your feet. They drop it about 4 feet away, and you go, no, bring it here, come on, bring it here. And you go, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. All you want is a dog that goes and collects the stick, brings it back and says to you, don't throw it again. All right, I'm just telling you now, don't throw it again, you'll be in trouble. Or the ball. I brought the ball back, here it is. Don't throw it. I'm throwing the ball again. Go fetch the ball. No, you go fetch the bloody ball. I'm not fetching it. Licence fee dodging for the BBC may not be civil offence. And chatting to cattle apparently makes steaks tastier. Happy cattle, happy steaks. Although what you talk about to cattle, I've got no idea. Today's not going to be a good day for you. Today will go down in history. Why would that be? Well, because I'm just telling you. But at least we'll have tasty steaks, which is good news. Steve, I thought a mandolin was a small guitar type thing, not a kitchen utensil. No, it's a kitchen utensil. It's very good, actually. It's very good. And my name is Paul, says Paul, which is good, actually, because he's remembered. He said, I'm the brother of Angel from the Chateau. They loved meeting you, and they spoke very highly. Our Nan, who still lives in Mile End and is 97... But I remember, says Paul, her frying vosh on a non-stick frying pan. What? In God's name, it's vosh. Says, I used to just love waiting for the vosh to warm and the smell. It's iconic. I used to love just eating it on its own. I've never even heard of it. But we love Dick and Angel at the Chateau. When they came over, we loved seeing them. And I watched them again yesterday because they've started repeating back from the beginning again when they first see the Chateau and they first go into it. And now it's all singing and dancing. And I hope they've got good business going. I hope so, because they were lovely. They were lovely. And they came in and then they sent me some lovely things. They sent me a lovely diary book. And my brother's wife, Marion, huge fan of Dick and Angel. Huge fan. I mean, seriously. I was watching them the other day thinking, do you know, does your life get any better? As long as you've got loads of it. They were booked out, it seemed like ages in advance for weddings and things like that. Mainly because people have seen them on the television. People like them. They come over well. They're nice. Another one here says, if you won lots of money on the lottery, what would you buy first? I'd be off to South Ken and get a Lamborghini, says Matthew. No, if I won a lot of money on the lottery, what would you buy first? I don't think I wouldn't buy anything first. Well, you'd obviously have to buy something first. I don't know what it would be. I can't think of anything. That's not, because the only thing you have to say is, if you've got a lot of money, you can buy something you haven't had before. Well, I've had everything before. I mean, if I need something now, if it's clothes or a car, if I need something like that and I don't need anything, I can go and buy it. So if you had a lot of money on the lottery, I'd like to help out people that I work with, not you. Put your hand down. Sorry, they always try and muscle in, don't they? Oh, Steve, does that include... No, it doesn't include you at all, no. Friends and family. Yeah, I'd probably buy a nice... It depends how much money you won. Depends how much money you won. I mean, if you won something like 20 million, well, that's not going to change your life at all. It's not going to make any difference to me. I'd just probably sort of put it in the bank. I'd probably go and buy another little... Oh, here we go. What are we eating now? It looks... Weetabix with a fork. Oh, it's a spoon. All right, it's a spoon. Okay. Maybe the eyesight not as good as it used to be. I can still see that you're fat, though, with sticky out ears. So there you go. So obviously the eyesight not that bad. Weetabix. How many Weetabix? 2 Weetabix? 3? 2 Weetabix. Good. Hot milk, cold milk. Cold milk. So you should have had it with hot milk. You should have put it in the microwave and heat it up. It's very good for you. I think. I don't know what to have today, actually. That's your phone? Is that on your keys? Oh, dear. Oh, well, got them back now. Steve, I think dogs finally work out that it's not worth the effort of fetching a stick or a ball at the grand old age of 17 years, says Roger. Well, I think you're right. You throw a ball, the dog picks it up. After about the second or third time, it gets a bit tedious, doesn't it, really? So definite. What's that banging? Is that you kicking next door? I can hear it in here. Don't kick in here. Well, don't kick in there. I could hear it in here. Do it again. You hear it? Yeah. Bit worrying, isn't it? He's trying to tunnel his way out. That's what it is. Trevor says, I adore the humble hot dog, but unlike its New York City, I never see a beef hot dog. Aha. Then you need to join Costco. They do beef hot dogs because they're an American company. So, love the show. You're working Christmas Day. I think I'm working Christmas Day. I haven't seen the final rundown. We won't get that to, I suppose, November, which isn't that far away, is it really? 6:25 is the time. So a lot of the papers running with Philip Schofield and his book, which he's selling. And as I say, all we want to know really is, if you weren't gay and didn't think you were gay when you married Steph and had the 2 girls, at what point did you decide that you were gay, and have you been out with anybody? Okay? That's the question. Are you going out with anybody at the moment? You know, if you're going to write a book about being gay, at least tell people all the bits that people don't know. Can you also explain why the sun happened to be there on the set of This Morning when you decided to come out? And then they ran with it as almost an exclusive. You know, that was slightly peculiar. Gambling addiction, according to footy legend Tony Adams, has become the biggest problem suffered by sports stars. You know why? Too much money. You know, when you've got a footballer who's earning 100,000 a week, 200,000 a week, 300,000 a week, 500,000, what have they got to do? Nothing. It's either that or they spend it on hookers. That's what they do, because they're bored. Absolutely bored. I mean, they don't exactly play every day of the week, do they? The Arsenal hero who founded the Sporting Chance Clinic for addicts said almost half of its clients are treated for betting problems. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? There was one person here, he revealed last year he lost £46,000 in one night on a betting app. That's why you won't find a poor bookmaker. That's why you won't find a poor bookmaker. £46,000 in 1 year. I seriously, I couldn't do that. I really couldn't do that at all. And Roger says the first thing you do if you won the lottery is announce it to us all. No, that wouldn't be the first thing. No, you'd be way down the line. Because I'd be hearing later in the day, wouldn't I? So there'd be loads of people before you. I'd have to make about 6 to 8 phone calls to tell people. And I'd love to buy a house in London, so that if you've got friends in London, you're having lunch or dinner or whatever it happened to be, then you could go, everybody back to my place. Got a huge roof terrace, swimming pool in the basement. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? I'd like things like that. I'd invite the boys round, you know, so they could have a look at my Arga in the kitchen, and we could teach Corey some lessons on cooking with an Arga or with a non-stick frying pan. You know, I do everything. I mean, I've been known to cook pancakes in a non-stick frying pan, but pancakes that are ready-made. I don't make pancakes. That would be silly, because they make them ready-made. You buy a packet of 8 of them, and they fit the frying pan perfectly. You turn the frying pan up, you know, hottest it can be. Pop the thing in there, flip it over, then you put some filling in, which you can buy in Waitrose. You can buy, you know, strawberries and stuff like that, or rhubarb filling. You put it in the middle, flip it over, fold it in half, and eat it. Or you could eat a whole packet of 8. Not difficult. Not difficult at all. Facebook is failing to protect millions of Brits from scams using fake celebrity endorsements. Dragon's Den investor Deborah Meaden and Martin Lewis have both been falsely used in internet rackets. Yes, I remember. I didn't know that Deborah had. Also, Susan Reid. Susan Reid's a bit of an old crook. She's in prison at the moment. She's jobless. Well, she wasn't really. She was running a £200,000 a year counterfeit designer clothes empire from her front room. Susan Reid pocketed £1,000 a week profit from selling fake Stella McCartney bags, Nike trainers and Superdry hoodies. She comes from Dundee. She spent over £3,000 a week buying the fakes, and then she admitted distributing. Gone to prison for a year. Should be 10 years, shouldn't it? A year. That's really not enough. Not enough. And 1 in 10 Brits have never eaten an Indian curry or tried French food. Never eaten a curry. How is that? Have you eaten a curry? Yeah, you must have eaten a curry. You've eaten a curry, haven't you, Popper? Yeah, all the time. Have you ever eaten French food? Okay, both eaten French food. What have you eaten? You've eaten snail, l'escargot. Merci. And have you ever eaten Caribbean dishes? You've eaten Caribbean? Okay, well, that's good. You're doing well. Doing well. Great Jamaican place near you. Jerked chicken and that kind of stuff. Curried goat. You haven't had Caribbean, have you? I can tell, Corey. Or Japanese sushi. You've had sushi? Sushi. I haven't. I don't like sushi. Most rely on cooking old favourites like bangers and mash, roast dinners and spaghetti bowl. Or they call it spag bowl, don't they? Pretentious. And apparently the study findings come on a... I won't tell you who the company is, because what they do now is they go and commission a survey. They pay like a couple of £1,000, then it makes it into the paper and they get the publicity from it. And 84% of you are in the dark about your family origins, because you don't know your family origins. You don't know where you came from. You don't know, how your parents met. You don't know anything, do you? You just assume the fact they're your parents because they've told you that they're your parents. And it's a case of, what did they do before? Did they have jobs? Did your dad have a paper round? Did your mum ever work at the school serving up dinners? Stuff like that. You have to know these things. My father, told you, wrote me a 20-page letter when he was coming out to see me when I'd been born and I was out in Egypt waiting. I was trying to get a dual passport, but I never got it. And he's arrived and he wrote a letter. 20 pages on the plane coming over about how he and my mum first met, where they were living, what they were doing, things like that. It turns out in those days, people were far more innocent than they are now. Nowadays, if you've been on Love Island, the chances are you've been round the block about 3 times. Talk about shop soiled. Not very good, is it, really? Had my first. This is Jake, my favourite Methodist pastor. He says, Hopeswell had my first administrative council meeting with my Grey Eagle Methodist Church. This Sunday's my final Sunday at my 4 churches near Appleton. Bit sad about that, but excited for my work with these new churches. I'm supposed to send you greetings from the people of the Sauk Centre and Grey Eagle Methodist Churches. Thank you, and bless you too. Woo! News time, just gone 5:30. With the latest headlines, Holly had nice to have your company. Steve, you're warming pancakes, not cooking, if shop bought, says John. I call it cooking, okay? It's my stove, my frying pan, my pancakes. Also, I read in a complete TV collation of the most dangerous TV places with the most people murdered per capita, it was Cabot Cove, which is where Angela Lansbury lives. I always like that one, Phil. It's very good. What I don't understand is why they don't just arrest the people that are always there, like Jessica Fletcher, Hercule Poirot, or Miss Marple. I mean, bit of a coincidence. They're always there, but they never get charged. I know. She's 95. Did you know that? 95. I think that's quite remarkable in this day and age to reach 95. I think it's good. We were sort of trying to work out the other day how long we think people should live for nowadays. Do you get to sort of 77, 78, and you sort of think, is that sort of old enough now? No, you keep going as long as you want to keep going. Have a bit of fun. Have a bit of a laugh. My doctor still can't believe I'm not drinking at the moment. He said, do you think that's forever? I said, I shouldn't think so. Like to be honest about it. No point telling fibs, is there? So, meanwhile, down in Cornwall, they're horrid. They're horrible. Greggs have opened up a branch down there. This was a previous store, if you remember, of Greggs down, I think, in Cornwall. It was forced to shut after locals branded the high street chain Satan's franchise. What revolting people. The new outlet at a service station near St Austell has already upset some lovers of traditional Cornish pasties. Well, don't go there, girlies. Oh, nothing worse is that, they don't do Cornish pasties. Catherine Gill moaned online, 2020 gets worse and worse. Oh, God, what a dreary you must be. James Hankins went on Facebook to warn they've won the battle but not the war. And then Julia Russell added, they're right, bunch of old moaning Marys, aren't they? Why would you want this in Cornwall? Traditional pasty shops are so much better. Well, don't go there then. God, blimey, what a bunch of Minnie Mouse moaners. Greggs has 1,500 stores, but has so far failed to get a foothold in the county. Well, there's no point. Put it this way, you don't want anybody called Julia Russell, James Hankins, or Catherine Gill in there, because they're far too boring, aren't they? You can imagine what they're like. We had people move in next door and they were playing loud music. Bosses opened a branch in Saltash last year, but it closed after 9 months. Lack of trade. Baker Jamie Kilpatrick, owner of Polnoon Pasties in Saltash, said he was surprised they were trying again. What's it got to do with you, pal? Well, I'll tell you what, I hope somebody disses your business as well. What a horrible person you must be. He said you'd have thought they'd have learnt their lesson. There you are. The bully is Baker Jamie Kilpatrick, the owner of Polnoon Pasties in Saltash. Doesn't like any little bit of competition. Moaning old misery you are, aren't you? Oh, you'd have thought they'd have learnt their lesson. Oh, have you been round and slapped them on the wrist? What a disgusting place you are. What a disgusting person. And you're a baker's. I thought you'd have welcomed a bit of competition, pal. I hope they do really well. I hope they give it all away for free just to get everybody in and away from your place. What a horrible person. Why are they so nasty? Not good at all. Steve, can you give us any small cryptic clues as to what your LBC Christmas gift is? I can't. I'm sworn to secrecy. I feel like Mary Berry when they said, do you have a damehood? And she said, I can't comment. I'm not allowed to comment. The moment she said, I'm not allowed to comment, everybody went, she's got one. Shane says, when we came out to Sydney in 1809, we probably were convicts. There's a very good chance. There's a very good chance. And I wonder if Steph is okay with Philip Schofield opening up about their private life. Would have thought she's been through enough. Well, Steph, why has she been through enough? She's been with a girlfriend for goodness knows how long. They have a child. And she's... Sorry? And she's... Oh, not that Steph. Oh, you're talking about Steph, the wife. Oh, yes. I mean, listen, they've been together. Their daughters are 28 or something. I mean, you know, unless she's blind, she must have realised that maybe he took a little bit longer in the bathroom than other people. You know, but no, listen, if somebody marries somebody, they know. It's like sort of sons and daughters. I got confused, didn't I? You know, sons and daughters, and they think the parents don't know. Of course they know. They're parents. They know these things. See, the trouble is somebody says to me, Steph, and I just go, Steph McGovern, that dreadful programme. They had a very unfunny comedian on there the other day. I can't remember what his name is, but he's really unfunny. Really, really unfunny. I think he's on all this way. I think they sort of can't find people. Their budget must be huge. Taxi fares alone must run into millions. But they've got this comedian on there, and he's about as funny as the bloke who's on the Bake Off programme. In fact, he's not funny at all, so I don't know why he's down as a comedian. What's the name of this bloke? Can you not find him? On Steph McGovern's dreary little offering on the television. Sooner it's off, the happier I will be. He's a comedian. He's sort of... Oh, I can't remember what his name is now. Somebody will know. Somebody will watch it and go, yeah, we know what that is, Steve. We can help you out on that one. Thank you very much indeed. Mrs. Brown's Boys star, Gary Hollywood, has been offered a string of big money deals since quitting the show. Can't imagine why. Nobody knows who he is. The actor, famed for playing Dino in the hit comedy. If you remember, he was the one complaining because he wasn't earning as much as some of the other people on the show. And there were two of them. And so he raised the issue with his bosses. In other words, he threw a bit of a Queenie fit. And he was allegedly told he'd have a reduced role in this year's festive specials. So he walked away. But apparently, it's all okay, because wait for this spin of a line. He's quit over the row over pay, and he's in advanced talks to sign a lucrative book deal. He's had top-secret meetings with 3 TV networks. Yeah, good. They always look for somebody sitting on the front desk, dear, so you can just direct proper people working. So it's one of the BBC's biggest shows. He says he's hit the career jackpot since leaving. Yeah. OK. Somebody will buy into it. Not at the moment, though. Not at the moment. It's a case of you mustn't be like that. You know, listen, people are always going to be earning more money than you. Always. You know, and if you choose to walk away, yeah, unless you're Jeff Bezos, in which case I cannot top the amount of money that he was earning. I was close. I just wasn't that close. What was he, 10 million quid in an hour? 10 million quid in an hour. I mean, it was ridiculous. I said to him, I don't want it. I said, I do not want that much money. That would spoil you, wouldn't it? If you were just sort of an average human being, which most of the people living down in Devon appear to be, and in Cornwall, if they don't want a Greggs down there. They've never known the delights of a bacon roll in the morning. But, as I say, what horrible people. Horrid, horrid people down there. Oh, you thought Greggs would have learnt their lesson. Goes, a baker who makes pasties. Get you, dear. Get you. Daily Mirror, Philip Schofield, my torment. I really don't care. Seriously, I'm really not remotely bothered. I couldn't care less. I couldn't be less bothered. I like the Elton John case that's been settled. Do you remember little Renata Blaul married him, and they had an agreement that he wouldn't talk about their marriage. Anyway, she sued him for repeated and flagrant breaches of the deal they signed. She wanted an injunction, and she wanted about 3 million quid. But a spokesman for ELT says the parties are happy to announce they've resolved this case in a way that acknowledges Renata's need for privacy. And also, she also went on record as saying Elton has shown nothing but kindness to me and all the rest of it. It sounds like that was one hell of a deal thrashed out. OK, I'll give you some money. Now go away. Amazing, isn't it, really? That would have been interesting in court. We're still waiting for the Colleen Rooney and old Bardi. Can't wait for that one in the court. And, of course, they'd be very wise to settle long before. But at the moment, it doesn't appear correct. Oh, Philip Schofield. Oh, God, ages and ages. Philip Schofield's book is now out on Penguin. You know, if you really... I mean, I can't imagine who'd be interested in buying it. I mean, all of his friends know. Why would it be of any interest? Perhaps they're waiting to see if they're mentioned. That'd be good. Cliff Richard celebrates his 80th birthday by going for a hit with a Davis Cup winner. And he was playing the other day, actually. He returned from Barbados. For 80, he's marvellous. He is absolutely marvellous. Although he did complain that after he struggled to retain his image due to the stress of the process. I remember waking up and thinking, what happened to Peter Pan? I look like Rip Van Winkle. He's never looked like Rip Van Winkle, I can tell you that now. Still to come, the British fishing boats pelted with flares and oil by the French crews. They're really nasty. The French fishermen are quite nasty. We should retaliate. Let's pelt them with something that we don't like. Can't think of anything off the top of my head. I'm sure there'll be something funny that crops up very shortly. Steve. Somebody else asking for, could we have some cryptic clue? No, I can't tell you. Morning. Nice to have your company. Very nice indeed. For a Thursday morning, 15th of October, we have a poem. Oh, no, we don't. We didn't do the poem, did we? We did. I've just realised you've just brought the poem in now, and I've looked at the clock thinking, oh, we'll do that at about 5:05. Wait a minute, we're at 10 to 6. How can this be? How could you? I wouldn't mind. It's not like there's a million and one things that happen on the programme, and then all of a sudden we go, oh, looky-doo. A poem we forgot. How can you forget? It's 50 minutes. 50. I know that's him. I know. Don't worry, Thomas. You are totally exonerated. Totally exonerated. And I just gave him a Kit Kat as well. Obviously, I'm overfeeding the boy. You're pinching away. Well, I think you should take one away from him. I think every time he makes a mistake, take a Kit Kat away. It's a bit like forfeits, isn't it? You have to pay that. Anyway, it's only a short poem. It's another one of his classics. I don't know where he gets them from. There must be some place. This is by Joshua Henry Jones Jr. And it's called I Saw You. I saw you as I passed last night, framed in a sky of gold, and through the sun's fast paling light you seemed a queen of old, whose smile was light to all the world. Against the crowding dark, and in my soul a song there pearled, re-echoed by the lark. I saw you as I passed last night, your tresses burnished gold, while in your eyes a happy bright gleam of your friendship told. And I went singing on my way, on into the dark, but in my heart still shone the day, and still sang the lark. Quite touching, isn't it, really? Worth waiting 50 minutes for, not. 50. I looked at the clock that I suddenly realised we were so far out on the time. Well, I couldn't help it because all of a sudden I had a queue. It was like I felt I was Waterloo Station. Everybody was sort of whooshing into the... I can't believe it's Thursday. I seriously can't believe it's Thursday, and I cannot believe that I've got nothing to do today. It's a lovely day for going out and not having anything to do, which we have to do some things after the programme. We have to film some things. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, can't say anything. Can't say it. Secret squirrel. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Melania Trump, who you know has revealed her son Barron had coronavirus. I think they all had it, didn't they? They all had it. Now they're all clear. So they say. And we'll take some more of your text emails in a moment. They've got a programme which is coming up. I think this one is going on to BBC Two early in the new year, next year, 2021, but it's also going to be in cinemas. And it's Jack Charlton. And it's Jack Charlton's last days, because, you know, he had dementia. And it does capture, for the first time, his struggle with the syndrome, which I think is sad, isn't it? Because we like to remember people as they were, you know, which is good. Which is good. The documentary called Finding Jack Charlton shows the World Cup winner a former Republic of Ireland manager in the final months of his life. His wife, Pat, says in one clip, they think a lot of you, don't they, in Ireland? Jack says, got no idea. Because you don't know things like that. It affects people in different ways, but that's touching, isn't it? But captured by film, which is lovely. Lovely. Viv, the showman's daughter. I haven't mailed for a while, but I'm still one of your devotees. She says, what a load of moaners and snowflakes you have in the newspapers and some mailing you, as if times aren't difficult as it is. Oh, I know. We love it. We love it. You know, when you get the moan, it's the same, you know, you realise, don't you, Viv, it's the same person writing under about 20 different names. We discovered this a short while ago. That it was the same person, which is very worrying, very worrying. And never mind, she says, we all love you. Oh, listen, I only have to look at the audience figures to realise what the word happiness is. Thank you very much indeed. So we still plough on ahead, and we don't worry about the moaners. They don't have any life. In fact, not only do they not have any life, they don't have any friends. They don't have anything at all. Nothing to look. Imagine when you get to that stage in your life and you've got nothing to look forward to. That must be really. That's why they get depressed. I love it. I love it. So, Angela Lansbury, 95, reflecting on her fortunate life. I mean, she's been around for ages and ages. I met her once. She came to England, and it was to do with the Laurence Olivier Awards, and she was with B. Arthur as well, who was enormously tall, but it was good. And I remember thinking, it's Angela Lansbury. Gold, pure gold, pure Hollywood gold. Steve, thank you for the advice. Had sausage in my fresh tiger roll, but carried on listening to you as well. Cooking an egg in a non-stick pan, so the egg went in as well. I mean, you can do that quite easily, can't you? It's so easy to actually cook with non-stick. I'm absolutely amazed that Corey has never used a non-stick. He doesn't even know if the wok is non-stick. I mean, what sort of life do you... When you get in, is everything... Do you stand there by the switch in the sitting room going, flick, 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 flick. Look, you put down, the light goes on. Turn it off. And look, how does it know? How does it know? The light's in the middle of the room. You flick, 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 flick. I mean, unbelievable. And look, windows, and then curtains, dark. Open curtains, light. Fridge, look, there's a light come on. Da 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 da. Do quick 20 minutes. Look, turn the tap on. What? Water? Where does the water go when it's not coming out of the tap? It stays in the pipes. That's what they do. Tina says, I love hearing your voice in the morning. It cheers me up. I think you need a cheering up on a Thursday. Friday's better, but I think every day is a cheery up kind of a day. More pictures of Noel Gallagher's daughter, Anais. The trouble is, just putting your underwear on does not make people sexy. I'm sorry, it really doesn't. We've had a look at the pictures. She doesn't have model looks. In fact, she doesn't have model looks for this sort of tacky thing. You know, you really don't need to pose in underwear. Apparently her mother, Meg Matthews, was very happy for her posing in her undies. Fantastic. Well, there you go then. That's their business. Luckily, everybody's got an opinion. We all love an opinion. And Steve, the Oslo Spikers, say you and the producer should do a skit in the style of the Ealing black and white comedies in the studio. That would be brilliant and funny. Yes, that's the trouble is they are brilliant and funny all by themselves, actually, you know, without even... They don't need encouragement from me to be funny. I just have to see them in the morning and, you know, frankly, I'm sort of doubled up. Like, ha, 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 ha. And sometimes Corey would say something that's funny that we had to write down. And also we always put the time as well, so we know that, you know, at this particular time, on this particular day, he said something funny, which is good. We're still what? Yeah, we haven't actually started the list for 2020. We're still waiting. I mean, he will say something. I mean, I'm told before Christmas. You know, he's bound to say something funny like, well, I can't think of anything, actually, and he also can't think of anything either. Steve, why do we need to find a vaccine if people seem to get rid of the virus by themselves? Yeah, well, I suppose there is that argument. But, of course, bear in mind, they haven't actually got rid of it by themselves. They've had a lot of help from people, and that's where the cost comes in. Also, what was the other one I got? Oh, somebody else talking about... I'd never heard of these tiger rolls before. I really hadn't. Until I saw them in Waitrose. I went, oh, right, that's why a tiger roll is there. Amazing, isn't it, really? Amazing what you can discover by sort of wandering around your local supermarkets. Roger and Stella and Michelle listening on a dark, cold Oslo night. I don't know what your time is over there, but I like it, actually. I like it. I've never been... Have I been to Oslo? Yes, I've been to Oslo. I liked Oslo. I liked Oslo a lot. It was very nice. There's also... what have we got here? The great-grandmother's top tips for living to 100. This is very useful today if you're thinking about living to 100. And she says the secret to a long and happy life is to be boss of the family. Well, I'm boss of this family. So I'm obviously going, don't look like that. Tip, tip. Naughty step. Okay, final chance. Irene Birdsey celebrated the big day with a video call with family in Australia. Irene comes from North Tyneside. She said, I made sure there was good food on the table, always looked after my family, and they always obeyed my orders. She met her husband Fred when she was 19. They had sons Alan and Michael, 75 and 67. Seems funny when you talk about kids of that age, doesn't it? Fred died aged 77 in 87, and Irene had a brief second marriage. I mean, she's 100. Michael says, I think the outlook is the secret of her long life. She's happy and bubbly and a very strong character, and I'm going to sneeze again. I do this every day at this time. It's... Why we do it at this time every day? We did it at this time yesterday. I couldn't quite work out why. I did it in the car this morning. I'm never sure if I do that in the back of the car coming in, whether the driver's going to turn around and go, are you ill? Shane says, we Aussies love you. I know. Steve, I think Anais rhymes with delay. Right. Oh, okay. Not Anais, delay. Delay. Anais, delay. Whatever it is, she's not suitable for taking her clothes off and posing in her underwear. It's as simple as that. John says you get tiger bread at Sainsbury's. Is it just so called tiger bread because it's got those stripes over it? Have you ever had it, Thomas? Oh, you've had it as well? All right. Well, just me, actually. But they're very nice, says Paul. Sainsbury's call them giraffe rolls. Oh, right. They get the top of the roll flavoured by spreading Marmite on it before cooking. Riveting. I don't mind Marmite at all. We love Penman Investigates. Oh, do we love Penman Investigates. And here he is, two brothers fighting to save their restaurant from a firm of ratings rogues. He says that I've exposed more often than I've had hot dinners. Grant and Nathan Worthington set up a Lower Foods in Stamford in Lincolnshire 3 years ago and now being sued by a company. They take 45% of any reduction in... It's the 15th of October at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It is cold this morning. It is very cold. When you go outside, you will suddenly realise we've advised you well. Put a jumper on, put a scarf on, put anything on, really, because it's a bit sniffy out there. Not so good. This picture of Noel Gallagher's daughter, who's not got model looks, I'm afraid. I mean, really doesn't have model looks. There is a certain look, and this isn't it. She's in all the papers. She does a racy pose, but admits I haven't told him. Well, rivetingly interesting. Not. Also, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but that might be simple, because they've become tired of life. You do say... I think dogs, especially dogs, turn into the owner. So if you see an elderly person walking down the street slowly, the dog will be walking very slowly at the same time. It's like people with glasses attract other people with glasses. So if you wear glasses, chances are the other half also wears glasses. Why? I have no idea. But you do see that quite a lot, don't you? You see people who've sort of got glasses, then you look at the other half, and I've seen people with not only matching glasses, matching clothes. Matching clothes. Which is amazing. Bob in Newcastle says, isn't it strange the UK, France, Holland and Germany go into lockdown on the same day? Well, they've suddenly realised what a dreadful state we're all in. You know, a terrible state. But it's not helped, is it, by some of the idiots around the world who are going out there as if nothing was going on, nothing was happening, people weren't dying. Believe you me, you ain't seen the half of it. It can only get worse. Can only get worse. Also, Duchess of Cambridge showing her compassion yesterday. I love the way they say that, don't they? As if they're sort of trying to make out it's St. Catherine. She was shown around a laboratory at Imperial College, which is very good, but that's what they do. They don't have proper jobs. The job is to go around and do something like this to draw attention to something. So she wore a face mask and she had a lab coat on and all those. So that's what they do. Whereas Harry's still struggling with a jigsaw over in America. And Meghan struggles through a 15-minute speech. which apparently wasn't all that either. Another one here. Apparently, what is it about old Etonians and eggs? They write in the Daily Mail today. Eddie Redmayne's admission that he loathes eggs. Tom Bowers' Boris biography reveals he often slept in a drawer at his mother's Oxford College. Occasionally he was fed boiled eggs, creating a lifetime aversion. They're funny. Some people do. See, I quite like hard-boiled eggs. We used to have eggs for breakfast, where they would be, you do it with an egg time and all that kind of stuff. I thought that was okay. And then I just went off eggs. And I can't remember if it was around the same time as Edwina Currie had her. That seemed to destroy a career fairly quickly, didn't it? And so I do worry about that, because perhaps I should be eating eggs. I don't know if they're good for me, if they're not good for me. But either way, a hard-boiled egg is quite nice. My mother used to have a little machine. You put it on, and then you pulled the handle down, and it sliced the boiled egg perfectly, which was particularly delicious. The trans women escaping the ban on playing rugby is in all the papers today. Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about it this morning on Breakfast. And the rugby chiefs have rejected calls for a ban on transgender women playing the sport. World Rugby ruled last week that transgender women could no longer play at international level because the risk of significant injury was too great. Oh. Why would that make a difference? I wouldn't have thought... What? Yes, but then, what they say here... So, wait a minute, the World Rugby ruled last week that transgender women could no longer play because of the risk of... But they used to be men. They've transitioned into women, so presumably they're still fairly strong. So I wouldn't have thought it wouldn't have been a problem, but I'm sure that they'll be talking about that, and you'll have your say on it as well. Picture of Cliff Richard, 80th. He's got a sash saying he's celebrating his 80th birthday. And the man who dreamt, he was the Mail's TV critic and a giant of pop classics, a theatrical giant, Herbie Kretzmer's Astonishing Life. Absolutely, and he brought so much. I mean, he had an OBE, he got a France Minister of Culture award. He did all sorts of things. Lovely man, lovely man. Quality Cheat. We did the story the other day. This is Quality Street. They're missing one. It's the chocolate caramel brownies, and apparently sweet lovers are feeling a bit miffed. And a bit, why would you worry about something like that when there's coconut eclair, strawberry delight, toffee penny, orange crunch, orange cream, toffee finger? All of those exciting. Who cares about something called chocolate caramel brownie? It doesn't make any difference. Happy birthday today to Richard Carpenter, one half of the Carpenters. And the man who single-handedly engineered his sister's meteoric rise to fame. They notched up hits with, We've Only Just Begun. I mean, Karen was only 32 when she died. She was very, very young. She died of anorexia. Richard married his adopted cousin and had 5 children. He sometimes performs with them at Carpenters-related events. He's 74. And I thought the Carpenters were great. You can listen to them now, and Karen's voice was absolutely exemplary. She had there's an album called The Carpenters Live at the London Palladium, where they came over, and they were one of the very few artists that you could see performing who sounded exactly the same live as they did on record. And you would have thought that it was perfect. Karen played drums, and I thought they were sensational. They had some lovely, The Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft, and Close to You, Rainy Days and Mondays. Some really, really good songs. In fact, the kind of thing you want to listen to. My driver this morning was only playing old soul tunes, and it was really good. It really was good. We actually got as far as the Love Unlimited Orchestra, which, ironically, we were talking about last week on the programme, which was Barry White's backing band, and Love Unlimited, which were the group that sang, and I think one of them was Mrs. Barry White, pretty certain. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What's your favourite Christmas carol, and do you welcome carol singers? When you say welcome carol singers, what do you mean? Do we open the front door and push them all into the river? No, not necessarily. No, we don't get carol singers. You don't see carol singers now. Where do you see carol singers? Nobody does carol singers. I mean, this year, if you see Trick or Treat, it'll be a miracle. You're not going to be saying Trick or Treat, and I don't think you're going to be saying carol singers. I mean, we did it when we were younger. When we were at school, they'd say, OK, we're carol singing this Friday. And so they'd have a group of people singing. They'd have little lanterns on broom handles, and I'd play in the brass band. And you'd be freezing to death. You try playing a a cornet thing. A flugelhorn. I couldn't think what it was called for a moment. A flugelhorn. When it's freezing cold outside, you can barely move your fingers. You used to put gloves on, and then, of course, you used to play two valves when you're only supposed to be playing one valve. And we'd go out and we'd play outside in a close. You go and find a little close somewhere, and you'd only do, about an hour and a half, because otherwise, by that time, you were frozen to death. Frozen to death. You go out there, but you used to play it, but you don't find that now. Where would you see people walking up and down the road? The only time you hear carols is at the train stations, when the Sally Army Band get out there and play their tunes. You don't see that anymore. It's a great shame. So the answer is, I do have favourite carols. Anything that's got the descant that comes with it, which I love. So Hark the Herald Angel, Oh Come All Ye Faithful, all those sort of things. I love the descant version. And Stephen says, why is Paul Cooper shut for a while? No, they haven't. Why would you say that? What a ridiculous thing to say. They close on a Wednesday, which they've been doing for about the past year, so the rest of the time they're open. The act of odd couples wearing the same clothes is known as the Howard and Hilda effect. Harking back to the ever-decreasing Circles sitcom, says Graham. Really? I think that's quite a good idea, wearing the same clothes. Because when I was young, my mother used to make the same jumpers for me and my brother. And Walsh says, I'm locked into the spike after watching Brewster's Millions. Yes, I loved it. I love anything like that. Haunting voice, says Roger. The Carpenters, fabulous, especially like Goodbye to Love, Rainy Days and Mondays. Very haunting voice. I know, sounded as good in the... I never got to interview her, but I saw her. I'm going to make a Christmas cake, Steve, says Joe. I've got the cake tin and the brandy ready, and I've got to make it in early November to feed the cake every week with brandy. I'm not sharing. Yes, it's very easy, just dribble it over the top and it will soak in. And the longer that you keep feeding it brandy, the longer the cake will survive. I was going to bring in some mince pies this morning, but I might bring them in tomorrow. They're Walker's mince pies with whiskey in. And as you know, Thomas is a bit partial for a bit of Glenfiddich. And this has got Glenfiddich in. In fact, the moment you take the wrapping off, you can smell the mince pies. He'll like that a lot. I might bring in some squirty cream as well. Because that's always good fun, isn't it, really? I mean, it's not very good for a diet, but luckily I don't think his diet started. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Victoria says, poached eggs on toast. No, nothing like that. Nothing like that at all. Another one here, which says, wait a minute. Oh, somebody else asking favourite carol. We don't have that. We don't have things like that. We don't have sort of favourite... I like all the carols. As you know, I play them in the car constantly, even when it's not Christmas. Which I know is a little bit sacrilegious. And of course, that always infuriates the snowflakes. Oh, you can't play carols. Of course you can. It's just another song, isn't it? Good King Wenceslas doesn't make any difference when he popped out, whether it's on the Feast of Stephen or he was just sort of popping out to have a word with that page who was collecting a bit of firewood for him. Greg's in Cornwall, round 2. That makes all the... I love this, honestly. They're so silly down there, aren't they? The bakery chain opened a branch in 2018, closed after 9 months. Residents of Cornwall, home of the traditional pasty. Oh, God, how boring. Branded the chain as Satan's franchise. And then one local, a right old moaning Mary, the sort who does curtain twitching. She said 2020 gets worse and worse. Yeah. I'd love to go down there and take over the entire high street and put a Greggs in every single place, just to really wind them up. Well, you have to sell up and move, won't you now? If you don't like it, we love a bit of Greggs. Thank you very much indeed. Students couldn't exist without Greggs. Workmen couldn't exist without Greggs. The people who work there couldn't exist without Greggs. Peter Kay last year doesn't work. Okay, he takes a year off, but he makes £1 million for not working. And his company, which is called, well, one of his companies actually, which I think is called Goodnight Vienna Productions. How much money does it have in the old coffers? Million? 2 million? 10 million? 15 million? 20 million? 24.8 million in cash. In cash. Which is £1 million up on the previous year. His agent declined to comment, because he always likes to play, working class boy. Doing it, get it loaded. Absolutely minted. Absolutely minted. So, no less than 23.3 million of the company's funds are held in cash in the bank and in hand. That's how rich he is. But he always plays... Isn't it funny? Always the working class comedians You know, oh, I can't believe it, I'm here and all the rest of it. Oh, my dad bought some chips home the other day and we shared them with the family and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely minted. So obviously there's money in comedy. There's money in comedy. Although actually in Joan Rivers' case, there was, but only much later. What she actually ended up doing is selling jewellery on QVC. That was the turning point. That was the turning point. All of a sudden, Joan Rivers, I think, set the benchmark for all those celebrities who go on television and start selling their own jewellery. They've all done it. I've even seen members of the Loose Women panel going on flogging their old jewellery and stuff like that. Or clothing. Ruth, Eamon's wife, she has a spot on QVC selling her fashion. They all do it. It's a way of sort of supplementing your income, I suppose. Can't think of any other reason. Oh, sorry, any other reason you'd be doing it. But good, isn't it? But good. Another one here says eggs are very good for eye health. I've never heard that said. Never heard that said. Catherine says squirty cream, awesome. Go through one a week. It's light, so not so calorific. I think, yeah, you know that they do two. They do a thick squirty cream and a thin squirty cream. And in Costco, they do a giant squirty cream. I mean, you could put fires out with this thing. It is absolutely enormous. And I thought if I brought in some mince pies and we heated them up in the microwave, Thomas could have sort of a slightly warm mince pie with squirty cream on the top of it. I mean, that is just to die for, isn't it? Because it's the weekend. It's not good for you, but it's not as if you're doing it every day. I think everything in moderation. That's what my doctor says. Everything in moderation, so you don't get sort of carried away with things. I mean, obviously every day if you were having pizza or KFC or burgers or fried bacon or a fry-up, then you'd be in serious trouble. Your arteries would be in grave danger of being clogged. So people don't do that. They use it as a I was always told, use food as a treat. Have normal food. I mean, vegetables. I eat a lot of vegetables. Never used to eat a lot of vegetables. Nick says, did you ever do penny for the guy? Good God, no. What, begging? Oh, no, we didn't do that. You used to get some quite good ones in an old pram, and you'd find some old clothing and you'd fill it with straw or a sheet or something like that. But, no, I've never done penny for the guy. Actually, it looks likely that this year we're not going to be doing fireworks, which I'm a bit disappointed about. So there's going to be no Remembrance Day service at the Royal Albert Hall, unless they can socially distance it. There'll be no Remembrance Day parade. There'll be no New Year's Day parade. There'll be no firework displays on the banks of the Thames. That'll be closed as well. There's going to be nothing left, actually. Thank goodness the radio's here. If the radio wasn't here, what would you do? Not even television can sort of bring itself up to the same standards. You know, at least if you turn on the television, you expect them to do some cooking or something like that, which we don't do on the radio, because, well, we have done it. We have. But as Pip Schofield is flogging his book on coming out, although, as I say, what that means in his terminology, we have no idea. We'll probably find out eventually. But the papers will be clinging on to Pip Schofield, I should imagine, like Araldite, you know, waiting to see the first person that he goes out with. They go, is this the boyfriend? Is this the one that he's settled down with? That's going to be the worst thing, isn't it? The scrutiny. If only he'd said nothing, would have been so much easier. Elton and Renata have settled their case. She wanted around 3 million. Whether she got it, I don't know. They might have, because they settled out of court, could have been all sorts of things. Also, online giants must pay a fair share of tax to help in crisis. This is Amazon. This is, in fact, most of the coffee shops, isn't it, as well? Nobody seems to pay as much tax as the rest of us do. You think, based on what they earn and based on what we earn, and you look at what they're paying, it's unbelievable. Oh, they're bringing back Sharp. They're bringing back Sharp again. I didn't think they could, actually. Sean Bean was the one who sort of got everybody going, wow, Sean Bean. I never saw Sharp. I had no idea what it was about. I just knew it was a costume drama, and people seemed to like it. That's all I know. Well done to a boy of 10 called Max Woozy. Max Woozy, 10 years old, and he has slept outside for more than 200 days to raise money for a hospice that cared for his neighbours. He set out to collect £100 by sleeping in a tent, lent to him by his friend Rick, who was 74. Rick said, promise me you'll have an adventure, before he died of cancer. He was an amazing man, says Max. He's only 10. He's quite worldly wise, isn't he? And he says that his favourite bits of the garden camp out are escaping parents and getting to read the Beano for as long as you want. They'll be sending you copies even as we speak. He disliked finding an ant's nest under him, and he's raised so far £40,000 for the hospice. Isn't that good? And this is for the North Devon Hospice since lockdown. Hospice Chief Executive Stephen Roberts praised Max's phenomenal effort. It's good, isn't it? Mind you, when you think that Captain Bob, he raised, 33 million? I mean, phenomenal amount of money. Just walking up and down the garden. Just for walking up and down the garden. Also, bigger is not better when it comes to holiday cottage companies. According to a Which survey, which you have to trust, small providers outperform big names like Sykes and Ho Seasons, which both faced action from the Competition and Markets Authority over their handling of refunds and cancellations during the lockdown. People don't seem to be very good, do they, at handling the refund bit. You know, people are desperately trying to get away from holidays, then the holiday gets cancelled, and then they go, what do we do now? And they go, well, you're not going on holiday, are they? Not going on holiday. Here's a farmer who has grown I can't even speak, I'm so excited. Britain's biggest ever marrow. Now, I think, between you, me and the gatepost, that people who grow giant vegetables are somewhat peculiar. You know, leeks, which are this big, and sometimes it's kids, and it's really quite something. This is a guy called Mark Baggs. He was stunned. His vegetables grew in at 4 feet long, and they weigh 200 pounds. For a marrow. The mega marrow is 6 pounds short of the current world record, grown in Holland. He comes from Dorset, planted the specially selected seed at the beginning of June and spent 4 hours a day tending it. God, you've got to take your life in your hands, haven't you, when you do something like that? He previously held the marrow world record between 2005 and 2009. He says, my marrow seeds are renowned worldwide. Growing large marrows is a bit of luck and a lot of hard work. 4 hours a day. See, I just thought you put things in and then you just watered them and they just grew. But, I mean, these you obviously have to tend to them. I wonder if they eat them afterwards. I think they eat them or they're too embarrassed to eat them. I don't know. Biggest property turn-offs, overgrown gardens, dingy rooms and dirty trainers. Dirty trainers. Because people just leave them. And they are, generally speaking, trainers get very dirty because people use them all the time. I don't even possess a pair of trainers. I felt a bit bad, actually, about it. Somebody said, are you serious? You don't possess a pair of... I said, no, I've never had a pair of trainers. I've had plimsolls and sort of things which could laughingly be sort of passed off as but not the expensive things. Sel from Kent, says, if you had to supplement your income, what job would you do? Supplement your income? I don't know, actually. I can't think of anything I'd be particularly good at. I can't think of, apart from sort of working in a burger place or something like that. What could I do to supplement my income? I don't know, probably drive people around. That'd be okay. Or magician. Yeah, I could probably do a bit of magic for people. I could, I don't know what else I'd do, actually. Bank thief. How could I be a bank thief? I mean, it's bad enough going to banks now when you've got the mask on. They seem to welcome you with open arms. And I'm very good at selling carpets. I could sell in fact, I'm very good at selling. Full stop. I mean, a very good anything. Literally, I could sell anything to anybody. You just convince people they want it. Carpets I was particularly good at. And soft furnishings. I could sell soft furnishing. Soft furnishing is cushion, covers, blinds, fabric, material for making things. I can do anything like that. You just have to convince people with basically an awful lot of what's it, and if they believe you and you sell it with the conviction that you have, then they'll buy into it. I'd say to me, you don't want that. This is better. And they'd be going, well, why? And you go, no, this one. It's a bit more expensive, but in the long term, it pays dividends. This one here, £14 a square foot. This one, £32. But before you go, oh, that's too expensive for me, we do easy terms. You can pay for it on the Never Never, and it will last you. Well, it'll last your lifetime. And at the end of the day, all you have to do is don't vacuum it when we first lay it. Do not vacuum it, because what you're doing is you're sucking up the fluff on the top of the carpet. Do not suck that up. What you want is that to bed into the actual carpet, to strengthen the roots of the carpet. Then, I know it's going to look messy for a few months, but once you eventually get the old vacuum out, it looks sensational. You could do things, stripes, Do all sorts of things. Cordless is better, of course, but which reminds me, we have a cordless vacuum cleaner, and it's on special today. This one is normally £119. Today, £42, but you can walk away with it today. It comes with a carry handle on the box. Before they know where they are, they've signed up for the rest of their life. They've walked off with a vacuum cleaner they didn't want, and I sit back and smile and go, easy. That's how it works. LBC News Time 627. Somebody said, which character would you be when you're selling carpets? I don't think they ever sold carpets in Grace Brothers. Did you ever see a carpet department? I didn't see a carpet department in Grace Brothers. But I quite enjoyed it. And why I enjoyed selling carpets, I don't know. Perhaps it was the smell of carpets. Something about them. And then I told you I went up to Brinton's Carpets, so I think I've gone up Kidderminster Way, which I think is James O'Brien's neck of the woods, and went round the factory there and watched them making carpets. If you were rich, you could design your own carpet and they would make it on the looms there. Very noisy factories, and the smell of sort of carpet dye and the carpets. I used to love carpets. Messy or what? Oh, blimey. Used to go home covered in fluff. You could literally take a roll of sellotape, roll it around your hand and pick off all the fluff that was on your jacket and everything else. So sometimes we used to take the jackets off to actually lift all the carpets up and everything. But I used to love it. Something about it. I can picture it in my mind now, exactly how it worked. But it was the selling. You know, you get people who work in retail nowadays, and believe you me, it's one of the worst paid jobs that you can ever get. And having been in the doctor's surgery the other day when I was waiting for my appointment, and a woman comes in and she's shouting at the ladies working behind the desk. And the woman, you know, after about 2 minutes of this tirade, because this woman had not had a call back from a doctor, and she said, well, the doctor doesn't work today. Well, get her on the phone. No, she doesn't work today. I've just told you that. She'll be in tomorrow. We can't do anything. She said, well, I'm not me leaving. And so she plonked her ample figure down on a seat. And I thought, you're really not helping your cause. And at one point, the woman said to her, she said, I am not here to be shouted at, okay? If you shout one more time, I shall walk away from you. I was waiting for her to say, and we're going to call the police and have you removed. There was a lot of her to remove, and she was shouting the odds about, you know, the doctor hadn't called her back, and she thought this was disgraceful, and this was the breaking of her the usual claptrap you get from people. You know, broken my human rights and all this kind of stuff. And I'm sort of sitting there thinking, I was preparing to stand up and go, listen, this is a doctor's surgery, okay? Why don't you go home? They've said they'll call you tomorrow. That's the best you're going to get. The doctor is not available at the end of a telephone today because she's got a day off. And she's going, but they're supposed to be working. That's what she said to this woman. They're supposed to be working. And think, well, how many hours do you think doctors are supposed to be working? Ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it. First time in my entire life. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm sure if she could have got her ample figure over the counter, she'd have attacked them. Ridiculous. Steve, I want a pair of branded shoes in a raffle. Well-known brand, very well-known. Paid 209 quid for them, and somebody paid me 1,500. They need a sense check. But that's like watching auctions. I love watching the auctions on the television. And they say, and the price is here, if you get two people battling it out to buy one item that they both want, that can take the price up. If you've only got one person bidding, the chances are, you know, it doesn't really go very far. But if there's two people who want something and they start bidding, it can go as high as you want. If I wanted something and I had enough money and somebody else was bidding for it, say against Thomas, well, I'd outbid him, you know, because I know that he would have a limit. I only have to look at him to realise that he has a limit, you know, and so that would be it. But I've never been to an auction. I've never wanted to go to an auction. I've watched them on the television. And I quite like them, but I'd be so worried. I'd be sort of, you know. And also, who is it who's been? Didn't they do that into the Manor Born, where somebody was sort of bidding, but they didn't know that they were bidding. They were just sort of waving to people in the actual room. And then at the end, I think Richard de Vere said to manservant, "You really didn't just bid for this house, did you?" And he said, "I did, sir, actually, on behalf of Mrs. Audrey Forbes Hamilton." Yeah, because you have to bid, but the yeah, all right, you can stop putting your hands up. Okay, we're not bidding for anything today. I haven't got anything to sell. Oh, wait a minute. Teacup? You've got a teacup. Here you go. Okay, this is very rare. This was found in Tutankhamun's tomb, only rumoured, to have the fingerprints of Tutankhamun on it. And because he wore lipstick, I'm not saying anything against that in ancient Egypt. That was okay then. This is really worth it. Let's start the bidding at $1 million. Can I start you at $1 million? OK, I have £1 million over there. Thank you very much indeed. Lady in the front row, wearing the floral print dress, called Bav. And, OK, we're going any higher than this one? We've got £1 million on the books here. 1.5 million. Thank you very much indeed. Can I ask for 2 million, sir? £2 million over here, thank you. Bav again, just changed the dress. Very nice. Back to you, sir. So we've got £2 million. Can we go 2.5? 2.3? See, all of a sudden it starts. Now you know, you see, he hasn't got that huge amount of money you think he has. 2.3 million. Can you imagine? But there are people who go out there. There'll be people going to sales today in London and they will have limitless money, you know, 50 million, 60 million pounds. Got to have a heck of a bank account for things like that. But interesting. But no, selling carpets, I was very good. I was very, very good. And you said the woman in the doctors was shouting the odds. Did you place a bet? I did. I bet on the fact that she was going to get fatter and they'd have to push her out the door and then she'd get back in the car and go home. And I won, as always. As always. Steve, I can absolutely picture you selling, says Christian. I loved it. I never quite understood why. I mean, sometimes that's what annoys me, because I was in retail for such a long time. Well, from the age of 15. It's a case of... What's the matter now? What's the matter? Oh, very bad joke. OK. I can imagine what it was. And I did it from the age of 15. So when you go into stores now, there's people standing around. That used to annoy my boss, Tony Murkitt, a lot. He would be very cross about that. You know, do something. Make yourself look busy. Don't just stand around. So we kept busy. We kept busy, and it was very good. Mike says, got to go to Northampton today, given it's north of Watford. Am I obliged to wear a cloth cap and take to Whippet? Oh, aye. And take probably to pasty with you? Aye. Why is it Whippets and northern folk? I don't know why that became the standard joke, flat caps. Because most flat caps now are worn by sort of aged footballers who seem to wear them on the television. Mr. Wright used to wear one all the time. We saw John Terry the other day. Looked hilarious. But we'll wait and see, shall we? Right, what have we got? We've got 18 minutes to 7. What I'm going to do in a few minutes is run through the front pages of the papers, just to prove that there are other stories out there. Not many, including in the female magazine in the Mail today, the husband who says his wife should feel guilty for going off sex. I mean, everybody gets to that stage, don't they? Oh, just me again. And it's where they sort of go, oh, sex. Because sometimes you just want to climb into bed. That's called a long-term relationship. And you go, I mean, you can't imagine certain people, can you? Keeping up appearances with Hyacinth Bouquet. You can't imagine anything went on in the matrimonial bed department. The Guardian will be talking about students may face December lockdown. Well, I don't know what it's going to take to convince people that you need to do lockdown, that you need to do something, because at the moment it's looking bad, and it's not going to get any better at all. Brinton's Carpets, Steve, very much in business. They're one of the only makers left of traditional Wilton woven carpets, made on looms, designed and built in their own factory. We just had some laid in our house, and it's superb, great British product. I used to love Brinton's. If you've been to the I can picture the factory in my mind. We stayed in a pub in Kidderminster, and I was not really old enough to stay in a pub, but I wasn't drinking. I didn't do anything like that. That's what Peter Kay doesn't do. He doesn't drink. Peter Kay has stopped drinking. I think because his father was an alcoholic and it kind of affected him. So he said no, definitely not. Somebody says I bought a number plate that spells our second name, Honey. His world and his wife were bidding. How many people have that name other than did their dog, says Nicola. That's right. People seem to like personalised number plates, don't they? People seem to like that sort of thing. You see them sometimes on Rolls. Saw a lovely Rolls the other day going through Twickenham. Must be a local person. It was a white Rolls Royce. He was in the wrong lane. He had to turn left. He didn't know where he was going. And it looked enormous compared to the other cars that he had to cut up to get round the corner. Front page of the newspapers. The ministers and local leaders clash over the threat of further restrictions in The Guardian. Well, they're going to. Because deaths from coronavirus will continue to rise for at least 3 weeks. I wouldn't like to imagine. I can't even second guess this one at all. Students may face December lockdown, and President Macron has announced a nightly curfew on cities including Paris, Lyon and Marseille between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. from Saturday. You don't get... I mean, you know, they could bring that in here. But, of course, you can imagine, can't you, trying to sort of say to people, you're being arrested. What for? What for? And they go, well, because it's the law. We brought in a law, OK? Over in Northern Ireland, schools, restaurants and pubs have shut after the Derry infection rate soars. And you only have to look around to see Derry City and Strabane, 960, Mid-Ulster, 355, Fermanagh and Omagh, 231, Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon, 155, Causeway Coast and Glens, 183, Mid and East Antrim, that's doing very well, 92. I say very well, compared to the 960 for Derry City and Strabane. It's either that people aren't taking a blind bit of notice, or they seem to think that they're immune from it. You won't be when you catch it. I promise you. I've said the other day, I don't know what more we can say to people. You can print pictures in the newspapers of people lying in a hospital bed, you know, linked up to machines that are helping them breathe. And you go, yes, that's what I really want to happen. Because surely not. Surely not. Shoppers will offer cashback, or shops will offer cashback, without consumers needing to make a purchase under the Treasury's proposals to protect people's access to cash. The more they talk about cash, the more I keep worrying about it. People going, of course, you don't need cash. I go, yeah, well, I know I don't need cash. I'm quite happy not to have cash. And I was trying to think of, would there be anywhere where I need cash that I can't use anything else? And I can't think of anything at all about, you know, what would I... No. I mean, car parks use the thing. Oh, the other day I parked in Waitrose's car, John Lewis's car park, and the sign as I came into the car, a bit late by that time, says that we only take cards on the cash machines. So to pay for your ticket when you go back to the car, you've got to give a card. But that doesn't bother me. I mean, I've used cash before, and I used a card yesterday. It seems a bit ridiculous when it's only £1.40, but we all do it, don't we? I suppose. The Mirror today. Yes, if you really want to read about Pip Schofield and the turmoil before revealing he was gay. Although, you know, we just want to know answers to certain things. I mean, no, it's none of our business. But if he's flogging a book, you know, telling everybody about coming out as gay with a wife and 2 children, his guilt over the wife and 2 children, and I don't know what the turning point was. At what point with the marriage to Steph did he suddenly go, do you know, I think I'm gay? Or was he always gay? He claims he wasn't. He says that when he married Steph, had he known that he was gay, he wouldn't have married Steph. That would have been completely different, wouldn't it? As you can well imagine. Daily Telegraph. Sunak, new lockdown would inflict terrible harm. That's what I keep saying to people. They keep people saying, oh, we're going to go into lockdown. I said, I don't think we will. Really. Also, teenagers will escape prosecution if they're caught with drugs under the first police scheme of its kind to combat country line gangs and serious violence. Thames Valley Police will offer under 18s caught with small quantities of any illegal drugs, including heroin and cocaine, the chance to take part in education or treatment programmes. Just what they need, isn't it, really? You're going to educate somebody on the dangers of drugs. They know the dangers of drugs. There was a rogue lot of drugs the other day, and I think about 10 people... I tell you what, 4 people died, 10 people were arrested. Because there's very rarely just the one person. Daily Mail today, the proof lockdown tears the heart out of Britain. As millions more face curbs, shock figures reveal the strict rules cause a surge in cardiac and stroke deaths, which is not good. Also, what was the worst misprint ever? It's a new book. It's by the QI Elves. What's the highest scoring move in Scrabble? I've never managed Scrabble. What's the highest scoring move? This one was at a tournament in 1982 with Dr. Carl Koshenor. He bagged how many points for Kaziques, which is Kaziques, the plural of Kazik, an American bird. He got 392 points on that one. Seriously. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. Also, plastic, not so fantastic. Most of us consume around 5 grams of plastic in food and drink every week. And I think a number of places have said this year they're not going to put glitter on things because they've said glitter, because it can come back and haunt us. Does the sun make a sound? Does the sun make a sound? I mean, your obvious answer would be no, I would have thought. But you'd be wrong. The sun does make a sound. The noise produced by the nuclear reactions within the giant ball of hot gas is so deafeningly loud that it would cause physical injury if you could hear it. Fortunately, space is a vacuum. It's completely empty and sound can't travel if there's nothing for it to travel through. See, now you know. Who was Gordon Bennett? You know, people go, oh, Gordon Bennett, which was sort of like a sweary type word. Born in 1841, Gordon Bennett was a wealthy US bachelor who drove his carriage through New York naked, rode his horse into a gentleman's club, pulled covers off restaurant tables just to hear the crockery smash, and threw a roll of banknotes into a fire because he didn't like the way they felt in his pocket. Such excesses means his name lives on wherever anybody exclaims, Gordon Bennett. Good, isn't it? I didn't know that. Why is it so difficult to swat a fly? I worked this one out ages ago. Because they take off vertically. So in other words, you've got to bring the thing down on top of them. They don't go sideways, they take off vertically. And if you go like that, you'll miss them. They'll get ha, 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 and they carry on flying. Very annoying, very annoying. And what was the worst misprint? The worst misprint, you won't remember it, because it was in 1631 in an edition of the Bible. And in the Bible, it said the seventh commandment read, thou shalt commit adultery. This is good, isn't it? Because I suppose in those days people thought you could, actually. And also an error in the program code for NASA's unmanned spacecraft, Mariner, meant that instead of flying close to Venus, it went straight for shipping lanes in the North Atlantic. I'm going to sneeze again. I love a good sneeze, honestly. It's quite good, isn't it? Lucky there's nobody else in the studio. And also, why does orange juice taste bad after brushing your teeth? Did you know this? The white froth produced by toothpaste comes from a chemical called sodium lauren sulfate. It makes liquids foam up, which means that when you reach for a glass of orange juice, you experience less sweetness. And also, why is there Essex, Wessex and Sussex, but no sex? No sex. Because it comes from the name of the Saxons, the Sex in Essex, who invaded Britain after the Romans left around 400 AD. Mine of information, this programme. I mean, seriously, you'll be able to use these later on today. When you go into work today, say to them, why is there no sex? And you're bound to get somebody who goes, you want to come around our house. The Daily Express Sharp is back. Students face lockdown to halt the virus at Christmas. Philip Schofield, my torment at telling the world I was gay. He didn't tell the world, he did it on This Morning. If only the world was watching it and make it marginally more entertaining. Millions facing new lockdown, according to The Times and The Sun this morning. Philip Schofield, and it's the same story about being gay. But, whether he's got somebody, we do not know. I've got an appointment with people in a studio, which is very nice indeed. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. I have a free little bit extra podcast. Meghan Markle wears a very sustainable dress. Unfortunately, the career is a little bit unsustainable. Fans try to analyse Dominic West's outfit for clues about his marriage. These people have too much time on their hands. And the Christmas market in Manchester is cancelled. It really is the Wurst news. OK, little play on words there. If you managed to get that one, you can come and join us tomorrow morning. Plus, Canal Boy, jailed for the Castle raid. Apparently, they used to call him Canal Boy from an early age because he's a thief. That's what he is. He's a career criminal, and he goes out and he breaks into other people's property because he's a bit of a tow rag. And then he used to sort of cross canals. They called him Canal Boy. I, of course, was hoping it was for something different. Happy birthday to Dame Cressida Dick. She celebrates her birthday today, so many happy returns. And what else did I have? Oh, I had... there's enough rain that's come in recently to refill Loch Ness. Do you remember Loch Ness, don't you? That's that fraudulent thing that the Scots people have sort of got out there. And again, Nessie, apparently. The only bloke who's told you about this, you know, the one who's... it's because he started seeing business tailing off on his catamaran, which you sort of take on the loch. There's so much money on it, he can afford to run a catamaran, because you get barking mad people who go up there and go, will you show us Nessie? And he'll go, I can show you the sonar, yeah. Nessie's under here now, even as we speak. Yeah, right. Nothing worse than telling lies when you're an adult, is there? Also, the army to cut 70,000 troops. They know he had 70,000 troops, and that footballer Rashford, his meal plea has been rejected. I love the way the footballers, you know, not the brightest pennies in the box, go, oh yeah, we want all the kids to have school meal. Where do they think the money's coming from? I mean, only ask it as a fairly sensible question. It's very easy, isn't it, to go, oh, let's do that. We'd all love to do everything, absolutely every single thing. I'd like the producer to dress better, but it's not my decision. It's not my decision. What have we done now? Oh, Lord. Insert the They put all the screens in because it was, I think Nick Abbott used the studio. And so he takes the screens down so he can sort of shunt along by himself. But when there's a few other people in there, they have to sort of put the screens back in again. It's like a work of art. It's like a project. That's very nice. That's very good. So you think it's the wrong way up? Yeah, it looks the wrong way up to me. But it's good. I mean, to be honest with you, it's the best you can manage. Okay, that looks a bit better. That looks a little bit better. No, look better the other way, I thought. Yeah. Well, probably not. I mean, to be honest with you, does it really make any difference? As long as it sort of keeps you awake. Oh, you've broken it completely now. Don't break it. Just say, no, I mean, it's too high. Isn't it? It's too high. That's what I said. Turn it round. No, face. No. Other way. Okay, no. Go back where you were. That's better. Thank you. God, truth, honestly. It's like the Krypton fact around here. Trying to assemble. There you go. Although, why is that cut out at that bit there? You see, at this end, it's cut out, which means that's the bit that's meant to go over the desk. Okay? So, no, other way round, because it goes over the other bit of the desk, doesn't it? Seriously. If you're listening in stereo, I'm the one wearing bright-coloured clothes. Okay? And that's why it's got that bit cut out on there. God, one of these days will reorganise the studio. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I trust you had a lovely day yesterday. I had a very nice day. I spent a lot of time going backwards and forwards on buses, getting little bits and pieces, getting the coats. And do you know what the girl forgot in Marks and Spencer's in Kingston? Because everything in there has got tags on, which set off the alarms. And occasionally, I have bought things like pants. And you walk out the front door, beep, 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 beep. So I just totally ignore it now. Because I cannot be bothered. Because if they're too bone idle to take the tags off, I can't be bothered to walk all the way back in, queue up for another 10, 15 minutes and go, the idiot upstairs forgot to take the tags off. And I knew that the two coats that I'd picked up had those white tags on, which are magnetic. So they have to hold it over their magnet to separate it. Okay, and so I saw her doing it, and she was, there was another bloke there who was helping out in the men's department. I haven't quite graduated to the women's department. I'm doing men's at the moment. I'm working my way through their clothes. And I could see the tag was still there, and she started folding it. I said, I'll have a big bag, please. You know, they always ask you the same thing. That's 10p. And I go, well, don't you have a cheaper one? You know, it's like, you've just spent, the best part of 120 quid. And then they go, you're going to query a bag. But apparently people do. People query it. I'm not spending, I've just said, you should give it to me for free. And to be honest with you, you probably should. But, I really couldn't give a stuff. It's only 10 pence. I don't mind. And so I could see the tag on it because the coats were sort of beigey. Well, this one's sort of like a tan colour. The other one's black. And you can see the white security tag on it because they generally put it under the arm. And I could see her folding it. So I let her do the first one, because I like prolonging the agony. And then with the second one, she started rolling up to put in the thing because she was going to fold it all in nicely and then just shoved it in the bag. So I said, you're going to take the tags off? And she went, sorry? I said, the security tags. I don't really want to walk out the shop and the alarm goes off because I'm going to look as I'm shoplifting. And believe you me, you don't want to accuse me of shoplifting. I'd be your worst nightmare if you accused me of shoplifting. I would go to court over it. That would be very embarrassing. And so she went, oh, sorry. And then at the end, she did apologise again. So I thought, that's good. You've learned. But they put them on everything. They put these tags on everything. I bought pants the other day. And they're on pants. Yep. People nick packets of pants. But on that, it's not a tag. It's a little metal thing that goes under the price thing, which is on there. You can see it when you actually rip the thing apart to take the pants apart. It's on there. Steve, do you have a lie-in on a Saturday? No, absolutely not. Good grief, no. People always ask me about lie-ins, and I can't do a lie-in. I work on the assumption, and I'm telling you now, it's an old person's thing. Excuse me, so I'm delighted to have reached the old person age. And it's a case of, you don't want to waste time in bed. If I'm tired, I go to bed early. Yesterday, I had to make a couple of phone calls. I'd made those by 3:30, 3:45. And the last one, I said, I'm going to go to bed now. And, I climbed into bed and I was out. Today, I'm changing the sheets. I thought after 6 months it might be a good idea. And because they stand up by themselves now, which is fantastic. Body sweats, that kind of thing. And so I'm going to change the fitted sheet, which is very nice indeed. And the duvet. as well, because I've got a duvette. And, what, changing the duvette? No, why is that difficult? You find that difficult? No, it's not. Fitted sheets are easy. You put it fits around. First of all, you do the two, which are furthest away from you. You do that. And then you do the one at the bottom of the bed, and then you pull it tight, and you do this one, and then the other one is left-hand side, down the bottom. What are you doing? What are you doing? Opposite corner? No, that's ridiculous. Don't do opposite corner. No, you don't. No, you don't do opposite corners. No, you don't do that at all. No. And the duvet's the easy bit. You open your duvet up, okay, and you take the two corners, and you go into the duvet. You actually go in physically. Sometimes you can go in and put a peg on the outside of the duvet to hold it in there. And then I tend to find shaking it, all of a sudden it all falls into place because I've got extra large. And it's beautifully done. I mean, I've got lots of duvets. Because I kept seeing duvet covers and I kept saying them and I thought, and my favourite one is the one that, strange enough, I don't wear very often. Well, when I say wear it, it makes me sound like I'm going out dressed in a duvet, which, of course, what I do in my time is my business. Mind your own business, you nosy so-and-so. And it's lovely, and it's sort of Moroccan design. And it looks like a carpet. It was so expensive. I bought it about 15, 20 years ago, and it's perfect. I've saved all of my... I bought it in a shop. And what do you mean, where from? I don't know. I can't remember the name of shops. I just bought it. No, you want a copy. Oh, we want the same bedding that Steve Allen's got. If it's good enough for Steve Allen, it's good enough for us. Da, 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 da. And so I love putting a new... There's something nice about a new duvet. And then you slide between the sheet. And isn't it the best feeling in the entire... Let's do it now. Let's not do a programme this morning. Let's just go home and do the duvet. And just sort of slide gently into it. And I've got the two pillowcases... And it's just, I could just nod off. I'm asleep within seconds in bed. Some people, I never understand it. They go, oh, Steve, I can't sleep. I can't sleep. I can sometimes lie there for ages and ages and ages. And I go, listen, I'm in bed. I'm out within seconds. In seconds. It's very infuriating, but I'm very lucky, actually. So I don't have a lie-in. I don't want to waste the day. The day is too short. The day is much too short. You know, when you get to a certain age, you want to take advantage of every single thing that's going. I mean, I shall probably go out today and look at some Christmas decorations in... where have I not been to? I've been to quite a few places, actually. I went to Not Cuts in Staines. They were still putting their stuff out. So they had a few bits and pieces out. It wasn't as good as I wanted it to be, but anyway, it doesn't matter. And then I've done Squires a few times, bought a few little bits and pieces there. Or big pieces. And then I went out to Garson's, which was very good. That's out Esher Way. That's quite big. Trouble is trying to find a parking space. A nightmare in their car park. I mean, it really is terrible. Really is terrible. Okay, ready for the numbers? Okay. Oh, you don't want to do it now? We can play the game. So the first number is... Okay, second number is... The next one is the same as the first one. The next number is the first one plus 1. Okay, the next number is the first number plus 2. And the last number is the first number doubled. You didn't tell me what you thought the last number was. Did it work? Yeah. It's so good, isn't it, really? Look at this. Every so often, my sort of torch comes on the phone. Fat lot of use that is. Like I'm sort of slowing down the traffic, you know. As you do, you know. Oh, do you think it'll snow by the time we get to the end of the month? I think it might do, actually. I think we might have snow on the way. Hope not. And then Nigel, who's Pontyclun in South Wales, he says, do you wear boxers? What, sort of like Mike Tyson or something like that? No, I'm not discussing things like that. Honestly, how personal can you be? Goodness sake, Y-fronts. Yeah, Y-fronts. Airtex underwear. And the good news is I always tuck the vest into my pants. You know, when you're little, you stand there and your mum's got you standing in front of her and you're sort of going, and then she pulls your vest down, which is Airtex. Then she pulls your pants over. So you've got half your vest sticking out from the side of your pants. And you see it on a lot of elderly gentlemen who've only ever worn Airtex, that when they sort of go along, you can see, because their trousers have gone a bit too low, you can see their pants because they tuck their shirt into their pants. I always tap them on the shoulder and just go and and just carry on walking. They never know. They never know what it is. It's pants. You don't want to show people your pants. It's all right if you're sort of a rapper, you know, Wicked Steve or something like that, or no sort of Ace of Clubs or something, you know, and then in which case, who was that peculiar one who was in some group, and he had his pants were sewn into his trousers. I forget what his name was. It was a bit peculiar. I think he must have gone out with Daniela Westbrook at some point. Or perhaps he didn't. I think he was in a group called E17. I lose track of some of these people. Was it Brian Harvey? He was a bit peculiar, Brian Harvey. He was the one who reversed around a corner and fell out the car. How you do that with the door closed, I've got no idea. And Martin says you should try silk sheets. No. I've tried that before, actually, thinking I'd be very, very exotic. You know, jumped onto the bed, shot straight out the other side. No point. Covered myself in Nivea the other day. Again, the same effect. And I can't get rid of this blooming rash. It really is a bit annoying, actually. I put some cream in. I put some Sudafed on the other day, and that doesn't seem to be working, so I might have to get something, probably a cortisone cream or something. It did itch when it first started, but it's not itching now. So I put some stuff on the other day, and it's lovely. I've got this sort of cream. It's fairly thick, this sort of cream, but it's just odd the way it's come up and the place it's come up. And then I saw a picture of sort of people who've got coronavirus. And I'm thinking, oh, God, don't tell me it's coronavirus. And they said the thing to look out for is the cough, and what was the other one? High temperature. Well, I take my temperature every morning. First thing I do, I sit in front of the television. Television's there. I'm generally here. Okay, can you picture it? And I've got my tablets on the right-hand side. I've got my cup of coffee in a throwaway mug, because I don't like washing up. And I've got a bottle of water down by my feet. And I take all my tablets, and I take other tablets, and then I get my thermometer out, and I bought it on online, bought it on Amazon. It was probably about 29 quid, but it's very easy. You just literally turn it on, and you can either take the cap off and put it in your ear, or you can leave the cap on and just touch your forehead, and it goes beep. And it comes up at whatever the thing is, 36.4 today or something, which is, you know, I am perfect. So I know that I don't have coronavirus. I know that I'm okay. Because sometimes you sneeze, like you can guarantee on this programme this morning, I will sneeze. At some point, I will sneeze or do a cough or do both. It's normally 5:45, then it happens. And I don't know what, I think that's the time that the temperature drops in the studio. And my body, which is acclimatised and is finely tuned, as you know, I'm like a musical instrument, my body. Seriously, you could put me in a brass band by myself and I could keep it all going. Seriously, a bit like a triangle. That's my body shape. And we filmed a thing the other day. In fact, we filmed 3 things the other day for your listening pleasure, which you're going to get the benefit of in a few weeks' time. Went downstairs. No, I did it without makeup. Seriously, there was no safety net, no makeup, and they all went at the end. It was very, 'cause I do things in one. I do not like doing things in... Try E45 itch relief, says Ria. I've got E45 cream because I tend to buy that in bulk. When I say bulk, I have a tanker delivered, and I just sit there in the bath and they put a hose up through the window, which is unusual because we don't have a window. And so they basically have to knock half the wall down, and you sit there and all this stuff comes out. I look like an excerpt from Willy Wonka. Normally, Steve, I listen to Catch Up, but tuning in live this morning thanks to a small earthquake in Marbella. 3.9 on the Richter scale. The bed was rocking for the first time in quite a while. I can imagine, Mark, actually. The trouble is, it's never an indication, is it? You know, when people say to me, get much action in the bedroom department, I say, and not unless there's an earthquake, no. Seriously, if my bed starts moving, there's something the matter with Teddy. That's how I work it out. You know, Teddy's having one of his little rare fits. But Mark's a Marbella cabbie. A Marbella cabbie? That sounds quite good, doesn't it, really, actually? Steve, we want to listen to hear you, not for the ad break, says Steph. Unfortunately, let me just explain something about commercial radio to you, Steph. I get paid for the adverts, okay? That's how it works. That's how we finance ourselves. And in fact, the more adverts we have, the more successful the programme is. So the bigger the audience, and we all know how big it is at this time of the morning, the more adverts you will get. And as we head towards 7 o'clock, we'll be doing, sometimes it's like half an hour's worth. You know, we get an awful lot of adverts, but that's an indicator. That's an indicator of how successful a programme is. So, you know, you have to have them. You have to have them. It's as simple as that. And I love every one of them. Every one of them. We were doing this thing yesterday because I'm known as One Take Alan. I think that's what they said. Anyway, and so we had to record these things downstairs in our studio. They've given me this enormous chair to sit in. I can't tell you what it is. You'll have to wait. But the moment it comes out, I shall be telling you, and you'll be going, oh my goodness me, that's so exciting. So exciting. Steve, remember nylon sheets? Yes. You could electrocute yourself climbing into bed. Bry nylon sheets they were, made by Brentford Nylons, advertised by sensational Alan Fluff Freeman. And, that was Alan Fluff Freeman. And he died, actually, years ago. But he sort of pioneered doing the voiceover for Brentford Nylons, which used to be in Hounslow High Street at the bottom. It's gone now. I think it's sort of one of those tacky shops that sells everything from mirrors to mobile phones or vaping, you know. You can get all sorts of things in these shops. They seem to sell... Yes. They do what? Yeah, for a lot of phone covers, you know, and you'd always find somebody there sort of unscrewing the back of your telephone and downloading all your information, you know, because they're really trustworthy. And they've got a shop in Richmond. You can always tell if it's sort of a really ghastly shop that's gone out of business. Somebody will move in there, shop squatters. We used to have a driver, who used to work for LBC years ago, and he used to get paid for going in and kicking out shop squatters. So he would go in there at night with his friends, paid by the owners of the property, and he would literally break in. He would turf their stuff out, change all the locks, so they couldn't get back in again because they were shop squatters. Nowadays, you can go there and say, "Listen, as opposed to it sitting there empty, why not have me in there?" And they had a thing the other day, and I saw it in Richmond. It's got the word "home" on it, but it's all crystal. It all lights up. Really nice. I don't know where I put it. I'll probably sit on the thing, but I mean, it looks really, really good, actually. Really good. Steve, and teacher asked Tommy, give me a sentence with, this will appeal to Corey, with fascinate in it. Fascinate. Little Tommy thought for a moment and said, my Nana has 9 buttons on her cardigan, but she can only fasten 8. I thought that was quite good, actually. Yeah, he doesn't understand it, but he thought it was quite funny. Because down here we call it fasten. And it doesn't quite sound as the same as fasten. You know, it's sort of it's the northern way of doing it, which is good. Country File presenter Ellie Harrison says the countryside is racist. Oh, those badgers and all those sort of things. They're dreadfully racist, seriously. I should imagine animals are racist, aren't they? I don't know why. I mean, why would we ever think about things like that? I don't know why she says it. It's mainly because she's not featured in the papers for ages and ages, and nobody really cared. The Yorkshire Ripper has been banned from sending love letters to his childhood sweetheart. Yeah, maybe best not to correspond with him. Maybe best, you know. I'm just saying, you know, he is in prison for murdering a number of women. That was the incompetence of the police for about the umpteenth time. Mind you, I was watching again this morning the bent coppers in America. They pull people over, and unfortunately one of them they actually pull over is an ex-copper. And the bloke starts grilling him and saying, and the bloke, they say the same to them all the time. Why have you pulled me over? I'm just telling you, sir, that you just ran a left, or that it's illegal turning. And he goes, no, it's not. Anyway, it turns out the copper was lying. But the best one was a black guy in a car. You know what's going to happen. Okay, is this your car? If you're driving a flash car, you're not allowed to be black in America. The police over there are so racist, it's almost unbelievable. And so this bloke gets pulled over, and there's a woman cop. Well, frankly, I mean, she's a little bit of a worry. Because she says, OK, we pulled you over for running a light. He said, I didn't run a light. And they have to call them sir or ma'am or something like that. Anyway, she goes, can you put your hands on the wheel where I can see them? So he puts his hand on the wheel. Then the other cop comes over, the fat one. What? Here I come now. OK. You got your driving licence on you? Yeah, I've got my driving licence on me. Got any weapons in the car? Yes, I have a licence for a gun. It's in the boot of the car. At this moment, jittery cop number 1, the woman, pulls her gun on him and literally aims it at him. And I'm thinking, whoa. And this bloke goes, whoa, you're way out of order. Way out of order. And she's there. And, I mean, she's that jittery. If she pulled the trigger, he would be dead and she'd be facing a murder charge because, you know, that's what happens to a lot of cops in America. That's what happens. But the best one was a bloke. He's playing with his kids on the front lawn of his house, and a cop car pulls up, screeches out, cop gets out, put your hands behind your back. This bloke's going, What's going on? Because you think it's a joke. If it happened to you over here, you'd think it was a joke. And so the cop goes, I know who you are. Keeps calling him Rex. And this bloke goes, my name's not Rex. It turns out there's a bloke who lives in Louisville who looks very similar to this black guy with dreadlocks. Okay, because all black people look the same to the American cops. And so he's put your hands behind your back. Okay, and you've been accused that there's a warrant out for you in Louisiana. And the bloke goes, I don't live in Louisiana. You're on my front garden. Okay, this is my wife. And the cop is going, put your hands behind your back. Don't make any sudden moves. Give me your ID. This cop is the biggest racist you've ever seen. I mean, to be honest with you, he should have been kicked out of the force immediately. And then another cop turns up. And the black guy's going, I'm sorry, show me the picture of this guy that you think is me, because I'm telling you it's not me. My name is not Rex. It's not Quintain or whatever it happened to be. And so he shows him a picture, and it's a picture of a black guy with dreadlocks. And apparently, to this copper, the racist, all black people with dreadlocks look exactly the same. I mean, it's even the wife's going, he's not who you think he is. Anyway, it then took the second cop to go, no, you're not who you think we are. And the first cop then goes, okay. And I think, wait a minute, you're about to pin him to the ground, you. Anyway, under investigation by the police, kicked out of the force. You know, seriously, like that, it's just getting, it's terrible. I mean, it really is absolutely, you can't believe it. They're almost as bad as the, what do they call them? They're not the Marys. What do we call them? Karens. The Karens. Over here, we seem to have a different name for those middle-aged people who are quite mad as broomsticks and shouting and screaming at people. You know, what are you doing? I'm putting my rubbish out. Don't. We don't want your type round here, they go. And this bloke goes, what type would that be? You know what she's saying. I mean, seriously, you cannot believe it. You sit there with your jaw on the floor. In the end, you can work yourself up to such a state that you think, thank God it's not that bad over here. And then you think, it's heading that way. Everything they have in America heads over here. I mean, it started mildly with I did a programme years and years ago, and we were looking at jobs that, look at the news again, jobs that men do, but a woman does it. And the amount of people that we spoke to said that if they got on an aeroplane and the woman pilot came on and said, good morning, my name's Lucinda, I'll be your pilot for today, they would get off the plane. They actually didn't, and they were actually, some of them stayed on the plane and they got off the other end and go, do you know, I really didn't think you could park that plane. You think, what do you think? She's done a correspondence course with Argos. No, she's got a pilot's licence. Oh, dear, honestly. It's too much, isn't it? And it's only Friday and we're now late for the news. But I don't care. It's 4:30 and a bit. Steve, have you got a NutriBullet blender? I don't, actually. I don't. I mean, they're very versatile. You can buy them all over the place. There's lots of different makes and things like that. And you put it in there and you push the top down and it blends whatever you've got, I suppose. You can make smoothies. Although, to be honest with you, you shouldn't really eat smoothies or drink smoothies because they're just full of sugar. You know, and so most people go, oh, I've got this one with carrot and apple and stuff like that. And you go, oh, the sugar content is absolutely terrible. But they are very versatile. The only people who actually use them are students. Students, so they can go out to the market and pick up cheap vegetables and then pop them into their NutriBullet. It's like sort of, it's a liquidizer. It's just a short... What are you eating? What's that? Oh, they're lovely, those apples. Tiny, aren't they? When I first saw those apples in M&S, and I thought, oh, they're really sweet. You can put them in little kids' lunch boxes to try and get them to eat fruit. And they're really nice. They're really crunchy. They're really, I think they're, have you not had one before? Very crunchy. Very crunch. No, I've never washed fruit in my life. I eat blueberries straight out of the thing. If I'm going to go down with anything, it'll be, I will turn blue. You know, I'll be looking like somebody out of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. I think she turns blue, doesn't she? They're nice though, aren't they? I know, they're really sweet and very crunchy. And I don't like a soft apple. I like these because A, they're just the right size, and B, they're actually really tasty. Mind you, we did a thing, I always do this, and they always get it wrong. How many varieties of apple can you grow on a tree? How many varieties of apple can you grow on a tree? On one single tree, yes. How many? 2. 2's a good guess. How many, Joe? How many do you think? No. Anything up to 40. 40 different things. And all you do is, and a lot of orchard growers do this, you take an apple tree and you say it's coxes or something like that, for want of anything better, and you want to grow pink ladies, you take a pink lady tree, you cut a branch off, and you graft it onto the cox tree, and you can do that on all the branches, and that branch will bear fruit of that branch that you have grafted on. So you can have anything up to about 35, 40 different apples on one tree. That's cool, isn't it? Did you know that? No, obviously not. But, yeah, but it does. You can get little ballerina trees for your balcony, which will just grow one particular species of apple. But mainly you can do lots and lots. And all you do is you graft on. So you cut a little wedge, put your thing in, bind it round with tape, and it will grow into the branch. But it will only grow those apples. I'm a mine of useless information. Seriously, honestly. Tomorrow, how to fly a plane. And we can do all sorts of things. Sandra says, you made me laugh about the silk sheets. And Abigail is an avid listener. That's what we like. So I like avid. I'm very into avid. Very into. And Hannah says, it's that time of year when the spiders come in for the winter. Oh, I don't like spiders. I don't like spiders at all, actually. I found a massive one sat on my chair glaring at me. I know. They sit there, don't they? And you're watching television, and you can see it looking at you, and you think it's going to move. Anyway, it's going to move, and then all of a sudden it moves. You try and be all big and brave about it, but you know damn well little things like that can frighten us. I used to get. Sorry, no, I'm reading a text. Somebody else's text. That somebody else was saying they were sitting in a chair looking at her. Yeah, but I used to get them years ago. So when I used to watch television, I used to keep a can of Harmony hairspray right next to me. So if I saw a daddy long legs and it started crawling on the floor, and all of a sudden it would freeze because you'd sprayed it with hairspray. Yeah, couldn't move, and then you could pick it up and pop it outside. Didn't like things like that at all. It's like mice. You walk up and down this alleyway here in Leicester Square, and all the mice live underneath all these planters, and sometimes one runs out in front of you. I have to control myself that I don't scream. I don't want to look really wussy. Ah! Because they're like, half an inch long, these things, but they frighten. I think they just sit under there. So I make a lot of noise when I'm walking up that alley, go, oh, good morning, everybody. Clump, clump, clump with the feet. Yeah, nearly at the front door. One of these days, I'm going to open the front door and I'm going to be descended on, because when we were in Fleet Street years ago, they cleared out the Express building. At the back of the Express building was where they used to put the lorries in with the newspaper print and everything else. And then they didn't, and it closed down. So what they did was they decided to clear out the back of the Express building. So they did it on one day. They opened the back, and there were, I can only tell you, hundreds of thousands of mice. And they swarmed out of the building and headed down to Fleet Street, where many of them ended their days as kamikaze mice. Yes, no hairspray for those ones. And a friend of mine used to have a pub there, and they used to put down bait for the mice, and they would eat this stuff. Then allegedly they would take it back to the nest, and they would infect the nest, and the nest would die. And this particular mouse had eaten something that was in the bait box. And we all stood there, and it was a long, thin bar, and this mouse slowly crawled down the side of the wall along on the floor, and somebody held the door open for it onto Fleet Street. And we were all watching it, and you could tell it was a bit woozy, because it was obviously under the intoxication of whatever it is that they put in these bait boxes. And it sort of got onto the pavement. It was trying to avoid it, goes in the road, gets run over by a lorry. Shouldn't laugh, but yeah, we were mice all over the place. We used to get them in our building, because we used to have in our master control department, there was a big metal grill in the floor, and the River Fleet used to go underneath us. And of course, what did the River Fleet have? Rats. And so if ever you lifted this thing up, there was a very good chance they'd come out and drag you back to their lair and then feed you to their babies. And we didn't want that, did we? So we used to put our least popular presenters in there and go, oh, don't worry, you'll be making new friends very, very shortly. I can't tell you. Steve, you seem to have turned into Percy Throw-Up. Really? Said Matthew. No, I'm just a mine of information on just about everything. I mean, I can hold a conversation on seriously anything. I could talk 20 minutes on a chair. There's nothing that you can't do, because you have to learn to do that, don't you? If you're going to be a radio presenter, you can't just talk about one thing. So I talk about thousands of things, different things. I can get, almost half a programme out of just travelling on a bus. That's why this programme is so popular. Seriously, it's very popular programme. So the Queen went maskless. I don't think that was a very good idea. And how many people, you never guessed this one, how many people missed GP appointments last year? How many people didn't turn up for GP appointments? You know, and they have signs up. Well, in our one they do, you know, so many people miss the appointments and all the rest of it. How many do you think? Go on. How many? 10%. Well, you have to give me a number. I can't do it on percentage. It's got to be a number. 26 million. 26 million people missed their appointments last year. Small wonder GP surgeries go, listen, if you're booking an appointment in, at least have the courtesy, if you're not going to show up, to cancel it. Because somebody else can take your appointment. There are people, you know, desperate for appointments with their GPs. Simple as that. Mind you, some woman wrote to me the other day, I can't remember her name, we just call her Snowflake, because I was telling the story about the woman who lost her temper in the doctor's surgery and was shouting at the woman behind the counter. And she said, maybe you should have gone over there. Perhaps you wanted somebody to talk to. I thought, no. This person didn't want anybody to talk to. She wanted to hit somebody. It's as simple as that. And also, I didn't explain the whole story because that would have identified her. And I didn't want to do that because she was a nasty little piece of work. And if it had gone much further, they'd have called the police and had her thrown out because she was abusing the people who work in there. Simple as that. Sue in Peckham says, I've been stuck in bed for 2 months. And you've kept... What sort of work are you in? Stuck in bed for 2 months. So she's an original spiker, which is good news. And Steve says Anthony refused to kill anything. Instead of fly spray, he'd use, my dad, instant starch and watch them glide out the window. I don't like moths, I don't like, or wasps, anything like that. I'm not very good with anything that flies. And you know, sometimes you're sitting there and out the corner of your eye you can see something. You know, what was that? So I've got one of those things that looks like a tennis racket, which you push a button and it's electrified. And so you hold it and they go zzz. And I've also got a thing with a purple light in, which will also attract little bugs and stuff like that. Bzz. And they get electric. It is cruel, but frankly, there's so many of them. And some of the mayflies, they're only out there for an hour or so anyway. That's their life expectancy. So I'm just helping them on their way to heaven, I think. Nice to have your company. Of course, great if you finish. This is the end of your week. It's Friday. It's very nice indeed. You might want to go out. Oh, you can't. The government has said you can't. Waitrose are going to close their cafes for a month in December. Because some people just go for a coffee and a piece of cake. And you think, well, why don't you close them now? Why are you waiting? Because presumably the people who work in there, they've got to sort of redeploy them somewhere within the stores. Paul says 26 million missed appointments. It's about time we set a set fee to see a doctor. Absolutely. It should be, you know, you want to see a doctor, it's £10. Okay? If you turn up, they give you your £10 back. But to actually book an appointment and then not show up about it is really absolutely the pits. It really is. You know, even if you've got a cold or something like that, you get, I can't come out, I don't feel very well. It costs you nothing to pick up a telephone. You know, it's as simple as that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What if the chair, Steve, has no legs? Well, it's a cushion then, isn't it? It's not a chair. I bought some cushions the other day, booster cushions they're called. I had a devil of a job finding them in a colour that sort of matches my chaise longue. And it's like living in Versailles in my place. It's all full of mirrors and gold everywhere. Gold and red. What does that tell you? Tells you gold and red. Steve. Connie in Stockwell says it's scary when the police come to your house asking questions and I've got nothing to do with it. I'm talking from experience. Several times the police came to our home looking for a suspect. They showed us a picture of the suspect. It's scary. We have enough of it. If they have a picture of the suspect, why don't they get it into the media, the TV and the newspapers? Well, no, the thing is, if they've got a picture of the suspect, why didn't they keep them when they took the picture? That's you taking a picture and then letting somebody go. What would be the point of that? So I understand exactly where you're coming from. But the trouble is that they always sort of, you know, treat you as if it's your fault, don't they? Like this black guy with the dreadlocks. He said to me, because I've got dreadlocks and I'm black, you think I'm that person, don't you? And, of course, the police had no answer to it because they knew exactly what he was saying. And, by the way, it is perfectly legal to film police officers. You know, if they're actually talking to you, you film them. You make sure that's your... Otherwise, I mean, who else is going to believe you? Nobody's going to believe you. But you see a lot of the police saying, can you turn that off because we have a thing, you're not allowed to film me. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And so they do. Amazing. Steve, I fell asleep on my sofa last night, says Lisa. How lovely. Now that is one of the nicest things to do, to fall asleep on the sofa. But thankfully I woke up, so I've not missed much of your show. Where would I be without you to start my day with a smile and a laugh? Well, you'd still be on the sofa with your eyes closed, I'm assuming. I can't think of any other reason. Michael Portillo in one of the papers today talking about the trains which have reinvented him. It's those camp jackets that he wears. He gets off the train, he'll be in the middle of somewhere ghastly, and everybody's wearing grey and black and really laid-back colours, and there he is in a pink jacket with pale blue trousers, and he doesn't quite realise when people look at him and go, it's a case of, come on, Michael, stop wearing campy colours. But there again, you wouldn't know who he was otherwise. And he gets off the train with his book. And he's sort of reading his book. I like the programmes, though, because I love trains. Absolutely love trains, which is good. Kate Ferdinand dragging out her 5 seconds of fame. I'm so bored with her. She was dreary on Towie. And a third of under-18s order a takeaway at least once a week. I've never ordered a takeaway. I'll go out and buy something, but really not very often. Really not very often at all. And then a beauty salon boss called Shireen apparently has just been done. She was allowing people to grow cannabis above her shop. She's beauty expert, isn't she? So it does nails, some like beauty treatments. And she's called Shireen with a CH. Where they get these names from, I've got no idea, but it's the Chav spelling. And so she said, I needed the cash which these people gave me for growing their cannabis for a funeral I was going to. Yeah. So they've sort of given one of the... They should have sent her to prison. But they don't bother doing these things now. I was in Waitrose yesterday, Steve, bought a plug-in air freshener, plugged it in, switched the socket on, and nothing happened. It makes no sense. No, they didn't get that one. Makes no sense. Yeah. Sense. Makes no sense. Because I've got quite a lot of those things as well, which I quite like. And occasionally I'll go in and I'll have a bit of a sesh. And I'll go and buy loads of the little bottles of stuff that you plug into your little heater. All sorts of different flavours. Lavenders, vanillas and things like that. And then sometimes you pass it and it goes, psst. And I always think, no, I'm not. Not for about 5 weeks. And... I just thought that one then, actually. Even I thought that was funny. I've never heard that before. I was going to do the thing that was from Loose Women yesterday. Will I not do it? Oh, it's on the podcast. Why can't I do it on the show? They did it on the show. Well, that makes... What's the point of that? You can say the word they got wrong. It was on Loose Women. I've done it on the podcast. If that doesn't get you listening to the podcast, then nothing will get you listening to the podcast. That's what the producer calls a tease. I mean, not that he'd know anything about a tease, but I mean, that's it. Go on, you're now going to tell Joe, aren't you? It's my story. Preempted. Honestly, I wanted to tell that story, but now he's ruined it. Yeah, well, the podcast's very funny. Don't tell people my stories, trying to make out it's your funny line. It's not your funny line at all, it was mine. I might do it on the programme now, just to annoy you. I don't care. They did it on lunchtime on the television, they didn't have any problem there. It's probably a bit rude, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't care. Yeah, because I've said it's rude now, I've drawn attention to it. Yeah, it was really rude. And it was good, though. It was very funny. It's on the podcast, you'll have to download the podcast. Definitely. Actually, on Sunday, Henry's coming along. On Sunday, you're going along. Joe's going along on Sunday, aren't you? Henry's going along as well. You know what he's doing? It's still on. Yeah, apparently so. Because Ian Dale wrote to me yesterday, dear whoever it may concern, and because we know each other very well, and he said, I'll read what he actually said to you. And he said, hi, Steve. A bit familiar. Mr. Allen. He says, I'm just checking if you were intending to bring anyone on Sunday. The theatre are rather hoping not, as they've got all the seats allocated, but I thought I'd better check. Henry Riley's coming to sell books. They're asking if you have dressing room requirements in terms of drink or food, because I asked for a jacuzzi and also naked butler service, but apparently not. So in terms of drink or food, so I said no. No. I mean, it's about the nearest venue to anything I've ever done before. It is literally, it's a bus ride. I mean, most things are a bus ride, aren't they? But it was good. Steve is in Bolton. Lovely. Bolton. Famous for Bolton. And famous for that comedian, Peter Kay. Very funny. He's got a very high-pitched voice for a man that size. But anyway, Stephen Bolton says, I remember when I was a tyre fitter when I was in my late teens, a big truck used to collect the old ball tyres every month. And I and the driver loaded hundreds of tyres into his truck. A few years later, I discovered the truck driver was Peter Sutcliffe. Yes, he was a lorry driver, wasn't he? But they used to do that. I remember seeing a tyre... What's the matter now? Why... You debating on the story? Oh, I'm doing it. I'm going to wait till you leave the office. I'm going to do it then. Just so when you're in the toilet, you go, oh, he's doing the story. I can't believe it. I'll have to run back. It's very funny. You get it on the free podcast, which is very funny, actually. Very funny today. Daz says, first thing I do every morning is smile. Gets it over and done with. Yeah, I agree, actually, because there's nothing to smile at, is there, at the moment? There is nothing that makes you feel... I mean, every time I hear what Boris is saying, I think, they don't know what they're doing, do they? They really don't know. They don't know how to stop this virus spreading. Students are a big pain in the rear end at the moment, because they don't care who they spread it to, and they seem to be spreading it around quite a lot of people. And somebody else says, I heard that Twitter and Facebook have been called before the Senate Judicial Committee for censorship and interfering in the US elections. Yes, there's all sorts of stuff going on, isn't there? It's just, everybody's complaining about everything. They did I don't know why, they did a thing the other day on the Great British Bake Off with Paul Hollywood. That's the one whose sort of taste in women needs to be examined fairly closely. And they do a joke about the fact he's got little hands. And so they had a little hand in a drawer, and they sort of took it out and went, oh, like that, a funny thing. No. Somebody complained to Ofcom about it. What about people who've got that condition? Well, what do you think? They spend all their time being miserable? Of course not. What they're basically saying is people who've got a disability don't have a sense of humour, which of course they do. That's the whole idea. It's just the interfering old baggages who really have got nothing to do with it at all. They just decide to interfere because they think they know what they're talking about. Could you do a Katie Price impression? No, I don't do Katie Price. I've never done Katie Price impressions. Apart from the fact she's gone on holiday again. I wish I was bankrupt. I'd love to go on the amount of holidays she has. And apparently she's going on holiday, wait for this one, to try for a baby. Can have a baby with the latest little boyfriend. By this time next year, it'll all be finished anyway with him. She'll have kicked him out. She'll hate him. She hates all the other ones. Hates every single one of the people. And but anyway, she can afford to go on holiday. I hope she can afford to pay her tax bill. That'll be good, won't it, in January? Like to see that one. I'll be helping you out. Steve, just about to set off for work. Love your show. Gets me into work in a good mood, especially for an early start. Lee's a train conductor, apparently on Edinburgh, on the Edinburgh route. That's a nice... How long does that take on a train, on a puff, to actually go? 5 hours, 4 hours to go on a train? That's lovely. Well, London. I mean, it doesn't really matter where in, just London. God, blimey, which station, he says. Which state? Like it makes a difference. Yeah. Carlisle. How much? 5 hours, 20 minutes. There you go. On an average weekday, there are 41 trains travelling from London to Edinburgh. Do you know, 5 hours, 20 minutes is a nice sleep, isn't it? You could literally sit in a carriage, lean up against the window, and just go, because it goes... And that would be lovely, wouldn't it? I think that'd be really good. They found somebody on Love Island a short while ago. He turned up he's a scaffolder, and he said he discovered all these things. 6 o'clock today, 6 p.m, they're going to start stopping people going into Wales. Well, if you're in a place where they've got high coronavirus, well, how are they going to manage I'm a Celebrity? The Welsh people are going to be going, no, you're not coming. They'll need to know where everybody's coming from. Surely. I don't understand how it's working. What are we locking down? What are we not locking down? We need to find out, actually. Because I was looking at some of the areas and thinking, is that still going to be happening? Is that, not going to be happening? Anyway, we'll hopefully have the answers for you. They're still trying to flog Phil Whatsit's book. They're trying to turn him into a wild animal, Pip Schofield, and sort of saying, my wild nights on dope and dire straits. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's a bit unnecessary. And what have we got here? Warren is sending me pictures, which is very nice. We like pictures. And Cliff on his Facebook with a picture. I mean, 80. Cliff Richard, 80. Good. But amazing, isn't it? Amazing. So many happy returns to him. And there's a picture, actually, of Cliff and of Warren and of Davis Cup's James Ward. They were at Wimbledon. Good grief, honestly. The idea that Warren can actually play tennis is hilarious. I could do swing ball, but I can't do anything else. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What do we got here? This is a story. This is a story. You know that one of my favourite films is Love Actually. I love the film. I think it's great because it's got Christmas, it's got snow, it's got, Hugh Grant, it had Martine McCutcheon in. It's great fun. And there was one bit, you'll remember this little bit. The little bit where this kid dresses up as a lobster. Do you remember that one? Sitting in the back of the car. Nobody knows who she is. Anyway, you do now, because little moaning Mary's come out to the papers. Yes, a child actress from Love Actually claims the movie star Hugh Grant refused to speak to her. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd refuse to speak to her. She's a right old Mary, this one. Lulu Popplewell branded the rom-com cheesy and sexist. And let's hope you don't get many people along to your shows, dear. She now thinks she's a comedienne. She was introduced by the writer Richard Curtis. She said, I remember meeting Hugh and he said, oh, God, do I have to speak to her? I hate children. She's now a 29-year-old comedienne who nobody's ever heard of. So to be honest with you, I felt like going to one of your shows and going, she's not funny, is she? She's not very funny at all. Really quite dreary, very sexist. Anyway, she says Grant was not being ironic. She was 12 when her character Daisy famously told on-screen mum Emma Thompson that she was one of the lobsters in the school nativity play. But she says she now hates the movie. Hates the movie. She told this podcast, I don't regret it at all, but look softly, be it spoken. I think it's a film. It's aged badly. All the women in it are sort of passive objects. Oh, God, you are an old Mary, aren't you, dear? Moan, 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 moan. You have to remember that Richard was writing in the context of the time, but it's not for me because I don't like cheese. I wasn't allowed to watch it when it came out because it was like a 15. There were nipples. God, this is your claim to fame, is it, dear? A dreary comedienne. You thought you'd have exploited that and gone, I was in this film, I was the lobster, now I come on stage dressed as a lobster, and everybody thinks, oh, God, yes, I remember where I've seen you, as opposed to just being a moaner. And nobody likes a moaner, do they? The police just pulled me over. He said, papers? I said scissors. I win and drove off. You get it? I don't know why we used to do that at school. Do you remember? Papers, yeah, all right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, scissors. Both did scissors. 1, 2, 3. Both paper. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We both did stone. kind of a pointless exercise, to be honest with you. That was this one for the boat. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, for goodness sake. Why'd you copy me? Everything I'm doing, you're copying. You're in for a bad weekend. Steve Bolton is most famous for Fred Dibner, the steeplejack who had no health and safety measures in place whilst he dropped. I used to watch that I love Fred Dibner. He was, to be honest with you, and if you don't know who he is, then Google him, because he was... God, how does this sound? This is going to sound really bad, but I mean it in the best spirit. He was so proper working class. He lived up north. He loved his steam traction engines. He was a steeplejack. He climbed to the top of these towers and he would build a fire and then he would watch them collapse. And he was just... You don't find people like that anymore. You really don't. There are people like that. They had this people the other day and they were building this Spitfire, I told you, from the war. Biggin Hill, and they found the old boy who used to fly it. He was 94, and they brought him over to have it, and he was fairly old at 94, as you can imagine. And they said, when it's ready, you can come back. I told the story the other day, and when it was all ready to fly, and it does fly, he'd already died. He'd already passed on, and I thought, you don't find people like that. That's why during the war, the country came together. When the day war finished, this country came together like you can never imagine. You had to be there to live through it and to realise the debt that we owed to the people who gave their lives. And when you saw people like Fred Dibnah and they made these programmes, he was what I call proper salt of the earth. Proper salt of the earth. He'd go, I had this thing. And he brought his steam engine to London. I think he was going to Buckingham Palace to be given an award or something. And I remember thinking, you won't see the like of him ever again. You really won't. He remarried. I think the wife sold everything. I think, she wasn't. I don't think she was interested in steam engines, but that was his life. That was his life, and he sort of loved it. And I like those sort of programs. It's like people who give their lives over to animals and stuff like that. There's a program in America, and it's one of those. It's like a PDSA program, and they go round and they sort of pick up animals that have been abused by people. One of them, they actually got a woman into court because this dog had got a bone stuck in its throat. She didn't know that. And so this dog wasted away, so much so that by the time the animal rescue people had turned up, there was nothing that they could do to save it. It was a pile of bones. And luckily the woman was arrested. My friend Jordan, ex-friend, says it's rock, paper, scissors nowadays, dear, he says. Yeah, whatever. Oh, dear. Cliff is doing Piers Life Stories, end of October. That'll be good. Yeah, they're also doing Gemma Collins, but I mean, who the hell's interested in that one? That'll be about as boring as watching people doing washing up, which is interesting. Anthony says, the fact that neither of you won stone, paper, scissors, does that mean that you're both kindred spirits? I do hope not. I seriously do hope not. No, we both did exactly the same thing. Scissors, stone, paper. No, it doesn't mean you're in for my career. No, really it doesn't. Don't try and read something into it that's not there. It's like being stalked, isn't it? But the stalker is right in front of you. It's not like they even turn up at the window and you open the curtain as their face going, hello, anything like that. Steve Bolton is famous for Dibnah. Oh, good. And Steve, my sister, is working on the new Batman film in, wait for it, Liverpool. Says NJ. Coming home to Welsh Wales tonight. Good luck, sis. Yes, they're filming. I knew about that because somebody sent me a clip. They're still going ahead with the filming. Excuse me, I have to have a... Oh, it's lovely. You can't... a cup of tea in them. Isn't it funny how easily pleased we are on a Friday? But the fact it is, I had a bacon roll yesterday. She must have liked me, because I asked for extra bacon, and boy, did she pile on the extra bacon. And it was very good, very good. Volunteers are needed to stare at seagulls. There's a bloke, he's on a microlight. It's a picture in the paper today. He's on a microlight, and what tries to land on the microlight? A vulture. A vulture was way up there with him. It frightened the life out of me. I hate vultures because they eat flesh, don't they? Rotting flesh. And they're big hooded things. Producer reminds me of a vulture. Oh, yeah. Little vulture sort of landing on somebody's microlight. Yeah, ouch. What would you be doing up there in the first place? I don't know. So, these are the places. In the third tier, this is what it means. Now, I don't know what we are in Twickenham. You might have to tell me, because I don't know. Tier 2 is high. You think we're tier 2 in Twickenham? Right, okay. Different households can't mix indoors. Different household stroke bubbles can mix outside as long as you stick to the rule of 6. So you can head to the pub with mates, but only if you sit outside. 10 p.m. curfew, pubs and restaurants. Schools, unis, gyms and places of worship are open, and a person can provide informal childcare to U13s in another house. I don't know what that means. Tier 3 is terrible. Avoid overnight stays. Pubs and bars must close unless they serve main meals. Well, how does that fend off? I mean, I don't understand how that fends off coronavirus. So if it does meals, then apparently you're all right. Which is ridiculous. Rule of 6 applies in parks, beaches and sports courts. Local authorities decide whether to close gyms, casinos and other businesses. God, honestly. Not looking promising, is it? But I can't find... In the northeast, there's everywhere from Sunderland to South Tyneside to Newcastle to Stockton-on-Tees. It's a bigger list than this. In the southeast, that's us, all the boroughs of Greater London, County of Essex, apart from Southend and Thurrock, and Elmbridge in Surrey. But I don't know what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. But there are more pub jobs going. Marston's, they plan to axe 2,150 jobs. They've got 12,000 on their workforce. They own Pitcher and Piano and Lost and Found brands. I don't think we have Lost and Found in London. We have Pitcher and Piano, but I don't think we have Lost and Found, do we? Well, not as far as I know, actually. London will be Tier 2 from midnight tonight. So I'm not sure. I need to check on this thing. We're going to try and find out whether this show on Sunday is still going to go ahead in the theatre. Because we're not sure about this, and yet up until yesterday it was still on. Now, whether or not it will be different, I don't know. We'll have to find out. You will be told, and I'm sure that somebody will then tell me. Not that it's going to make any difference when you've got to walk around the corner. We have a poem for... Oh, not at the moment. We have to take a short break, don't we? Oh, everybody, joke time. Joke time. After we've had the poem. Okay, I've got jokes. And this is actually, you can have a bit of a grin with comics from lockdown, okay? Some of it's a bit naughty. So you just have to sort of, bear with me. This is a poem this morning from Robinson Jeffers, who was born in 1887 and died in 1962. And this goes for anybody like my brother. Not that he's ever done this before, but a lot of people will identify with it. It's called salmon fishing. The days shorten. The south blows wide for showers now. The south wind shouts to the rivers. The rivers open their mouths, and the salt salmon race up into the freshet. In Christmas month, against the smoulder and menace of a long, angry sundown, red ash of the dark solstice, you see the anglers, pitiful, cruel, primeval, like the priests of the people that built Stonehenge, dark, silent forms performing remote solemnities in the red shallows of the river's mouth at the year's turn, drawing landward their live bullion, their bloody mouths and scales full of the sunset, twitch on the rocks, no more to wander at will, the wild Pacific pasture, nor wanton and spawning, race up into fresh water. That's about the worst poem I've ever had. It didn't even rhyme. Where was the rhyming bit? The funny, the whimsical bit that makes you laugh? Salmon fishing by Robinson Jeffers. It wasn't beautiful. It was as good as Walt Whitman, captain on the deck. Well, at least he died and did everybody a favour at the end of it. Thank God for that. Because, to be honest with you, they'd have pushed him over the side of the blooming boat anyway. Would you like some jokes on a Friday morning? OK, here we go. This is... OK, let's start in the West Midlands, OK? We shall take 3 comedians here. Firstly, Frank Skinner. A man doesn't know what happiness is until he's married. By then, it's too late. OK? Lenny Henry. I'd stay away from ecstasy. This is a drug so strong it makes white people think they can dance. OK? Jasper Carrott. Glenn Hoddle found God. That must have been one hell of a pass. Because it's footballer. Okay, explain that. From Essex, Russell Brand. Bob Geldof. No wonder he's an expert on famine. He's been dining out on I Don't Like Mondays for 30 years. If your body is 90% water, why have you got to drink water all the time? Why can't you just have some crisps? Alan Davis. We had a Jimmy... I can't read that one. That's way too rude. I suddenly looked at it and thought, no, I can't do that one on the programme. It's not going to help you. Manchester, Peter Kay. I met a Dutch girl with inflatable shoes. Phoned her up for a date, but she'd popped her clogs. Oh, obviously Peter Kay fans. I saw a fat person wearing a sweatshirt with Guess on it. I said, thyroid problem? OK? No, don't get that one. Oh, God. Jason Manford. I phoned the gym and asked if they could teach me how to do the splits. He said, it's such an old one, how flexible are you? I said, well, I can't do Tuesdays. I mean, that is so old. He's just nicked that from somebody else because he's not funny. Les Dawson. The wife's mother said, when you're dead, I'll dance on your grave. I said, good, I'm being buried at sea. It was like, the bloke, he turned up in Blackpool. And there was sounds, hotel. So he knocked on the door. He said, I'd like to stay here. The woman said, well, stay there, and shut the door. OK. Lancashire. No, I can't do that one. Oh, yes, I can. I can do a Victoria Wood one. She said, I once went to one of those parties where everybody throws their car keys into the middle of the room. I don't know who got my moped, but I've been driving that Peugeot for years. Very funny. Lee Mack, my wife, she's carrying our first child. He's 8, the lazy little so-and-so. John Bishop, being an England footy supporter is like being the over-optimistic parents of the fat kid on sports day. He'll win a prize, you know. He's very good. Go on, Tommy, you can do that. Come on. He can't. He's too fat. Ken Dodd, do I believe in safe sex? Of course. I do. I have a handrail around the bed. Okay. Stan Boardman, it was a tough school. The teacher said to the class, what comes after a sentence? The kid says, you make an appeal. Okay? No, I'm not sure about that one. From Yorkshire, Vic Reeves. I poured my cat out some milk the other day. I don't know how it got in there. Bob Mortimer, our lass is always fighting with us. She threw a lettuce at me last night, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Roy Chubby Brown. Again, it's a very old gag. No, it's all right. It's a very old gag, though. Larry Laprise, who wrote the Hokey Cokey, has died, aged 93. The worst part was getting him into the coffin. They put his left leg in, then the trouble started. And a couple in a cafe in Llangollen say, can you settle an argument and pronounce where we are very slowly? The waitress leaned over and went, Burger King. London, Michael McIntyre. And my wife and I both made a list of people we could sleep with. She read hers. 1 Clooney, 2 Pitt, 3 Gyllenhaal, 4 Timberlake, 5 Depp. I thought, I've got the better deal there. Number 1, your sister. A good book is called a page-turner. Surely that's the minimum you expect from a book. Sarah Pascoe, you can't lose a homing pigeon. If your homing pigeon doesn't come back, you've lost a pigeon. Okay, I don't get that one either. I brought some glasses. My observational comedy is improved. And Tim Vine says, I dreamt I cut carrots with the Grim Reaper, dicing with death. The advantages of easy origami are twofold. I don't know which one was the best out of all of those. That was a nice little collection, wasn't it? You can feel free to use those elsewhere. You know, I mean, we aren't beyond sharing comedy material. What was that? That was a cough. Sounded like somebody saying hello. That's what it sounded like in my ears, yes. I heard you say hello. Did you say hello? Somebody must be talking to me for another studio. That's slightly disturbing, isn't it? Nobody from Birmingham, I hope. You know the trouble we had last time with that one. Yeah, that's very odd. Yes, I heard somebody speaking to me in my ears. Who is it? Holly? Well, what's she doing saying hello? What's going on? What's happening? She was talking... Well, why did she... I got the message. Hello, she went... hello. Yeah, honestly. I've now got all this stuff going on in my ears. People are talking to me. It's very worrying. What else we got? What else we got in the paper today? Oh, Philip Schofield's book. You know, to be honest with you, he's celebrated 40 years in show business. I'm very pleased. Good-looking boy. Started off in the broom cupboard. Started off in Hong Kong, actually. I think he was working over Hong Kong and then came back here and made a fortune out of Gordon the Gopher. He's very good. He's always... I don't care that he's gay. I really don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me whatsoever. It really doesn't. And Lorraine said that the other day. She said that she was interviewing him, and she said, you know, nobody was bothered by it. It doesn't make any difference. What were you expecting? The fallout after people start stopping him in the street, going, "Oh, one of those." You know, nobody cares anymore. It's if you like somebody on the television, you know, then you like somebody on the television. Nobody's ever going to be rude to him. It's Philip Schofield, for goodness sake. Why would you want to be? He's perfectly pleasant. Just want to know what the other half looks like. That's what we want. Whereas Bobby Cole Norris, I mean, really, an embarrassment of all embarrassments. It's terrible. So everybody likes Pip Schofield. I mean, whether or not I'd read the book, I don't know, actually. It's called Life's What You Make It. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? You know, if you make your life, you know, so I mean, as long as you're happy with your life, that's all that matters nowadays. You don't need to worry about... I don't care if I go home and the producer goes, "Oh, terrible show today, Steve." Because I know he's lying. and also it just means he won't be working ever again. But I mean, I don't like to make threats because it's unnecessary. And so I don't sort of come off air and start analysing a radio programme. You can analyse a television programme. Do you know, every time they did the lottery, at the end of it, the entire cast and crew had to go upstairs in the television centre and sit down and re-watch the lottery. Seriously. Dale would say, he would get changed, and they'd say, we've got to go out and watch the end of it. And I used to think, what for? They've done the programme. Sorry? Yeah. He would go up there, and you'd be sitting in a room with about 40 people, with that many people working on the show, all the camera crew, makeup, everything, producers, the whole lot. And you'd all have to sit there and watch the lottery again. We've only just done the blooming thing, and then we'd have to watch it again. I used to sit there thinking, God, this is boring. Why would you want to... You can't change it. It's been done. You do that when I go home. I know. They all sit down and everybody says to Corey, OK, ready to rerun Steve's programme? OK, which bit did you not find funny this morning? It was all those dreadful jokes. Steve, I love your poetry every day. Good. Tim Vine's best joke is Velcro. What a rip-off. I know. You see, I mean, I don't mind things like that. Paul in Tel Aviv says, I always remember going to a birthday party when I was 8. They asked all the kids to recite a poem. I only knew the one my dad had taught me. I come from a Jewish background, hence the following poem. I can't read that out. Somebody will be offended by that, Paul. Somebody will be offended. I promise you, somebody will be offended. You think it's all right? Oh, OK then. All right. The boy stood on the burning deck eating a plate of latkes. By the time he'd finished half the plate, he'd done it in his gatkas. Latkes are fried potatoes, of course, and gatkas are long johns. When my mother came to collect me and was told, she was so embarrassed and my father was in big trouble when we got home. I wish I was in Tel Aviv this morning. I don't know. Actually, it's funny, because anywhere that Jordan is not would be a good place to go on holiday, because apparently she's trying for baby, because she's so obsessed and a bit sad and lonely. But anyway, so you said I come from a Jewish background. Listen, you are not alone. We have lots of people who listen to this programme who are Jewish. We don't have any problems. I couldn't care less where anybody comes from, except the planet Jupiter. OK, I'm not wild about people from Jupiter. They're always bragging. Oh, we come from Jupiter. And I'm thinking, I don't really care. So everybody's welcome. We don't care whether you're 9 or 90. We don't care whether you're black, white, pink, blue with green spots or anything. We don't care. We don't care if you're gay, straight, bisexual, transgender. We don't care. We're really not particularly bothered. This is about the only programme which is so un-PC because we don't care. We treat everybody exactly the same. Sit down, Corey. Nice to be coming. They've just sold a VC from 1854. Thank you. The boys have discovered a new app, and it means that you can write things in big writing. All sorts of things like 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. It's all very exciting and very childish. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but frankly, it's too much. How much for an 1854 VC? OK, I'll tell you what it was won for. This is won by a sailor who defied orders to abandon wounded comrades and rescued them. Seaman James Gorman's Medal, the highest British military honour, was one of the earliest awarded. He got it at the Battle of Inkerman in the Crimean War in 1854 in the fight against the Imperial Russian Army. It was sold yesterday in London. It got just under £300,000, just for a medal, and the argument is, and I know, I would probably think differently, that unless you really need the money, I'd rather hang on to the medal, but you know damn well that when you pass on, somebody's going to go, that could be worth £300,000, I'm going to sell it, so people would sell it, because they go, listen, it's sitting in a drawer, what do we do with it? Nothing at all. It's a great shame, but if people find themselves in that situation, then, you have to sell it because obviously the money's quite useful. Go to the Imperial War Museum, please. It's a great museum. And you'll see a whole room full of people's VCs that have been bought or donated. Sarah Ferguson has thanked fans for their birthday wishes, saying she's 61, still red-headed and not out. She's the ex-wife of scandal hit Prince Andrew. She shared the video on her social media account. And lots of people... Eugenie, one of the daughters, expecting Sarah and Andrew's first grandchild, wrote, Happy birthday to my dear Mumsy. You're one of a kind. There were too many pictures to choose from that show how completely unique you are. She's certainly unique, if not very irritating. Sarah Ferguson. We always remember her losing her temper in Australia when the bloke asked her about her book. Turns out she didn't want to talk about that bit. You know, I've already dealt with that. Can we cut that bit out? Is that possible to cut that bit out? Oh, she throws a right little strop. But still interesting. Steve, the problem with the lottery programme when it started was there was no point in building a show around a single prize draw. Noel Edmonds only agreed to do the first show for that reason. Another waste of the money on a plate licence fee, says Graham. Oh, I liked it. I used to go to the lottery every week. Drive up to Television Centre and get biggest studio they used to use for it. There was an audience in, a warm-up man. Felix Boness did it. Do you know the bloke from Heidi High who was Fred the jockey? Remember that one? No? Hopeless, I will say. Oh, do you not know these things? I mean, did you not have a television in your house when you were growing up? What did you watch? Your mother did a tapestry and held it up and went, oh, look, tapestry. And you went, oh, look, tapestry. You had the wireless. Did you listen to the wireless? Did you? What did you listen to on the wireless? The shipping forecast. Dogger Bank, Finisterre. Ross and Cromarty, good. Sorry, I can't do it. I could never do the shipping forecast, but I used to think, do you really believe that there are fishermen bobbing around on the beautiful briny who sit there going, oh, I tell you, he's just said it's terrible in Ross and Cromarty. Shall we not go there today? Let's go and fish at the local council lake. I used to sit there listening to it, and they always had those sort of presenters. They had those voices, didn't they? Britain has had its wettest day on record on Saturday, October the 3rd, with enough rain to more than fill Loch Ness. And they always sounded like they'd been public school educated, which I always think was very good indeed. Very good. So Sarah Ferguson, 61, looks older. She's not looked after herself at all well, but there you go. What can you do about it? Everybody's different. Little Mix's latest song comes out today. The title is Happiness. But they've canned the programme at the moment because somebody's tested positive for coronavirus. I like the idea that somebody's tested positive. Somebody's tested positive. Quite a number of tested policy. And Steve, I've just started to enjoy your show, but after that comment, I think I'll have to find something else to listen to on my intergalactic travels from Matt, who's on Jupiter. You can't be in Jupiter. You have to be on Jupiter. Steve says, Monica, that makes two of us. I'd love to sit at Tel Aviv's beach right now. Instead of this, I'm driving through Woolwich. Tell me about contrast between expectations and reality. Oh, I wish. Expectations and reality. We expect, I'm not a holiday person. It's that funny, but I just fancy, because when you find people who listen to this programme and they're abroad, and then they sort of say, oh, the weather here is glorious and this kind of thing, you think, isn't that interesting? I'm sitting in a studio in Leicester Square, not the biggest studio. It's quite small. In fact, it's minuscule compared to the big boys one downstairs, and compared to most of these studios in this building. But it suits me fine. And then you think there's somebody in Tel Aviv who's driving a taxi who can hear this programme all those miles away. I think that's amazing. So clever. So clever. Steve, Noel Edmonds has not aged at all, says John in Smithfield. No, I mean, I agree with you. He looks exactly the same. Although there's something about men with long hair, isn't there? Steve, to have a ticket for your show on Sunday would have been the best birthday present in my life. As my birthday's next week, I'm very upset and feel like crying, says Connie. I know. Even I can't get an extra ticket because we're socially distancing, and yes, we can do a theatre show, apparently. We just checked. And so it's only a 300-seater, I think, but we've got 160 people in, I think. So it'll be socially distanced. And but it'll be so funny seeing everybody sitting there with masks on, trying to eat toffees. That's what it'll be. People eating toffees. Should be interesting, shouldn't it? Also, another one here. Oh, this is the beauty salon boss. This is Shireen Millwood, 30. She allowed gangsters to grow cannabis in her loft, claiming she needed money to pay for her father's funeral. She says the crooks installed irrigation, lighting and ventilation systems and bypass electricity supply to her home. That's what they do. She was paid to water the £12,000 crop and used the cash for her father Mark's funeral. In a statement to the police, the former wrestler, Millwood, says, I found out my father was terminally ill. I had financial problems. All I had to do was top up the water. It was out of desperation. Why am I a cynic? Why am I a cynic? It's like I was listening to Tom Swarbrick last night, and he admitted that at some point he's a bit cynical. You have to be when you read things like this. Oh, I had financial problem. Yeah, I wonder where it went, dear. Wonder where it went. The operation was discovered when police investigating a burglary raided the mum of one's home in Bolton. She admitted producing cannabis and got a 2-year community order. She's also got to do 100 hours of unpaid work. Should have been sent to prison. 10 years. 10 years. No, or failing that, stick her on one of those boats and we send her out to the colonies. She can go out there, which is where we send all the people to. Australia, I believe. And you get off the boat in chains and you go, and you have to sort of, walk through the water to get them onto Australia, and then we leave them there, okay, until they bump into Shane, and he will then say, "This is what you should listen to, Steve Allen. He'll set you straight at 4:00 every morning. No messing around here." Also, Christmas countdown doesn't have to mean spending woes. Do you know there's only 70 days to go? Are you crossing them off? The days on your Advent calendar? I am. Crossing it off. 70 days to go. What's going to be like? I've got no idea. These are a Ferrari scooter. It's among the must-have toys on toy giant Hamley's list of Christmas gifts. It's a £70 toy. It's not for everybody. It's got 3 wheels, so you definitely don't want it. It's got flashing LED lights on the wheels. The chain's top 10 also includes £50 Nerf Ultra 1 Grinny. All these different things for Christmas, isn't it? I mean, 70 days and they're now picking out what's going to be the popular toy for Christmas. It'll be the one you can get hold of, because if I tell you which are the most popular things now, you'll be going out buying them, then all of a sudden you won't be able to get hold of it. And children will be disappointed. And the one thing we don't want is sort of children to be disappointed at Christmas. It'd be bad enough where they can't see Granny and Grandad and their friends who'll be coming round. I don't know how we're all going to manage it. I'm 55 today, Steve, and thank you very much indeed for making it a cheerful year, says Robbie. I wish it was a cheerful year. I wish I could tell lies to you. I wish I could say to you, listen, it's been a very cheerful year. It's been the most miserable year for a lot of people. Steve, I love listening to the shipping forecast, says Karen. It's oddly comforting and great to listen to if you're having trouble sleeping. Oh. Could you find a shipping forecast? I want to see if I can read one, actually, because I never wanted to do it. I was in awe of the people who used to read it, and they would pause because obviously fishermen are a bit slow. They go Dogger Bank, Finisterre, and you'd think, well, they've not mentioned our fishing ground yet. All these were sort of places where the fishermen could go fishing, and they go, but they've got more sophisticated equipment than the people who are giving out the fishing. Nobody gives out fishing forecasts. But I do remember hearing a radio programme some years ago, and they used to give farming advice. For this week, now it's time to sort of gather in the sheaves. So here we go. So this is the area's forecast. I shall do my best with there. Viking, in west northerly 4 or 5, occasionally 6 at first. In east northerly 5 to 7, becoming cyclonic 4 or 5 in west. Moderate, in east moderate, occasionally rough. Way. In the west, occasional drizzle, in the east drizzle later, good, occasional moderate. Yes, it's LBC, just in case you wandered around the station. Fourth, northerly or northeasterly, 4 or 5, moderate, occasional drizzle. Cromarty, northerly or northeasterly, 4 or 5, moderate. Dogger, yeah, love Dogger. Northerly or northeasterly, I bet it is, 4 or 5, occasional drizzle and moderate. Fisher, cyclonic, 5 to 7. I had a washing machine that's cyclonic. Yeah. And do you remember German Bite? I should be fascinated by German Bite. Northeast 4 or 5, becoming variable. Thames, northeast 4 or 5, becoming variable again. Portland, Plymouth, Biscay, and Fitzroy. In the south, variable 3 or 4, becoming cyclonic 5 or 6, occasionally 7 later. Do you think fishermen sit there and they go, what's he on about? What are they talking about? All they want to know is it raining or is it not? They don't want to know. This doesn't mean... And fishermen everywhere are sitting there, rubbing their Neutrogena hand cream on, because that's what they do, because they're so butch. And then they sit there, and somebody goes, Bailey, Easterly backing, northeasterly, 4 or 5, mainly moderate. Showers, good. They're in the middle of nowhere. Showers. Oh, by God. Hey, Billy, have you got an umbrella? We need to pull the nets in. And apparently, northern, of course, they're bound to be northern. And it's going to rain. It says so on shipping. Steve Allen on LBC is doing shipping forecast now with his Whippet. Cromarty. I love all these. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Mr. Cheerful on the radio. Because there's not much to smile about in the newspapers. The nation in tears, where we stand. The London boroughs. You know which is the worst London borough? No, I'm not in Richmond. No, we're not. We don't count us in Twickenham. We're immune from this. Ealing, 144.8. That's cases per borough per 100,000 people. Second is Richmond. No mention of Twickenham. 137.9. Then Hackney, then Redbridge, then Harrow, then Haringey. Hammersmith and Fulham, 115.6. They're all roughly about that. Until you get down a bit to Hounslow, 111.2. Hillingdon, Barking and Dagenham. I mean, the lowest, Bexley, at number 32 on the list, and that's 68.5 people. Barnet, not on the list. Oh, yes, it is. Sorry, 111.9. You're actually quite high. You're number 8 on the list. Is that where you are, Barnet? Psh, bad news. Which one? Waltham Forest. You're number 14. Yeah. Get in there. 95 cases per 100,000 people. See, that seems quite low. Our one seems quite high. 137.9. I don't want to be a statistic. I've decided. Just wear your mask. It's not complicated. Please wear your mask. Please. I don't want to be known as a little pleader on the radio who sort of says, come on, please wear your mask. But you want to stop this thing, don't you? I know I do. I know everybody else does. Steve, the way you read the traffic information, it's just like the shipping forecast. Hardly understandable and too fast, says Dave. Yeah, well, get some new batteries and you might hear it a little bit better. It's not my fault. I can only read it at the pace which it crops up on the machine. You've just taken me back, Steve. I worked at the BBC years ago, says Tony. Got to know Felix Bowness. What a gent. Used to have lunch at the BBC's Silver Service restaurant with him every Friday. 3 courses and wine, £4. Cool, those were the days, weren't they? Those were the days. Actually, that's why, if ever you watch Only Fools and Horses, go back to some of the early ones, and when they go in a cafe to have things, they'll go, bacon sandwich, 1 and 6pence, and things like, and you just think, yeah, I mean, it was really, everything was cheap. Everything was really cheap, you know. Also, the British pub is safer than a supermarket aisle, yet now, through utter foolishness, it faces oblivion. You're going to be losing thousands upon thousands of British pubs. They cannot afford to close. They really can't. The truth about the claims scaring us all to death. It's not scaring me to death. I just wish they'd be a little bit clearer on what it is. I mean, you can tell it's not clear because the newspapers have to spell it out for you and tell you just what it is and how bad it is. And yet the Queen goes out without a mask on. Prince William, no mask. A policeman with a dog, no mask. Somebody who's obviously advising the Queen, no mask. I mean, what more can you do? What more can you do? Enough rain to fill Loch Ness, or perhaps we can flush out the Loch Ness Monster, which doesn't exist. And the countryside is racist, says Ellie Harrison. She says the British countryside is racist, with white people needing to acknowledge past behaviour they benefited from. How bizarre. How bizarre. She says the huge reaction on social media to the June programme, fronted by Dwayne Fields, had taken the show's producers a week to pick through. She wrote in the BBC Countryfile magazine that the comment broadly came in 3 flavours. I'm not racist, so there is no racism in the countryside. I'm black, and I've never experienced racism in the countryside. And importantly, I have experienced racism in the countryside. So she said there is work to do. Well, absolutely there is. Absolutely. Did they not have on Countryfile a short while ago? And that was the first time, and they put him on the television. He went on to the programme, and at one point I thought, oh good, they're actually going to start featuring him more and more. But then it sort of disappeared. She said she grew up in Gloucestershire with one black pupil at her school who was worshipped for being handsome, sporty and brainy. But she says, I need to do more to challenge and confront prejudice. She says, until this point, I believe ignorantly that me being not racist was enough. She says the big and crucial difference between being not racist and being anti-racist. Sometimes people close to me have said racist things, but being anti-racist means being much clearer that it isn't acceptable. It means noticing that for white people, skin colour is not the cause of hardship and suffering, even if our lives hadn't been easy. The funny she's coming up with this now, and she's just one of many presenters on Country File, and nobody else has said anything. Why not? Why not? We want to hear more people saying things on Country File. Also, killers, paedophiles, rapists and flashers have all tried to get jobs as what? Driving instructors. Driving instructors. 3 would-be instructors even had convictions for killing somebody through their own careless driving. Among the 1,642 who wanted to oversee L-plate drivers last year were those who'd run brothels who made bomb hoax calls. Never crossed my mind. The Disclosure and Barring Service received a total of 7,806 separate convictions, including blackmail, child sex assaults, including sex attacks on women, 2 were for murder and 2 were for rape, 228 drink driving convictions, 21 for dangerous driving, and 2 who failed to display L plates. Never crossed my mind. You get into a car, I just imagine that the driving instructors, and I had a woman. Looky here. We were way ahead of the time. I went off her, though, because we had a little bridge where I learnt to drive, and it was a busy Saturday, and it was in the middle of the town. It was a little bridge, and the traffic lights were there, and I thought, I'll go over the traffic, jump them. No. Dual-control car. She put her foot on the brake, and we stalled. And at that moment, some of my school friends walked past me. I wanted the entire ground to open up and swallow me, and she went, "Don't jump traffic lights." I said, "Yeah, whatever." Start on me, I tell you. Right next to the butcher shop as well. I couldn't go there for months. Didn't want people to go, that was that bloke who stalled the car on the little bridge. Dreadful, isn't it? Unhealthy food is the biggest cause of avoidable heart attacks. We've been telling you this for donkey's years, and it's the poor diet. It's all this food that you're not supposed to be having. I mean, you can have it, but it's all in moderation. The pizzas, the Kentucky Fried Chicken, the baked potatoes, the fast food takeaways. I mean, the amount of people whizzing around on these little mopeds and motorbikes delivering food to you, that's the stuff that's bad. You can do so much better if you cook yourself. Cook yourself. Go out and actually buy some vegetables and put them in a frying pan with some water or a little bit of oil or whatever you cook with. And it works brilliantly. A BBC documentary about the environmental damage caused by meat production was removed from iPlayer after farmers claimed it was biased. The programme, presented by Liz Bonin, was judged to have given viewers a partial analysis of the impact of livestock farming based almost exclusively on intensive farming methods. So she'd been to the United States and South America. That's a very expensive programme to put together, isn't it? And then came back and sort of and did all these things. What else have we got? BAFTA to name more would-be award winners to boost diversity. Amazing, isn't it? What year are we in now? We're still doing this. Still doing it. Steve, I listen to you on my phone before I get up. That's when I get in my car for work. You're not on DAB. Oh, I am. I so am. In fact, you must get a DAB radio. I sound so much better on DAB. I know it's difficult to imagine, but I mean, if ever you wondered what perfection sounds like, it'd be this. It'd be this. On DAB. It's lovely. Who lives in Waltham Forest? Steve. I'm out delivering old school tray bakes today, says Ellie. She's my resident baker in Walthamstow. She's keeping everything crossed for a podcast of you and Ian. I don't think you're going to get a podcast of the show. In fact, I'm pretty certain you're not. Pretty certain. Angela says, looking at the government website, it says in Tier 2 we should now not meet in more than groups of 6. Yeah, have I been getting it wrong and avoiding social groups for nothing? Very confusing. No, that's always been the rule. It's just continuing. That's what the producer said. So that's what it is. So, sunny Walthamstow this morning. I wish. I'm looking out the pitch dark. And we forgot to check on the... I shall check on the weather actually afterwards, because sometimes Surrey's a bit temperamental, and all of a sudden starts sort of printing things off and doing something completely ridiculous. Steve, it's the shipping forecast accompanying music It's early breakfast on LBC. Wouldn't believe the conversation we're having. Seriously. Backstage, as they say. How do you fancy spending a night in Dominic West's bed? Come on. You know the jokes. It's going to cost you money, though. 6,000 quid a time. He has a lovely house. It's in Ireland. And it's called Glyn Castle. I mean, it's quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. But if you want to spend... So he has a bed there, and you can be in that bed. You can be in the bed. You don't even have to act with him or anything else. They're just, like, loaded. And it's £6,000 a time. So, I mean, that's a lot, isn't it, for one night in something. So a friend of mine phoned me yesterday, and I knew it was a friend of mine because she reversed the charges. And the operator goes, "Oh, would you accept a call from?" You go, "Yeah, whatever." And she'd been down to the New Forest yesterday. She said it's beautiful down in the New Forest, and she'd been to I can't remember where it was actually, but they went to a hotel and they had lunch there, her and a friend, and she said it was so nice. It was so nice. She said, "I think I might, see what their availability is next week, and just book in for a night, invite a friend down who lives near the area, and then have some dinner in the hotel. So I can go for a walk through the New Forest, which is beautiful. Horses everywhere, little babbling brooks. I mean, it seriously is beautiful. It really is." And she said, and then we could have sort of an evening meal. Then I could, climb into bed and then disappear off the next morning. Or you could go to this lovely place that Dominic West has got, to the Manor Bourne. And there's loads of... It's just beautiful. It's a lovely house. The only thing I would complain about is the staircase. Somebody's painted it white at some point. The top bit's been stripped back, and it needs to go back to the whole staircase being stripped back. It looks better. Plenty of room. I mean, it's got 15 ensuite bedrooms. 15 ensuite bedrooms. There's also a slew of receptions that include a library, a smoking room, a dining room, and goodness knows how many sitting rooms. Plenty of floor space for a pre-lunch whiz on your electric scooter, which, as Lily James will testify, is so much more than riding a tandem. I've never ridden a tandem. Then I think, Mum, would you be at the back or at the front on a tandem? You've been on a tandem. I think it scares me. I saw one of those scooters today. It's like a moped type thing, like a Vespa or something. But it had 3 wheels on it, 2 at the front and 1 at the back. And I thought, well, that'd be good because I couldn't fall off that, which I think is quite nice. Chris in Brentwood said, "Steve, the shipping forecast theme is called Sailing By and was written in 1963 by the light music composer Ronald Binge. 12 years earlier, he composed Elizabethan Serenade, which you may know he wrote to celebrate the coronation of Elizabeth II. Well, actually, I've got a reggae version of Elizabethan Serenade. That's what it went like. Which is good. Steve, says Rob, been suspended from Twitter. Blimey, you must have been very bad. Didn't know anybody got suspended from Twitter. Could be terrible, couldn't it? Also, no, I don't like that story. I like the story here. No, I don't like that story either. I keep looking at the prices of food in the supermarkets. It's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It really is. They were doing the other day, what were they doing? A 6-pack of lager, 2 pizzas and something else. It was like a £5. I mean, that was really, really cheap. And then people think, "Oh, I'll go out and buy pizza." Make it yourself. Make it yourself. It's so much cheaper. Also, an e-cigarette may not provide a safer alternative to smoking during pregnancy, says research. Because you see loads of people who are pregnant and they carry on. They think if you do an e-cigarette, it's safer, but it's not necessarily. Jan Moyer, talking today about Dom and Lily. My experts reveal all. Former Blue Peter presenter John Leslie, she's talking about. Plus, the bad news keeps on coming. Sharon White, the chairwoman of the John Lewis Partnership, says that in future the company will be 60 to 7% online business. See, that's the trouble. Very shortly, there won't be a shop to go to. It'll be a case of you'll order everything online, which I don't have a problem with. I'm still waiting for some stuff that I've ordered from America. I've ordered a couple of things from America, and I'm still waiting. And I don't know whether or not there's a hold-up in the post or, whilst we lurch from one disaster to another. A tearaway. He's a career criminal, Clinton Bowen, and he's ugly as well. But he thieves. That's what he does for a living. They called him Canal Boy. because he was given taxpayers-funded narrowboat holidays. That's why. Because they thought, the fools, they go, oh, don't worry, if you give him some holidays, he won't steal from people. No, carried on. This time he raided a castle in Gloucestershire. And he's now been jailed. He was on parole for another raid. He's quite clearly a bit simple and stupid. You can't do anything about him. Sending him on a canal boat holiday doesn't do anything. At the time, his mother said he's a horror, destructive and violent and with no respect for anything or anybody. He's 39 now, so he's thick and old. Jailed for 4 years. I mean, at the time of the burglary, he was on parole after being released early from a 4-year prison sentence for another burglary. I mean, he really is thick, isn't he? I mean, sorry, you just come out of prison and then you're on remand for something else and then you commit another burglary. What a fool! What a fool! I mean, the others were Bowen's brother, pocket money boy Casey, safari boy Mark Hook and pyjama boy Vincent Smith. Because Hook was sent on an 88-day Egyptian and African holiday. Casey Bowen was given 60 quid a week pocket money so he could buy what he wanted instead of stealing. And Smith was sent to a controversial children's home from which he promptly escaped. They have all 4 remained regular offenders in Gloucestershire. What a sad little bunch of nobodies. Dear me. I mean, they actually tried everything. Oh, if we put him on a canal boat, he won't want to thieve anymore. No. He carried on thieving. The idea, it was to stop him getting bored. Oh, diddums, honestly. 39 and that's stupid. God in heaven. I mean, surely, when they open the doors to the prison, you go, I'm back. They go, yeah, we thought you would be, thick boy. Don't call him canal boy, call him stupid boy. Birthdays today, Cressida Dick, first female and openly gay commissioner of the Met Police, the country's most senior officer, used to work in a fish and chip shop. I never knew that. And also Angela Lansbury. Oh, Cressida Dick is 60. Angela Lansbury is 95. And also born on this day in 1854, Oscar Wilde. He lived his later life, of course, in poverty after being jailed for gross indecency. In 2017, he was posthumously pardoned when the Turing Law exonerated 50,000 men convicted of gay crimes. That was Alan Turing, which set the precedent. They set the precedent. Also, Samuel Cody, in 1908, became the first person to pilot a powered and sustained flight in Britain. And in 1989, the BBC sitcom Birds of a Feather, starring, of course, Pauline Quirk and Linda Robson as sisters Sharon and Tracy, was first broadcast. Wow. It's good, isn't it? Also, can't think of anything else, actually. There's nothing else here, apart from Oscar Wilde. And Tony Rolt died in 2008. He was the racing driver from Hampshire, commissioned into the Rifle Brigade in 1939, taken prisoner by the Nazis, made a number of failed escape bids. If you were in one of those prisoner of war camps, people did constantly try to escape. If they did manage to make it as far as the perimeter, there were guards who would happily shoot them dead. It didn't make any difference at all. It was a case of, but of course they had to do it, otherwise they'd just be sitting there. So Cliff's going to be working with the BBC. The BBC have no comment to make whatsoever, of course. They're not allowed to make comments at the BBC. It's apparently illegal. I'm sorry, do you have an opinion? No, I work for the BBC. Oh, poor soul, never mind. One day you get a proper job. And so they filmed this programme in St Paul's Cathedral with the working title Britain's Favourite Carol. It's got Catherine Jenkins, Andrea Bocelli and Daniel O'Donnell. But an insider says there is no question about who is the star of the show. It's Cliff. Of course it would be. Of course it would be. It's he's a very clever lad, but he's turned 80, and he's good. Anyway, I love the way that the BBC declined to make a comment. Yeah, why not? Don't bother doing anything. What are we going to do with Michael Palin? He still wants to travel the world again. I think he should do. He said, I'd like to go to Central Asia. He said, I'd like to go to the wild area where Genghis Khan and the Mongolian invasion started, because they have a huge impact on our history. Now, I don't know how old Sir Michael Palin is at the moment. I suspect he's 80-something. I suspect. I saw him once in Marylebone High Street. I was having a cup of coffee with a friend of mine, and he walked in. And, of course, everybody went, Michael Palin, Michael Palin! Very excited. Nobody went up and spoke to him, because you don't do that. It's somebody's, private. You don't do it. But I suspect he's... I mean, I would think, actually, I thought 80... No, he's probably 77, isn't he? Something like that. 76, 77? He's 77. Oh, there you go. Right again. La, 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 la. 77. It's good, isn't it? Mind you, when you look at poor old Sarah Ferguson, who for 60, what do we say, 61, 60, she looks really ancient. Seriously, I've never seen anybody looking so ancient, poor soul. Never mind, sure she's happy. Peter Kay doesn't do anything for a year but earns £1 million. Oh, that we were all in the same boat. And then there's loads of questions in the papers which you will need to read. All your questions on Britain's baffling restrictions. You know, my boyfriend lives with flatmates. Can I still see him? If you're in Tier 1, you can see him, provided that with you there are no more than 6 in the house. On Tier 2, you can see him outdoors, and in Tier 3, you can't see him at all. So you have to decide and find out what somebody's area is. We're Tier 2 in Twickenham, but I mean, you know, we're being very good. We're all socially distancing. A lot of people aren't. I see people walking down the street now with prams and stuff like that. Nobody's socially distancing. Nobody's got masks on. Ridiculous. Steve, going to the Ivy in St Albans for brunch tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Haven't eaten out in ages, says Lee. It's lovely, isn't it? Very, very nice, the Ivy. And somebody says you're a fantastic person. Yes, it's true. It's true. I cannot deny it. I cannot deny it. We're here every morning. And we do try and bring you as many of the news stories in the papers. I don't think we ever miss anything out. We try and get as much done as possible and read all your texts and emails, of which more in it. Will Guy, it says, beautiful sunshine here in Wiltshire, Steve. Again, Will's carried on the drinking from last night. Brilliant sunshine. I mean, I don't want to ruin or burst your bubble, Will, but it's still pitch black here. In fact, it only seems to brighten up when it's... Well, not brighten up, because it was very overcast the other day and we left here. And because we were doing this filming for this thing, which I can't tell you about. But I will. Probably next week, actually, once I've seen it. Apparently, I'm supposed to see it and approve it. But I've said to Corey, no, you do it. You actually watch it and you decide if it's easier. Steve, Daniel O'Donnell says, Jez, used to pop in for a cup of tea with my mum in County Donegal. Lovely man. I love the way somebody writes, County Donegal, Ireland. You know, like I'd never have guessed in a million years. Yeah, he has cups of tea at his place as well. All the fans go over there. All the fans go over to Ireland. It's like it's a big open thing. But I think he's been friends with Cliff for a long time. Sunrise this morning, 7:27. 07:27. I don't know. Let's find out, shall we? Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear and 8 degrees. Expect mostly cloudy skies starting early in the morning. Today's high will be 13 degrees, and the low will be 7.
I'm sure he says the same thing every day. I'm sure yesterday it was 13 degrees and the low was 7. Anyway, chance of rain, 0. 0, which means it's going to absolutely tip it down. Can't you just tell? They never seem to get it right. The other day they were saying, and the chance of rain, 80% or something. Nothing. Not a peanut. Not a peanut. Not that it bothers me. It just means that I feel sorry for the people in the car washes, because they're waiting for customers to come in. Otherwise, when it's raining, they all just stand there staring out into the abyss. It's not so good, is it, really? Another one says, Bob says, great to see Cliff back on the telly. BBC treated him very badly. I'm sorry, well, he ended up with £850,000 plus some other money as well. So he should have done. Can't wait to see him on television. Anything for Christmas. Oh, yes, please. And Catherine Jenkins, lovely. Lovely. We love Catherine. Every time she used to come in to LBC for a chat, people would deliberately do it because there's a list that goes out so you can see who's arriving in the building. And or Courtney will tell you, say, so-and-so's in today. Sometimes you see a little group of fans outside the front door. And I always say to them, listen, no autographs. And I sort of have to, no, leave me alone. No, all right, okay, later. And then you sort of do that. But in fact, Catherine Jenkins, every time she appeared in the building, people would deliberately do a detour to walk past my studio so they could have a look at her, to see if she looks as good as she does on television. She certainly does. She's so slim. Honestly, I used to look at her thinking, you must eat more. I used to feel terrible, but now I'm actually losing the weight. It's fantastic. More on Philip Schofield, and he dismissed rumours of a rift with Holly Willoughby, saying her knowing about him being gay brought them... Well, she'd stop going on about this being gay thing. Is he just jumped on a bandwagon? Because he doesn't have a boyfriend, unless there's something that he's not telling us, but he's selling a book, isn't he? So, and then he lost a lot of weight and everything else. Of course she's going to be there for you. They work together. She's like that. She's a nice person. They're all nice on that programme, aren't they? They're all nice on the programme. But it's just, why would you bother coming out if you're not going to introduce us to the boyfriend? Otherwise, what was the whole point of coming out? Because now people are doubting whether it's true or not. They're going, he comes out, I'd like to tell everybody I'm gay. Okay. And the boyfriend's where? Is he hiding behind a pillar on this morning's set? Is he on Loose Women? Where are they? I mean, is there somebody? Who knows? Doesn't seem to want to tell you that, which is a bit of a shame. Ryanair axes routes and 3 bases. They'll only maintain up to 65% of its network. I've never flown on Ryanair, but there again, I wouldn't, I suppose. Why would I? Because they're going to close the bases in Cork and Shannon and Toulouse in France during the period. Wow. Group Chief Executive Michael O'Leary said the focus is on minimising job losses, claiming these cuts have been forced by government mismanagement of EU air travel. Well, I have to be honest, it's a disaster, isn't it? I mean, it really is. Lester Piggott's selling his trophies. I don't know why. I can't imagine that he would need the money. He's 84. He's been crowned champion jockey 11 times. Who was he a favourite of? The Queen Mother. She loved Lester Piggott. Loved him. He's put 70 lots up for sale. And they're very nice. Dad and Granddad's 1963 and 1919 Grand National Trophies, 10,000 quid. Lifetime Achievement Award from the BBC, 1,500 quid. I bet it costs more than that. Sandown Silk Cap from 1982, 150 quid. The Racing Icons Goggles, 150. And the Epsom Derby Trophies from 1957 and 1960 being sold. They reckon 7,000 quid. Actually, it's not a lot of money for what it is. Seriously, if you actually look at this Epsom Derby trophies from 57 and 60, it's quite beautiful. For 7,000 quid, very reasonable. Very, very reasonable. So why he's selling them, I've got no idea. I think the reason is, they've said here, he's now in his 80s and is at that stage in his life where he's accumulated a wealth of stuff from the career and is sorting out what to keep and what to let go. There are nearly 70 items in the sale. And the nice thing is, this has included items from his family, which has been involved in racing since Victorian times with his father, grandfather and great-grandfather. That'd be nice stuff to it, wouldn't it? I mean, to have something that's so important in the world of racing. I like John Reid. John Reid's 61. It seems to be the magic number on the programme this morning. He's a pub relief manager. A bit old to be a pub relief manager at 61, isn't it? I thought they were a lot younger. But anyway, he went to buy some lemons the other day. He goes out. He was cleaned out by some boozy gin and tonic drinkers because, they go, ice and a slice. They always say that, don't they? They've never said it to me because I've never ordered gin and tonic, but they'll get ice and a slice. Anyway, he decided to buy a scratch card. And it looks quite nice, actually, this scratch card. So he did. He bought 2 £5 National Lottery triple jackpot scratch cards, which he stuffed in the bottom of a carrier bag. He said, I shudder when I think I was casually carrying £250,000 around in a bag. That's what he got. He got £250,000, 250,000 on the lottery. I'm so happy. I couldn't be happier for him. Oh, really good for you. Went out to buy some lemons. Comes back. He said, I'm thinking of buying a Range Rover or a Ford Fiesta. A little bit of a difference there. A little bit of difference. Bruce, why don't you buy a smart car? No point stretching yourself. You're only sort of an assistant, aren't you? A pub relief manager. Pub relief managers go round and relieve themselves in pubs so that the landlord can go away. Somewhere on holiday or something. They go, yes, you've got a pub relief manager. In fact, I know a story about a pub relief manager. We used to know a pub which was very near one of our buildings. In fact, actually, every building we've ever been in, pubs are fairly sort of local to the front and the back door. And anyway, so this particular pub, we used to go in there all the time. It was lovely. We weren't allowed to use your mobile phone. If you use your mobile phone, you had to put £1 in a box because that was for, if you can't, have a conversation in a pub without picking up your phone going, hello, well, then you don't deserve to be allowed out and mix with proper people. Anyway, he decided to go away on holiday and they put in a relief manager who promptly robbed the place blind. Apparently, it's quite a common thing that happens. They go in there and they just, at the end of the week, they take the week's takings and they disappear. It's so easy because you've earned sort of money, plus you've taken, 3,000 or 4,000 quid out. I mean, some people will literally, get themselves into dreadful hot water for just nicking. And he came back from holiday, he'd left the pub all open. It was all open, and all the money had gone, and everything. It's outrageous, isn't it, really? I'd be after them with a bullwhip, I'm telling you. Be no mercy from Steve Allen. I'd be taking them over to Spain and saying, there's this little thing that they do over here. It's called the Bull Run in Pamplona, okay? And you're going to be the people that the bulls are chasing, because I hate with a passion the Bull Run in Pamplona, you know, where these poor animals get scared to death by a bunch of stupids. And so whenever everybody gets hurt, I'm delighted. I clap my hands, because I always think it's so one-sided. They run down the streets, they terrify these poor animals who don't stand a cat in hell's chance of emerging alive. It's like going to see bullfighting. You know, I want to take all the people in the stand, shove them in the middle, bring out 30 or 40 bulls and go, now see how you can cope. Because at the end of the day, no matter how good the bull is, and that little mannequin figure in all these glamorous, glittery kind of outfits, very gay, I always thought, first time I saw a bullfighter. Very camp, you know, why they can't wear normal dungarees. You know, I've got no idea. And then you think the poor bull, at the end of the day, it's tormented by all the... I hate it so much. We went to see it once. When you went to Spain, you know, years and years ago in the 60s, that's what they did. You either went to a barbecue, which we did, and you're in a big aircraft hangar, and you're drinking cheap Spanish plonk, or you went to a bullfight. So we went to a bullfight. I had to look the other way. I think it was the most ghastly thing I'd ever seen in my life. You get these horrible people called picadors. I'd like to show them what I could do with a pick. And and they go round and they basically stick things in the side of the bull to weaken it. It's only then that Madam in the suit of lights walks out into the ring, being like sort of, you know, puffing out his chest and all the rest of it. And the poor bull by this time has probably had enough. Dreadful thing. But the bull run in Pamplona, they have the most peculiar things around the world. Why we do this to animals, I've got no idea. LBC News Times. We're having so much fun. Not. Mark, who's a former producer of mine, they always keep in contact. He says, do you remember when LBC was based in Hammersmith? The pub was known as Studio 5 and the wine bar was Studio 6. I do remember it very well. And that was the pub I was talking about over the road from us that got robbed by the assistant manager. Yeah, so you had the pub on the corner and everybody used to go there. I mean, the sports team, they practically took up residence. And then the wine bar, they'd go, oh, somebody's in, I think you'll find them in Studio 5. And somebody go, oh, I'll give them a ring. And they used to phone the pub to go, oh, can somebody come back to the studio? It was unbelievable. Drinking was sort of culture, though. But we used to be in Fleet Street. Drinking was a culture. And I never really got into that. You know, I've always been sort of fairly... I don't mind going out for something to eat. I like that bloke's shirt, which has got Father Christmases all over it. I wonder where he got that from. Look at that shirt, Father Christmas and everything. He's the landlord of the Magpie Crown, Scott Illman. Phone him up and say, where'd you get your shirt from? Steve Allen wants one. I want it's a red shirt with Father Christmas and sleighs and stuff like that. That's about as festive. Because I don't know what to wear. On Sunday, I don't know what to wear. I'm just going to go like I'm wearing now, just cash. Because it's not my show, it's Ian Dale's show. I'm just sort of... You think tie? I'm not wearing a tie. I haven't worn a tie for 8. I couldn't breathe. I might just wear a white shirt, pair of jeans. I think that's all you need, isn't it, really? I think, you know, I'm on radio. For goodness sake, I'm not a male model. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I don't get this lockdown. You can't mix with other people from other households, and you can go to work and mix with other colleagues. Yeah? Listen, I don't understand it either. We self-distance here. Luckily, I'm by myself in the studio. There's nobody here. Well, there's 2 people the other side. And they're socially distancing and they've got screens in and everything else. But when we walk out the building, Corey and I, we put our masks on and we walk down the road. It's as simple as that. You know, the bus comes along, I've got the mask on, and that's how it works. And, you know, at work, we're socially distancing on all the desks. Every other chair has been chained under the desk. I mean, you've got no idea what's going on here. Everything chained up and all the way. And they've taken the computer away, so you can't sit next to somebody else. So you can socially distance. You can socially distance, and that's what we do. But woe betide me if I go to somebody else's house, because we're in tier 2 now. But I'm being really good about it. I do go out. The other day, how stupid was I? Talk about daft. I seriously thought I've gone completely round the bend. I walk out and I pick up my post and little bits and pieces, and I suddenly thought, mask. I forgot to put the mask on. So I go to the boot of the car and I've got boxes of masks. It's like running a shop. And so I put a mask on. I go and do some shopping. I come back and I'm about to take the mask off where I suddenly realise I'm wearing two masks. I've got one which is hanging down from the side of my ear. I've got the other one I put on. I'd completely forgotten I already had a mask on. How mad is that? Victoria in Sutton-on-Sea says it's raining in the Lincolnshire East Coast. I'm sat at my back door listening to the North Sea waves. You on a boat or something? Or is there a flood? She said the shipping forecast was like surround sound. I love your show. It's my saviour in the mornings. Good. That's what we like to hear. We like being somebody's anybody's saviour. I don't really mind. I've just looked up Dominic's castle. Wow, gorgeous. But it came from her side, so I bet he's going to do everything he can to keep the marriage going. Right. What's that about? I've lost track of all of these things. Steve, you go, Steve. You do fox hunting now. I don't like fox hunting either. It's a bit one-sided, fox hunting. I know that they always go, the people in the countryside, you know, they sort of go, oh, it's a countryside, pursuance. That's what people do in the countryside. They go fox hunting. You go, can't they do normal things like other people? Go to the pub for pork scratchings and a pint, or a fizzy drink or something, or a gin and tonic, something like that. You don't need to go out and rip the pieces out of a fox with a gang of foxhounds, which, of course, once they actually don't go with the pack, they shoot them. We've written to the pub, have we? It's the shirt, yeah. It's the shirt. You know, think we're going to get... that'd be nice. It'd be so funny if we... You think he will come back to me and say, this is where I got the shirt from? Because he looked like he was the slightly fuller figure. Which means, no, come on. Sometimes you need a slightly bit... But that looked particularly good. I'll tell you why it looked good. The material looked good. I like a soft material. I don't like something that's hard. Surprising. Because sometimes on shirts, I walk past them in M&S and I feel the material and go, no, it doesn't feel right. It's got to hang well. I mean, come on. How many times have you been out and you bought a shirt and they go, oh, that's a nice shirt. You go, it hangs well. And that's all you care about, isn't it? Joe's the same. He's been out. He's had a look at shirts in shops. I don't know what shirts he's used or what shops he's used. High and Mighty. Remember the High and Mighty shop? Did you ever High and Mighty? It used to be on the high street, and it was for the bigger figure. I think it started at something like 52-inch chest and went up to like 70 or something. Enormous. I know that because my friend Dan, I'm sure, used to go there. You know, Corey'd go there. He'd like that sort of. Did you ever go to High and Mighty for the bigger figure? It was so you could be fashionable, sort of, in a sort of fat blobby way. You know, so people, you know, because that's always the way, isn't it? They always say, if you're sort of bigger, there isn't fashion for you. It's only slim people who can wear fashionable stuff. I go, well, listen, nobody's ever criticised me for being a fashionista. You know, I am the sort of person that, you know, I lead, others follow. It's generally got me into trouble that way, but I mean, it's always quite interesting. And Steve, I once bought a tie, but I took it back because it was too tight. I haven't worn a tie for ages and ages and ages. I'm not sure if I could actually wear a tie. Now, I do have loads. I've got all of Dale's ties. I've got about 30 or 40 ties, which have been used on the lottery and Pets Win Prizes and what else? Supermarket Sweep. Before he went all cash and started wearing leather jackets. So, no, not Hole in the Wall. He never wore a tie on Hole in the Wall. Never wore that. Yeah. I've got all the suits though and everything else. Yeah. But seriously, I feel like I'm opening a museum. But in years to come, because it doesn't actually say anything, so I'm the only one who knows that they were his. I've got no end of shirts, like, because everybody looks at us and thinks, or used to think, that we were sort of similar sizes. But he was much thinner than I was. I remember him giving me a pair of trousers once. I remember thinking, I can't get into those. I mean, I really couldn't get into them at all. Here we go. Oh, they've got a rum for your money already. I mean, I know we've got, 69 days to go to Christmas. And they've got the best Prosecco. Here we go. Where's this one from? Ocado, $9.99. Close second, organic Prosecco, $7.99 from Aldi. Best pre-mixed Negroni. I don't even know what Negroni is. What's Negroni? Is that a drink? Must be, I suppose. Yes. The winner is Primo Aperitivo Negroni, 27 quid. Best smoked salmon, Bleeker's Smokehouse in Yorkshire, 3 quid. Close second, mild and delicate smoked salmon, Asda, It's so funny. All the big supermarkets you'd think would have all these awards here. Best meat-free main winner, 2 caramelised onion and goat cheese tartlets from Lidl. I've had them, I think, from Waitrose. They're really nice. And I don't normally like goat's cheese. I really don't. The Negroni is apparently a popular Italian cocktail made of 1 part gin, 1 part vermouth rosso, and 1 part Campari. Got indigestion now. Garnished with orange peel, considered an aperitif. A traditionally made Negroni is stirred, not shaken, and built over ice in an old-fashioned or rocks glass and garnished with a slice of orange. How boring. God, that sounds about as boring as it gets, isn't it? Best vintage port is Graham's LBV 2015. It's $13.99 for a vintage port. That seems quite cheap, doesn't it? Best festive liqueur. The winner is Finest Gingerbread Latte, Irish Cream Liqueur, 10 quid in Tesco. Close second, luxurious chocolate salted caramel brownie cream. Oh, God, that sounds disgusting, doesn't it? It's like, what is that other stuff? What's the whiskey and the Baileys? Oh, you can become quite ill on these. They're too sweet. Too sweet. There you go. Costa for mince pies. £2 each, crispy pastry and zesty spice filling, and Costa treat top spot. Also, Iceland mince pies. There you go, 31p each. Delicious crumbly pastry. Iceland does very well for their mince pies. Best Christmas cake was Waitrose. Close second, Marks and Spencer's. Because my mother used to make a Christmas cake every year, but it was cheaper to go out and buy it. Best turkey crown, Marks and Spencer's. Close second, Aldi. A lot of difference. 28 quid in Marks & Spencer's, £17 in Aldi, $17.99. Best Christmas pudding, Marks & Spencer's, vintage. Close second, Dalesford Organic Traditional Christmas Pudding, 20 quid. 20 quid for a Christmas pudding. I got a really super Christmas pudding one year once. It was one of the top chefs in London. He came in to be interviewed, and he brought me in a Christmas pudding. And so we didn't touch it for about 4 years. And then I thought, I don't know, it's okay. We had it. It was the most delicious Christmas pudding I'd ever had in my entire life. It came in its own little bowl, which you put in the microwave, and it's delicious. Delicious. I can't tell you what the chef is. No, because it'll make it sound like advertising. He was a very famous chef. Best dessert, Morrison's, the best chocolate orange pudding. Joint second, Golden Twist sticky toffee pudding from Aldi. 6 quid. Sounds okay. Not for you boys, because it's a little bit on the tummy. And what else we got? Taste the difference. Oh, news. No, I'm not. You've got to know this one here. Best meat stuffing. Taste the difference. 6 pork, chestnut and bacon. Sainsbury's. And also a free range. That's $6.95. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? Best onion gravy. Marks and Spencer's. Best onion gravy. Close second, Aldi's Bisto onion gravy. Granules. I'm not sure about granules. Best pigs in blankets. Farmerson & Co. Luxury chestnut, sage and apricot pigs in blankets. Sage and apricot. $7.95. Close second, British outdoor bred pork. 12 pigs in blankets. $3.50 M&S. Whoopee! 14 minutes to 7. Let's get the news headline, shall we? Down to this to 7 is the time. It's a bit nippy out there today. A little bit nippy, but it's all right. It's all right. We're ploughing on through, aren't we? We sort of make our way through October. Mark says, I'm determined to enjoy this Christmas because due to illness last Christmas, it was absolutely awful for me. Well, I think we should do it this year anyway, just for our own sanity. Just for our own sanity. Angela says, my brother loves Negroni and it'll blow your head off. It doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. It really doesn't. Raining in Oxford, says Jason the pilot. And somebody says here, I used to pop into LBC when it was at Gough Square with a friend who did the sports news. The office smelt like a pub. Certainly did not. Outrageous. Although it did actually smell of cigarettes. Because you could smoke in the building. In fact, in quite a number of our buildings, you could smoke cigarettes. There was no... in fact, the ashtrays on the news desk downstairs were just overflowing. It seems funny when you look back on it, because now you just take it for granted that every office you go into, you can't smoke. And so you get all these poor people standing outside, as the rain and the wind lashes down on you, and, I'm going to build a snowman, going to build it very high. And it was like that. But in the office, you could smoke cigarettes. Yeah. It doesn't matter, does it? I mean, I didn't like the standing outside thing at all. I was very bad at standing outside having a cigarette, so I didn't do it very often actually. And then we moved to Shepherd's Bush, and that was quite easy because the outside bit, we didn't have to go all the way downstairs. We had a roof terrace. Love a roof terrace. And it was fantastic. You could nip out there. So, I mean, I know what it's like. I'm not going to start preaching. It's not really worth it at all. And apparently, when LBC departed the building, a certain newsreader spray painted and messed the premises up, and the management wound him up by pretending they were going to sue him. I wonder who that person was. No, they didn't say sue him. They said they were going to make him pay. Make him pay for it. I was the graffiti artist. I graffitied the whole building. I'd had a couple of sherbets, it has to be said. I did graffiti the building because I thought we're moving out of it. I didn't realise I was going to refurb it and then rent the building out. Dan has shared a photo with me, which is always quite nice. We like people doing that. And he said, I've been... oh, lovely. Oh, they look quite nice. He said, working over at Hillingdon Hospital, around Uxbridge, there are no Greggs, but Wenzel's Bakeries. Bought a couple of boxes of mince pies. And he said, and they're very, very good. Don't buy them for me. The pastry sends me round the bend, Dan. Seriously, it really does. I mean, I had one last night. I didn't bother checking my sugars. It was a bit of a waste of time, actually. And I remember when in the building you're currently sitting in, the studios were the only place you could smoke. Yes. My studio was designated smoking studio. Long time ago, he said, but I was there because, says my friend Ian, I'm an older person, which is great. Front pages of the papers today. We will remember, as Remembrance Sunday events face the virus ban. The Mirror asks us all to stand on our doorsteps at 11. We're still standing on doorsteps, are we? I thought we'd stop doing that as things we're trying to socially distance. Victoria Wood's kids reveal how she kept her illness secret. Apparently 4 years before she died of cancer, she knew that she had something. I thought she was fabulous. I thought, she really was... And she kept it... See, even her best friends, and she had a number of very, very good friends, people that she worked with a lot of the time, she kept it secret. It's the first time I've heard from the children, actually. But, no, I thought she was fantastic. She was a great interview. It was like interviewing a sketch. She would sort of start talking, and her love of brass bands and my love of brass bands brought us together, as they say, for the interview. So you also had to have something to, stick an interview on, sort of like a peg. The Daily Mail, here we go, the baffling new rules from half-term holidays to pub gardens. You need to read it because you'll never understand it in a million years. There's a gym the other day, they're about to be fined £1,000 because they decided to ignore the sort of the ruling. And there's also 2 students, £10,000 fine each. There's also somebody who was on the train, £200 fine. There's somebody who was barred from a supermarket who went mad in Ealing the other day and stripped all the shelves for everything off. A stupid person. A stupid person. Luckily, they've been arrested. I think £1,000 fine and you put everything back and they charge them for it. An epidemic of madness. Half of England's now hit by the rules, even where the cases are low. Confusion and fury. There's going to be businesses that were clinging on last time round. They're going to go under. I bought The Stage. It's a theatrical newspaper. And they had a list of all the different companies who benefited from getting a little bit of money to tide them through. It might not be enough. There are 27 million fewer GP appointments. And that was all on the day that the infections went down. Can't make it up, can you? The Sun this morning, where Regal's Dare, the Queen, made her first public appearance. She was maskless. I don't think I've ever seen her in a mask. I don't think the royal family seem to possess masks. I've seen some of the younger members of the royal family, but I don't think I've seen the Queen. Also, don't play politics. Hancock slams Northern Revolt against Tier 3 rules. This is the front of the Express today. Queen stepping out of her bubble. I mean, she's quite remarkable, isn't she? I mean, it's very remarkable. The Daily Star today. Here we go. Yanks out for a duck. And the North gives Bozo a custard pie in the mush. That's a custard pie in the face. OK, but they're appealing to things. Peter Kay, very excited, made $1 million last year, which is good. And what else happened? What else happened in the papers? Pay up to help Dom. This is Dominic Cummings. Somebody's set up a crowdfunding page for him so that he can pay. Also, what else? trying to find something that puts a smile on your face. Oh, look, Trolls got me. Piers Morgan has spoken out about the abuse he received after Caroline Flack's death for some peculiar reason. He said, I never mentioned her. Never mentioned her. Also a picture of Rebecca Vardy. She's never got over the chav look, has she, really? It's always, we're kind of a bit stuck with this. She doesn't want to be dropped in this dancing programme. All stagey. The Times, Russians spread fake news over the Oxford virus vaccine. And unmarked police lorries spy reckless road users. Thank you for your company. Very much indeed. Have a fantastic weekend. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Gemma Collins grabs a McDonald's to deal with the stress of lockdown rules. And then another, and then another. Molly May and Tommy Fury are very excited to have children. Maybe growing up a little bit yourselves might be better. And I try to teach my producer what style looks like. After about 30 years, you might actually get to be presentable.